This is an NBC News special report. Attack on the Capitol, 1 year later. Here is Savannah Guthrie.
Good morning, everybody, from Washington. As we come on the air from the nation's capital, 1 full year has passed since the attack here. So many questions remain this morning about how things unfolded that day, what it means for our democracy, and who bears responsibility. We've got special coverage this morning of the commemoration events taking place here in Washington, D.C., starting with the president, who will address the nation from Statuary Hall in Congress. He has arrived just a few minutes ago and is expected to speak, as well as the vice president. At noon Eastern, a moment of silence will be held on the House floor, followed by discussions and testimonials from people who were trapped in the violence that day, and a prayer vigil on the steps of the Capitol is planned as well. Before we hear from the president, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. The president is going to take the podium any moment now. Peter, what do you expect him to say? What's the tone he's trying to set today?
Well, he's certainly trying to set the tone for this day, Savannah, by speaking early on this day. And I'm told by White House officials that he'll be both forceful and direct, that he will lay the blame for January 6th at the feet of his predecessor, former President Donald Trump. Though he may not mention him by name, the White House says it will be very clear who he's speaking about over the course of his remarks today, that he will say that he is singularly responsible for the events of that day. And it's notable that the president will be delivering these remarks at the Capitol in Statuary Hall, of course, that very chamber that was overrun by insurrectionists 1 year ago today. The president, as he arrived on the Capitol moments ago, saying to reporters that he prays that we will never see another day like we did on this day a year ago. He says, "That's what I am here for." And as you look at those dramatic pictures from a year ago, the president will note that the risk to our democracy is not gone, that the threat has not been erased. It's a real concern for this White House. The president will make some mention of voting rights today, but really will focus on that more broadly next week when he travels to Atlanta in a separate speech. But Savannah, the president will be delivering some of his toughest remarks yet about this, a speech less about the sort of durability of our union, but really the danger of its potential collapse if this threat is allowed to exist.
And we've got our eyes on the podium there. The first person we expect to see is the Vice President Kamala Harris, then followed by President Biden. And I see them walking into the room right now. We should mention also that the January 6th committee, the Congressional Committee investigating, continues its work, its pace, and also the Department of Justice looking at criminal liability, having already prosecuted hundreds of cases. Let's listen to the Vice President.
Certain dates echo throughout history, including dates that instantly remind all who have lived through them where they were and what they were doing when our democracy came under assault. Dates that occupy not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, and January 6th, 2021. On that day, I was not only Vice President-elect, I was also a United States Senator. And I was here at the Capitol that morning at a classified hearing with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Hours later, the gates of the Capitol were breached. I had left, but my thoughts immediately turned not only to my colleagues, but to my staff, who had been forced to seek refuge in our office, converting filing cabinets into barricades. What the extremists who roamed these halls targeted was not only the lives of elected leaders. What they sought to degrade and destroy was not only a building, hallowed as it is. What they were assaulting were the institutions, the values, the ideals that generations of Americans have marched, picketed, and shed blood to establish and defend. On January 6th, we all saw what our nation would look like If the forces who seek to dismantle our democracy are successful, the lawlessness, the violence, the chaos, what was at stake then and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it, by we, the people, all the people. We cannot let our future be decided by those bent on silencing our voices, overturning our votes, and peddling lies and misinformation, by some radical faction that may be newly resurgent, but whose roots run old and deep. When I meet with young people, they often ask about the state of our democracy, about January 6th. And what I tell them is January 6th reflects the dual nature of democracy, its fragility and its strength. You see, the strength of democracy is the rule of law. The strength of democracy is the principle that everyone should be treated equally, that elections should be free and fair, that corruption should be given no quarter. The strength of democracy is that it empowers the people. And the fragility of democracy is this, that if we are not vigilant, if we do not defend it, democracy simply will not stand. It will falter and fail. The violent assault that took place here, the very fact of how close we came to an election overturned, that reflects the fragility of democracy. Yet, the resolve I saw in our elected leaders when I returned to the Senate chamber that night, their resolve not to yield, but to certify the election, their loyalty not to party or person, but to the Constitution of the United States, that reflects its strength. And so, of course, does the heroism of the Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other law enforcement officers who answered the call that day, including those who later succumbed to wounds, both visible and invisible. Our thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one. You know, I wonder, how will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead? Will it be remembered as a moment that accelerated the unraveling of the oldest, greatest democracy in the world? Or a moment when we decided to secure and strengthen our democracy for generations to come? The American spirit is being tested. The answer to whether we will meet that test resides where it always has resided in our country, with you, the people. And the work ahead will not be easy. Here in this very building, a decision will be made about whether we uphold the right to vote and ensure free and fair elections. Let's be clear, we must pass the voting rights bills that are now before the Senate. And the American people must also do something more. We cannot sit on the sidelines. We must unite in defense of our democracy in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our prosperity and posterity. That is the preamble of the Constitution that President Biden and I swore an oath to uphold and defend. And that is the enduring promise of the United States of America. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a public servant with the character and fortitude to meet this moment, a leader whose life's work has been moving our nation toward that more perfect union, President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault. The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol, Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol, American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears, fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify. to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle, and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through? We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said he lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. While some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party, too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. But whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible. Anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen and protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected. Often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results are inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. The president's name was first. Then we went down the line. governors, senators, House representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters, the only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America, at American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. The promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. who reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. Responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea that requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, the lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and a second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than when we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart, to be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame lit almost 250 years ago of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
President Biden speaking at Statuary Hall, the site of chaos, mayhem, and bloodshed 1 year ago, January 6, 2021, to mark a somber occasion and remind the country of what is at stake at this very hour. The president saying, our democracy held, we the people endured. I want to bring in Chuck Todd, our political director, moderator of Meet the Press. This speech was also notable that the president really went after, in a damning indictment, the former president for his actions and lack of action that day, and a piece by piece, point by point taking down of the lies that have been told about the 2020 election. Chuck, it was pretty remarkable to see President Biden do that.
It was, because he's really avoided it for the first year that he's been in office. He has wanted to, in some ways, rise above it, stay out of the fray with, as he refers to him, the former president. I don't think he uttered the T word. I want to double check, but I'm pretty sure he kept referring to him either as the former president or the defeated former president. But in talking with some advisors to him, it was clear they believed this was the right time and the right occasion to use the bully pulpit to do what he did today, point by point, that he went after each one of the lies. I thought, using the common sense one is, how can Republicans have gained House seats on the same ballot that somehow Donald Trump doesn't believe is accurate? So I thought it was an important moment that he did do this. He hadn't done it before. This is important for now, and it's important for the history books here. It's interesting. I've noticed some want to call this that somehow the president's politicizing. I think you only believe this is a politicized speech or a partisan speech if you somehow accept some of President Trump, former President Trump's beliefs about what happened in this election. If you believe that this was a free and fair election, there wasn't a lot that was partisan in this speech. This was a full-throated defense of the American democracy in a way we've not heard it from this president before, Savannah.
Now, let me turn to Peter Alexander on that, because it didn't used to be a partisan thing, actually, to be in favor of democracy. That was the one thing Republicans and Democrats could agree on. And yet we do see in the public opinion polls in the Republican Party, fully 71% believe that the 2020 election was somehow fraudulent, that Donald Trump is the rightful president, and that Joe Biden is illegitimate. That's a mainstream view in the Republican Party right now.
Yes, Savannah, that's exactly right. But broadly across the country, nearly 4 in 10 Americans still do not believe that President Biden was rightfully elected now more than a year ago. This was a speech that really felt like, as Chuck indicated, something the president has wanted to say for quite a time, though he has been reluctant to do it until now. And he used language that was particularly sharp about his predecessor, Donald Trump, a man who liked to always cast himself as a winner. On that, the president used words like lost, defeated, and failed. But he also raised another issue about the real threat that exists going forward, and that's the threat that exists in the states right now, where a lot of Republican legislatures are trying to change those voter rights in those states, to change the laws in a way that may impact future elections. And that's what is a real concern, not just for this administration, but frankly for this country right now. The belief that the big lie does still exist and that they must continue to pursue that going forward in a way to try to regain power. The president on this day really delivering what I think was one of his most forceful, one of his most direct speeches, and perhaps one of the best he's given to this point.
let's bring in Pete Williams here, because there is, of course, an investigation, couple of investigations. The Department of Justice has prosecuted more than 700 cases in terms of the rioters who were there that day. You also have the January 6th Congressional Committee, which is looking at those in the White House, those in the inner circle, the conduct, the security failures. Pete, where do those investigations stand?
Well, for the FBI, 700 and counting, very much counting, actively so, looking at least another 350 people, 250 of which were accused of or suspected of assaulting law enforcement officers. And the FBI is still going through photos and videos seeking public tip. And also, Savannah, don't forget that just the night before the rally, somebody, and the rally and the riot at the Capitol, somebody planted pipe bombs at the headquarters of the Democratic and Republican National Committees, and the FBI is trying to figure that out. The Attorney General yesterday said the Justice Department is committed to holding anyone responsible criminally for the acts at the Capitol, whether they were there that day or not, anyone at any level. So a lot of people are reading lots into that speech. But I think it's fair to say that the Justice Department is a long way from having the evidence that would be required to charge White House officials, although they are certainly making the point that nothing is off the table.
The Department of Justice continues to look at those matters, as does this congressional committee chaired by Liz Cheney, the Republican, and Benny Thompson, the Democrat. There are many events to mark this day in the building behind me. They're just getting underway, including a moment of silence at noon. We will have live coverage here on NBC, MSNBC, NBCNews.com, and streaming on NBC News Now. Most of you will now return to the Today Show. I'm Savannah Guthrie in Washington, D.C. This has been an NBC News special report.
I still kept it. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved and morning business is closed. And under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Transportation, Amitabha Bose of New Jersey to be Administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Now, Mr. President, it is difficult to put into words what it is like to stand here on the floor of the United States Senate on this day of all days. For 163 years, this space has been the home of the upper chamber of the American Congress. What has taken place inside this room over the centuries has determined in very real ways the trajectory of our nation. In this room, we carry on the mission handed down to us by the framers to assure the voice of the people is heard and represented and acted upon. But 1 year ago today, on January 6, 2021, mob violence descended upon this chamber and upon this Capitol. Thousands of rioters, possessed by equal measures of rage, conspiracy, and spurred into action by the sitting President of the United States, attacked the United States Capitol in an armed, violent, and deadly effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Its windows were smashed, its offices were vandalized, and lawmakers and our staffs, everyday citizens who love their country and work here every day, feared for their lives. Nearly 140 police officers were injured, and at least 5 people lost their lives that day or in its aftermath. The warnings of history are clear. When democracies are in danger, it often starts with a mob. That's what happened a year ago here in this building, a mob attack. And for mob violence to win the day, it doesn't need everyone to join in. It just needs a critical mass of people to stay out of the way, to ignore it, to underestimate it, to excuse it, and even condone it. The mob can start out as a small number, but if it's allowed to grow and leaders egg on the mob, encourage it, it can become poison. That is what Donald Trump is doing, as even his response to President Biden's speech today showed. And once that happens, the unthinkable could become real. Democracy erodes and could, God forbid, horror of horrors, vanish. The poisonous mob mentality lives on today in the threats against election workers, poll workers, even other public servants like school board members and health workers. This is what erodes a democracy. And Donald Trump today continues to spread his poisonous vial about the big lie. To borrow from President Franklin Roosevelt, the violent insurrection of January 6 was a day that will live forever in infamy, a permanent stain in the story of the American democracy, and the final, bitter, unforgivable act of the worst president in modern times. Today, on this first anniversary, members from both the House and Senate and our staffs, the President and the Vice President, are here today at the Capitol. And one of our purposes is to share memories in commemoration of that day. At noon, we will hold a moment of silence in honor of those who were lost because of the attack. And to all my colleagues and to staff who struggle to get through today, you're not alone. You are not alone. We are here by your side. The Employee Assistance Program has resources available to all Senate staff who are processing what happened a year ago. Let me share my personal experience on that day. As I've recounted many times since then, my personal experience that day was in some ways like the opening sentence of Charles Dickens' A Tale of Two Cities, the best of times, the worst of times. First came the best of times. 12 hours before the attack, at 4 a.m. in the morning, I learned, or several hours before the attack, at 4 a.m., I learned that our 2 Democratic senators had won in Georgia, and we would gain the majority. At 4 a.m., it became clear. I tried to get some sleep, couldn't, got down in my car, drove to Washington, and got to the floor of this chamber at 1 p.m. for the first time as the putative majority leader. Within 45 minutes of sitting there and watching the beginning of counting the ballots, a police officer in a big flak jacket and a large rifle grabbed me firmly by the collar like this. I'll never forget that grip. And said to me, "Senator, we got to get out of here. You're in danger." We walked out the Senate chamber door, made a right turn, went through another door. This happened to be captured on the video tape above, and it was shown at the impeachment trial, although I didn't even know they had the tape until I saw it at the impeachment trial. But we go through the door, you don't see us for 20 seconds, and then we are running out of the door at full speed. I was within 30 feet of these nasty, racist, bigoted insurrectionists. Had someone had a gun, had two of them blocked off the door, who knows what would have happened. I was told later that one of them reportedly said, "There's the big Jew, let's get him." Bigotry against one is bigotry against all. And I saw something that I've been told later never happened before, the Confederate flag flying in this dear capital. That's just one of many searing, grotesque images of that unimaginable, most un-American day. There were good moments too. I remember when the leaders, Senator McConnell, myself, Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, were sent off to the secret place. We convened after desperately trying to get the president on the phone to ask him to call the rioters off. We spoke to the Secretary of Defense and the acting Attorney General, but to no avail. But then the four of us got together and said, we're going to come back. We're going to count those votes. We're not going to let the violent insurrectionists stop us, and count the votes we did until I believe it was 3 a.m. the next morning. That was a good moment amidst a lot of bad moments. So now we ask, 1 year later, how shall our country move forward? What are we to say and think and do in response to a day when a sitting American president, rather than step down from office, unleashed his own supporters to attack the government through mob violence? How can we help those scarred by that day find solace, find healing? How can we make clear to the American people, to the world, and even to ourselves, that our democracy is still whole? First, we must begin by commemorating our emergency responders who have died, whether through complications from injuries or sadly through suicide, in the days and months after the violence. Brian Sicknick of New Jersey, Howie Liebengood of Virginia, Billy Evans of Massachusetts, Jeffrey Smith of Illinois, and Gunther Hashida of Virginia. Today and every day, we remember them. We mourn their loss. We honor their limitless heroism in the face of the unthinkable. Second, we also thank every single member of the Capitol Police, the DC Metro Police, and the National Guard, who kept us safe and prevented a violent riot from turning into something much worse. That afternoon, our Capitol Police were outnumbered, unprepared, and largely left on their own. Just watching on television the brutal beating of one of them by the mob, another being crushed between a door and a wall, just rips your heart apart, and you relive that day, and you remember how the Capitol Police suffered but persisted and helped preserve our democracy. When they held the line, our democracy survived, and so not only do we thank them, but we commit to continue supporting them and fighting for them as they fought to defend this building. Finally, the only way we'll truly move forward from January 6th is by speaking truth to power. We cannot avoid it. The truth about what happened that day, about what led to the violence, about what it means for our democracy moving forward. I say this because too many, often depending on their allegiances, seem desperate to sweep the memory of January 6th under the rug. Too many are working to rewrite the history of what happened, to downplay or excuse or even defend the mob, to excuse an insurrection of this very Capitol. Too many are hoping the American people will just look away and forget that that day ever took place. After all, they say, Donald Trump is no longer president, right? That can't happen. We can't let that happen. We have an obligation not to let that happen. Because history shows us when you ignore or paint over this kind of violent action, it will recur, often in worse form than it had originally. That's what history shows. We didn't look away after the attack on Pearl Harbor. We didn't look away after the attacks on 9/11. They may have been from foreign powers, but we still, just because it was Americans who did this, we cannot look away after the attack of January 6th. What we must do instead is stare the truth, however ugly, in the face. The attack of January 6th didn't come out of the blue. It was not an act of God. It was not something that came from foreign soil. It wasn't even just some mere protest that got out of hand. No. January 6th was an attempt to reverse, through violent means, the outcome of a free and fair election. An insurrection. Call it what it is, what it was. And it was fundamentally rooted in Donald Trump's big lie that the election of 2020 was illegitimate, in deep offense to the peaceful transfer of power. Indeed, in deep offense to the very notion of truth itself. And anyone who thinks that the origins of this insurrection are going away should just have listened a few moments ago when Donald Trump did it again, lying and lying and lying about the election. A clear reminder that the threat he and his lie remain to our nation. Alarmingly, many of his supporters quickly embraced the lie in the aftermath of the 2020 election. Many of them truly believed and still believe that he won the election and the game was rigged. Not a small number, large numbers of Americans. If you look at the polls, tens of millions. It didn't matter there was no proof to any of these claims. Donald Trump kept saying it and saying it and saying it again. And he called his supporters to rally here in Washington in a ditch effort to stay in power. We all know this. That's what happened. We can't forget it. It was Donald Trump's big lie that soaked our political landscape in kerosene. It was Donald Trump's rally on the Mall that struck the match. And then came the fire. And pouring gasoline on that fire are many in one branch of our media who spread the big lie then and continue to spread the big lie, even though they know it's false. And millions listen to these people and believe it. Here, too, is another terrible truth. The disease of the big lie continues to this day. The attacks on our democracy are ongoing. If not by the force of baseball bats and pipe bombs, then certainly through a quieter and much more organized effort to subvert democracy from the bottom up. Just as the big lie inspired the attack of January 6th, the big lie continues like a disease across state legislatures throughout the country, where we're seeing the most restrictive voter suppression efforts since Jim Crow in 21st century America, turning the clock way back. Let's be abundantly clear. These new anti-voter laws are on the books today only because their authors cited the big lie, cited the fictitious bugaboo of voter fraud, and are trying to succeed where the insurrection failed. unless we confront the big lie, unless we all do our part to fortify and strengthen our democracy, the political violence of January 6th risks becoming not an aberration, but, God forbid, the norm. And we've seen it too in the threats against election workers, teachers, school administrators, healthcare workers. We cannot put our heads in the sand. We cannot brush this over. And what does that mean for the Senate? I think we have to talk about the realities here today, too. It means we must pass legislation, effective legislation, to defend our democracy, to protect the right to vote. We must pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act so that our country's destiny is determined by the voice of the people and not by the violent whims of lies and even mob rule. We must also guard against the false hopes of solutions that don't deal with the problem, that try to cover it up or push it away because people don't want to deal with it. Some say the answer lies in doing the bare minimum, like reforming the Electoral Count Act that my friend, the Republican leader, has floated in recent days. Let me take this opportunity to make clear that that plan, the McConnell plan, that's what it is unacceptably insufficient and even offensive. Some scorekeeping matters little if the game is rigged. And as we know too well, state legislatures are working day and night to undermine our democratic process from the get-go by empowering partisans to potentially say which ballots count and which do not. What good is it to accurately count a result that's compromised from the start? Senator McConnell's plan to reform the Electoral Count Act would do nothing more than codify the vice president's ceremonial role in counting of the Electoral College votes, effectively guaranteeing that partisan state legislatures could overturn the elections without fear of recourse. Look at what it does. Look at what it does. It's a cynical idea. It's an idea to divert attention from the real issue because they don't want to confront the real issue. This should not be about one party versus another. Voting rights has always been bipartisan, supported by Bush, HW&W, supported by Reagan, passing this chamber with large votes from both sides of the aisle. That's what always used to happen until the Republican Party was taken over by Donald Trump. So, it's not about one party versus another. It can't be. It's about one terrible lie against democracy itself, the kind of lie that, if let stand, both in verbally and in action, erodes our democracy. Erodes our democracy. If a majority of people, there's already a substantial minority who don't believe our elections are legitimate, aided and egged on by Donald Trump and the right-wing media. What if a majority of this country, because of these pernicious actions, start believing it? A majority of Americans don't believe that elections are on the level? Just ask yourself, what will happen? I can't predict the details, but I can predict that it will diminish the greatness of this country in small and even large ways. So we cannot, this should not be a partisan issue. It's about falsehood versus truth. In the history of this country, we have always disagreed on ideology, but never on facts, until recently, and in such an important area. If lying about results of an election is acceptable, if instigating a mob against the government is considered permissible, if encouraging political violence becomes the norm, it will be open season on this grand democracy, this noble experiment, and everything will be up for grabs by whoever has the biggest clubs, the sharpest spears, the most effective lies. I do not believe that that is the ultimate destiny of our country. The mob may be strong, but the counter is stronger. The roots of democracy, the feelings of the American people, and the affection and love for this grand, noble experiment in democracy is stronger as long as we speak out, as long as we act. The wellspring of democracy is deep, and even in the most difficult of times, Americans have rallied and risen to the occasion. Since the early days of our republic, Americans launched mighty movements, fought a bloody civil war, and yes, passed federal election laws and voting rights laws to expand the promise of democracy until there were no more boundaries. We are called on, importuned by the millions who have lost their lives to defend this democracy, to defend it once again. I call on all Americans, Democrats, Republicans, independents, to rise to the occasion and assure that the mob, the violence, the lies do not win the day. Let the anniversary of January 6th forever serve as a reminder that the march to perfect our democracy is never over, that our democracy is a precious, sometimes fragile gift purchased by those who struggled before us, and that all of us now must do our part to keep the American vision going in the present and into the future. Somehow, in ways I can't predict, but I know are true, I am certain that God's mysterious hand will guide us, and truth and right will prevail. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Schumer, for your leadership and your work and your words today. As I stand here, I look at the faces of the staff. I remember the moment when we were pushed out of this chamber for security reasons. I remember the word of one staff member, Lee, who yelled out, "Take the boxes, take the boxes." She was talking about the mahogany boxes that were filled with the electoral ballots because we knew they would be destroyed if they were left behind. I remember my own staff, one of them is here today, hearing their stories of being in a closet, hiding in a closet with only forks that happened to be next door to protect themselves, right next to the doors where the insurrectionists had invaded. I remember the staff throughout this building that were marooned in places, and the faces of the police officers, the cuts on their faces, the anguish in the words of Officer Dunn, who said at the end of the day that he had been called the N-word multiple times and that he had looked to his friend as they collapsed in the rotunda and said, "Is this America? Is this America?" The haunting words of the police officer on the police radio that was heard broadcast in the middle of the whole thing, "Is there a plan? Is there a plan?" There were many breakdowns that day, but the biggest breakdown was the breakdown of our democracy, that some people actually felt that they could take the law into their own hands, that they could invade not just a building, but our very republic. I look back at the words and the speeches that people gave that day, not only after the insurrection, but what was telling was what they said before it started. And I think I would urge people to look at those speeches. That discussion that we were having about this had been raging for weeks and for months. I remember standing at this very place right before we closed down the Senate because of the insurrection and going through the facts about how President-elect Biden at the time had won more votes than any president in history, the facts that 10 living defense secretaries had actually stood up at the time, including both of Donald Trump's defense secretaries, including people like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and William Cohen, and came together and said that the scurrilous attacks on our democracy must stop and we must allow for the peaceful transition of power. And then I looked at the very end of my remarks, and I ended with this, right before we were invaded. I said this: my friend Roy Blunt, who I still have immense respect for what he did that evening, my friend Roy Blunt, my fellow Rules Committee leader, many years ago found a statue, a bust of a man at the top of a bookcase. He did research, he went to the historians, and all he could find out was that no one knew who this guy was, except that he was a cleric. Hence, the statue is called the Unknown Cleric. Now, at the time, the leaders in this great place thought this man important enough that they would warrant a statue for him. But today, no one knows who he is. Senator Blunt's message to school kids and senators alike that visit his office when he shows them the statue: what we do here is more important than who we are. And I ended with this: senators, what matters is not our futures, not our short-term destinies. What matters is our democracy's destiny. Because I think many of us know that people will not know who we are 100 years from now or 200 years from now. But what they will know is this: they will know what we did today, how we voted today, and that is more important than who we are. As someone once said, it's a republic if we can keep it. It's a republic if we can keep it. Those words ring more true now than they did a year ago. Because as we know, the haunting shrieks of the police that day, the officer pinned between the doors at the end of rioters, there were people that stood up for our republic, and there were people that attacked our republic. I remember Captain Carnicia Mendoza, a 19-year veteran of the Capitol Police who testified before the Rules Committee, who suffered chemical burns to her face while commanding the officers in the rotunda while they struggled to hold the doors open. Or who can forget Officer Eugene Goodman, who after saving Senator Romney from walking directly into the mob, ran by himself to take on a group of rioters with his baton and then diverted that mob away from the Senate chamber, allowing us to safely depart. Mr. President, who can forget the image right there where you sit on that dais of the insurrectionists rifling through papers on people's desks, opening up their offices and desks. Tragically, 5 officers who reported for duty have since passed away. 5 officers. You wonder why you see sad faces today on many people in this building who were their friends. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who died the day after the attack. 4 other officers died in the days and months that followed. Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood, DC Metropolitan Police Officers Jeffrey Smith, Gunther Hishida, and Kyle DeFreitag. Many more suffered physical injuries, and even more sustained emotional trauma from the events of that day. And we also remember, of course, Officer Billy Evans, who tragically died doing his job at his post in April. Recognizing the sacrifice of those heroes to defend our democracy is the least we can do. Senator Blunt and I led legislation with the support of our leaders, honoring those who protected the Capitol on January 6th with the Congressional Gold Medal. It was an honor to stand with officers and their families in August as President Biden signed this bill into law. We have made many, many improvements to the security of the Capitol. I think it's very important for staff and officers alike and those who work there to know that. I want to thank Senator Schumer for his work in installing a new Sergeant-at-Arms, Karen Gibson for the Senate. We have General Walker over in the House, and we have a new police chief, Chief Manger, who did an excellent job yesterday in describing the changes. We know there are many challenges ahead. Last but not least is that we do not have enough police officers right now to fill vacancies. So people are working double shifts, they're working vacations, they're canceling vacations. We have over 400 openings, an experience that many police departments throughout the country have right now, but one that is very important, and the chief has committed to fill those vacancies. But what have we done? The progress? Well, we have, 1, gotten the new personnel in. 2, we have passed a law in this chamber and signed into law by President Biden that makes it easier for the chief to call in the National Guard in a case of emergency. We have made sure that there's operational plans in place, as there were this summer when major events occur. And one of the saddest memories of that day was the fact that 75% of the police officers asked to defend this Capitol were in plain clothes. 75%. In many cases, they had less protective gear on than the invaders of the Capitol. That has changed. No more equipment that's going to be locked on a bus that they can't access. Senator Leahy's leadership with appropriations, Senator Shelby's leadership, we've been able to obtain more funding to get them the equipment that they need. All of those things are important. But as Senator Schumer noted, the other piece of this is our democracy itself. And that means getting to the bottom of what happened. Something is happening right now with the House Select Committee that is working to get the facts. And we would have loved to have an independent commission like the 9/11 Commission to do that, but they are doing that work over in the House. Yesterday, we heard from Attorney General Garland, who pledged to look at this at every level and to go where the facts will lead. Those were his words. Accountability at every level for what happened here is key. And it is the largest investigation we've seen in the history of America. Over 700 people that have been charged. That is a big piece of this work as well, accountability. And as Senator Schumer noted, this is also about carrying on the torch of our democracy. The voting rights legislation that we are working on right now couldn't be more important, because what was not accomplished with bear spray and bayonets has now been passed on to others to pass bills, as we've seen in Wisconsin, where a bill actually passed that would have allowed for only one ballot drop-off box in the entire city of Milwaukee. That one was vetoed by Governor Evers. But others have passed in states like Georgia, in states like Texas, and across this country, a concerted effort to undermine our democracy. So it is on us, when we take an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, no matter what party we're in, to hold our democracy dear. It is a precious, precious thing, and it is very fragile, and it is in our hands to protect, just as our police officers protected it on January 6th. When you've got 9,600 threats against members of Congress, double what it has ever been in the past, that's not a small thing. That is January 6th continued. When you have election officials that have to leave their posts because, in the words of the election official from the city of Philadelphia, that his own family was threatened, their names, their addresses, their house put out on the internet. Katie Hobbs, Secretary of State in Arizona, receiving a voicemail saying, "I'm a hunter and I think you should be hunted." People in rural areas that are elected officials that cannot have the kind of security that people may have in this building. That's January 6th continued. And we cannot forget our duty going forward. I will end with that image that I will always cherish, and the hope that democracy will prevail at 3:30 in the morning when Senator Blunt and I and Vice President Pence took that long walk over to the House with the two young women with the mahogany box filled with the last of the electoral ballots up through Wyoming. There was broken glass on all sides. There was spray paint on statues. It was the same walk we had taken in the morning, which had been so joyful, the celebration of our democracy, so ceremonial. And there we were, the last ones left, taking that walk into the House chambers where we finished our job. So when I look back at that day, that is the lasting image, that in the end, democracy prevailed, that in 2 weeks later, there we were under that beautiful blue sky with leaders of both parties on that inaugural stage saying that, yes, our democracy stood tall. It brushed itself off, and we move forward as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all, as we always do. And that is the spirit with which we must go forward in the coming weeks as we debate the importance of keeping that democracy strong with election laws. that we continue to improve the security in this Capitol and that we hold the people that did this, not just to us, not just to this building, but to our very republic, accountable for what they did. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are among the most somber and sorrowful remarks that I've had to make as President pro tempore and also in my several decades of service in this body. What an unthinkable event we're marking today. An attempted coup incited not against a president, but by a president who promoted and still promotes a litany of lies to overturn the results of an election in order for him to hold on to power that he no longer possesses. We are in the business of words, but there are none to adequately capture the damage that he and his henchmen have done and are doing to our country. I am certain that no one serving here ever thought such an attack on our democracy by a violent insurrectionist mob that stormed the Capitol, the very citadel of our democracy, could ever happen in our beloved country, the world's most enduring democracy. This very chamber where we're gathered today was breached, it was desecrated, as was the rest of the Capitol. This morning, in my capacity as President pro tem, I called the Senate into session. As I looked around the chamber, so many memories came to mind. I first saw this Senate chamber as a teenager, visiting from our home in Montpelier, Vermont, with my parents and my sister, coming to this Capitol. And then later, as a Georgetown law student, I would sit in the visitors gallery and just watch. I saw the members of the Senate in both parties speaking to the conscience of our nation, and trying to protect our Constitution. In 1975, I came onto the floor of the Senate as the junior-most member of this body. I was in awe of the Senate then. I never expected to become the dean of the Senate. But a year ago, I sat on the floor of the Senate as Vice President Pence was announcing the certification of ballots. I saw him doing this in a straightforward and honest way, even though he knew that at the end of the count, he would soon no longer be Vice President, nor would Donald Trump be President. We were all in the Senate paying attention when suddenly officers came rushing onto the floor, and they took the Vice President off the dais and out the door. Chuck Grassley, the then President pro tem, went to the dais and prepared to recess the Senate. Most of us, I remember looking around here, we were wondering what was happening until I saw a few feet from me. I saw a man wearing a vest that said police. On the Senate floor, he was carrying a submachine gun. I'd never seen anything like this in the U.S. Senate. And you recall, Mr. President, the police rushed us through a back door to the basement of the Capitol, and they shuttled us off to a secure location. I was still trying to sort through my mind what was happening. Officers were going through the halls, and one officer came along, took my arm, and he said, he said, we're going to watch out for you, Shamrock. So many memories flooded back because Shamrock was the police code name for me when I was a recipient of a deadly anthrax letter addressed to me that killed and maimed others. Ahead of me, I could see the brave parliamentarians and others who had grabbed the cases with the certification of ballots. They also grabbed the ivory gavel that is right in front of you now, Mr. President, the same gavel I use today to call the Senate into session. And when we were in the secure room, we were starting to see the television, we saw a mob, Americans who turned into a mob and turned their back on our nation's constitutional history. They were rejecting everything that made America great. They're ignoring our laws, our customs, and most of all, they're ignoring our history. The destruction, the rampage was something you'd see in a movie. I never expected to see it in the Capitol, a building that's always been a symbol of our democracy. And a suggestion was made when we were in the secure room that we use our authority under the law to vote and make the secure room the Senate chamber. I said, no, we should not be hiding here. Instead of it is safe to go back to the Senate, whenever it is, we should go back there, all of us, and have the American people see us there. I said it may take an hour, it may take 10 hours, but we should be there carrying out the Constitution and saying no criminals can destroy our history, our Constitution, our America. And I was relieved when virtually all the Republicans and Democrats who were in that room stood and said loudly they agreed with me. They would wait until we went back. I was standing next to the parliamentarian and the leather boxes carrying the certification of election. We both looked at them. And I'm sure we were both thinking the same thing. We will protect our Constitution. We will protect the Senate. We will protect America. And to the credit of the members of the Senate and the House, we reconvened after the siege. We fulfilled our constitutional duty to certify the confirmed results of the election, results that every state and federal court has upheld in the face of blatantly frivolous challenges. So my thoughts today are not only about how fragile our democracy is, but about the heroes of the day, the Capitol police officers, some of whom lost their lives or suffered grievous and enduring injuries, and those who joined in the Capitol's defense, especially from the Metropolitan Police Department. That day 1 year ago was such a sad and wrenching day. So disturbing was it to see such hatred and anger, to see the Confederate battle flag paraded in the Capitol, where it never was brought even during the Civil War, and to see Nazi emblems and other symbols of hate and violence carried by some of those in the mob. It was so horrifying to see our brave police officers, many of them war veterans who defended America in Iraq and Afghanistan, not just disregarded and disrespected, but brutally attacked even by the wielding of poles bearing the American flag, used as bludgeons and spears. In the aftermath, National Guard contingents from several of our states were called in to protect the Capitol. I visited with members of the Vermont National Guard. I know many other senators did that with their state's Guard troops. In the moment, that night, and the next day, senators on both sides of the aisle called this out for the travesty that it was. But amnesia set in since then in some quarters. There's been a concerted effort to downplay or grossly mischaracterize the terrible events that day by some members in both chambers of Congress. It was not, as it's been said, just another day in January. What an insult to those who lost their lives and those who suffered injuries from which they still struggle to recover. And the question begs and answers itself. What are we in the Senate here for, if not to defend the Republic and our Constitution? There's a clear need for justice, and the courts are doing their essential work. There's a clear need to know the truth. And even some of the former president's closest supporters are heeding their duty to respond to the bipartisan congressional investigation to what happened that day. There will be a clear need to learn the lessons to safeguard and strengthen our democracy, to protect those who serve and protect the Capitol and those who work here. The courts are dealing with these crimes, but it is detestable how so many were so callously used as cannon fodder. Their actions were wrong, but many believe they are acting as patriots. The former president told them so and egged them on, and they believed him. Meanwhile, he and so many of his cronies, unlike many of his followers who stormed the Capitol, have paid no price for their roles. They must be held accountable for planning and promoting this travesty, and in his case, doing nothing to stop the assault, even when appealed to repeatedly by his closest advisors. The New York Times has observed our nation faces an existential threat from a movement that's openly contemptuous of democracy, has shown a willingness to use violence to achieve its ends. No self-governing society can survive such a threat by denying it exists. To deny it is to be complicit in what happened. But more than anything else, today is a day to remember, to feel sorrow that our great nation ever suffered such violence and division, to mourn those who died and were injured, and to mark the day as history will. The first time in 244 years that our exceptional country was almost prevented from carrying out a peaceful transfer of power, a sacred principle, a tradition in which we've taken pride for generations, and we've taken for granted throughout our entire lives, and that we have held up as an example to people everywhere. Now, our job in Congress is different than the prosecutors' roles. Democracy needs a foundation, and that foundation is nothing less than the truth. It's been said that trust in the rule of law is built in drops and lost in buckets. Our job is fundamental: to defend and advance the truth, to protect the rule of law itself. As Dean of this body, that's what I will do until the day I walk off this floor. Mr. President, I yield the floor. And I suggest,
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip and Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, a year ago today, we witnessed one of the worst assaults on our democracy in living memory. For those of us who were in the chamber, and that includes virtually every senator, there are images which are emblazoned in our memory. Mine, like others, was of a vice president sitting where you're sitting, who shortly after 2 p.m. in the afternoon was pulled off of the dais by two of his security detail and hurried out that door. It's an unusual thing to happen under any circumstances, but while we are counting the Electoral College returns, it was amazing and unprecedented. Then they came up and the Capitol Police instructed us, stay in your desks. This is going to be a secure room. We're going to start bringing in all the staff and they'll be lining the walls here. We'll keep you safe. Well, we all sat there in anticipation of the next thing to happen, and not 10 minutes later, another Capitol policeman came up and said that last directive is off. Evacuate this body, this room, as quickly and orderly as possible. And we all started piling out the doors. As we left and went down the exit stairways just outside the doors of this chamber, I looked out the window and saw a sea of Trump signs converging on the Capitol. It was an image I won't forget. We went to what we consider to be a safe location and witnessed over television what most of America was watching. How serious was it? Well, one misguided soul, a Republican congressman from Georgia, said it was just a group of tourists in the Capitol. Mr. President, yesterday the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, had a press conference and remarked on the first anniversary of January 6th. And among the things he said was, all of the investigations, the criminal investigations of what happened that day, have disclosed some horrible things. Evidence of perpetrators punching dozens of law enforcement officers, knocking them unconscious. Some perpetrators tackled and dragged law enforcement officers. Among the many examples of such violence, one officer was crushed in a door, another was dragged down a set of stairs, face down, repeatedly tased and beaten and suffered a heart attack. Some perpetrators attacked law enforcement officers with chemical agents burning their eyes and skins. We saw it, didn't we? Spraying the bear spray into the faces of these officers. Some assaulted officers with pipes and poles and other dangerous and deadly weapons. Perpetrators targeted, assaulted, tackled, harassed journalists, destroying their equipment. And that launched the most comprehensive and perhaps largest criminal prosecution in the history of this nation. According to the Attorney General, 725 individuals have been charged with a federal crime. 145 pled guilty already to federal misdemeanors. Over 325 have been charged with felonies, many for assaulting officers and many for corruptly obstructing or attempting to obstruct an official proceeding. 20 defendants charged with felonies have already pled guilty, and the investigation continues. They talked about the assistance they've received, over 300,000 tips from ordinary citizens to help our government bring to justice those responsible for January 6th. I say that because I listen in disbelief to the polling data which suggests that it really wasn't an attack on the Capitol. It was only a visit of tourists who were in an orderly fashion visiting this building. The videos don't lie. The facts are the facts. Individuals are paying a criminal price and their lives will be changed because of their bad decisions to leave a Trump rally and follow his instructions to come up to this building. That is the reality of what happened that day. But the grimmest reality was the death of 5 of our law enforcement officials who have been named and should be named every time we stand on this floor. Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howard Liebengood, Officer Jeffrey Smith, Officer Gunther Hashida, and Officer Kyle DeFreitag, and 140 other law enforcement officials who were assaulted, many of them seriously and still paying a price for that day in their lives when they stood in defense of us, in defense of this building. That is the reality. And if nothing more comes of this speech and commemoration today, I hope that all of us, regardless of our political persuasion, the most conservative Republican to the most progressive Democrat, independents in between, black, white, and brown, men and women, rural, urban, across America, will finally come to an agreement on one thing. Violence has no place in a democracy. Those who resort to violence wherever they fit on the political spectrum do not fit on that spectrum, do not belong in this country. And what we saw a year ago today was violence unbridled, violence provoked by a former president of the United States. And many innocent people paid a price. I listened as the President and Vice President spoke this morning in Statuary Hall. It was a somber and meaningful occasion as they talked about what was at stake on January 6th and the challenge we face today. And I thought for a moment what a difference it would have made if, in fact, as the President spoke, Republican and Democratic leaders stood by his side. But that was not to be the case. You see, when the proposal was made for a bipartisan commission of Democrats and Republicans, commissions we've seen in the past for 9/11 and other events that marked our history, that was stopped by Senator McConnell, the Republican leader of the Senate, by the threat of a filibuster. He wouldn't agree to a bipartisan commission to look into the origins of January 6th and what we need to do to avoid them in the future. So I want to salute Speaker Pelosi for organizing a bipartisan committee in the United States House of Representatives who is investigating this matter. I want to salute my fellow congressman from Illinois, Adam Kinzinger, who's had the courage to step forward and be part of it, as well as Congresswoman Cheney of Wyoming, and the Democrats are part of that effort. They are serving this nation as they should, bringing forth the facts, fighting the resistance from those who don't want to tell the truth. But there's more that we must do. It's been mentioned several times and bears repeating. What is happening across America since January 6th is equally alarming to this assault on the Capitol. And that is the effort by dozens of states across the nation to restrict America's right to vote. To think of it, in that last election in 2020, We had the largest turnout in the history of the United States to cast votes in the presidential election. And the response by so many of these states controlled by Republican legislatures is to try to do their best to make sure that never happens again, to restrict the opportunity to vote for eligible Americans when we should be doing just the opposite. I've won elections and I've lost elections. And as long as they were fair elections, I accepted the results, and they all were. I was lucky. Sometimes I won, sometimes I lost. But I felt at the end of the day that there were fair elections. We should feel the same way about the election that occurred just last year before last, in 2020, with the election of Joe Biden as President of the United States. It was a fair election. It has been certified that way, not just by the election authorities in each state, but even by Donald Trump's Department of Homeland Security. And now we ought to take seriously what is about to occur with these states trying to restrict voting rights. I marvel at my colleagues on the Republican side who come to the floor and say, we have no right. We have no right to tell these states what their laws should be when it comes to elections. This little booklet is in each of our desks. I would commend to my colleagues, particularly on the Republican side, to consider opening it and consider reading Article 1, Section 4. I'd like to read into the record of the United States Constitution. The times, places, and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof, but the Congress may at any time by law make or alter such regulations except as to the places of choosing senators. Then you go further in and read the Bill of Rights and the amendments to the Constitution. The Article 15, Amendment 15, says the right of citizens of the U.S. to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2, the Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. And yet Republican after Republican comes to the floor and questions how we could have the audacity to suggest that we're establishing standards so eligible voters across this country have an opportunity to vote. It is our constitutional responsibility to do it, and simply making that eligibility turn into an actual exercise of that right is consistent with our democracy. Mr. President, I know other colleagues are here to speak today. I will close by saying this. What brought that mob to this Capitol was the inspiration of a former president who provoked them, incited them, and turned them loose on this building. And now we're led to believe that he sat back and watched on television as the events unfolded, doing nothing, not picking up the phone, not calling on anyone to stop the violence, to stop the bloodshed, to stop the death that took place in this Capitol. He did nothing for hours until finally enough forces came in to reclaim this building. When I've seen the images, the photographs and the videos of people who were clowning in this chamber, posing for photographs, going through my desk and other desks and others, taking photographs with their phones, sitting in that chair, posed for pictures to send back home. It makes me sick to my stomach. This is a sacred place. It is not sacred because I serve here or anyone else does. It's sacred because it was built to be a symbol of this great nation. It was during the administration of a man from Illinois named Lincoln, who completed the Capitol Dome in the midst of the Civil War, so that this building would always be a symbol of the unity of our nation and the promise of our nation. That symbol was desecrated on January the 6th, and now the question rises, will we summon the courage to come together and lead, to extend the opportunity to vote to more and more Americans, to make this democracy more complete and more just, or will we step back and accept the verdict of history that we are going to go back in time instead of forward as a nation? I trust we'll move forward. These American people are great people. Regardless of their political persuasion, they have one abiding knowledge, and that is the fact that we are blessed to live in this country, and we each bear a responsibility to its future. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today along with colleagues to look back at a year ago, January 6th, 2021. I wish this was actually a bipartisan coming together today. A horrible, tragic day in our nation's history. But it's not enough to look back. We also need to look at what's happening today, because the threats against our democracy didn't go away when those black metal fences came down. Some of these threats against the democracy have found fertile soil right in this very chamber. January 6th, 2021 will go down in history as one of the worst days our nation has ever faced. It was disturbing, it was frightening, it was enraging. I know that I will never, ever forget it. Many people who were working here that day still carry scars. Some can be seen, and some can only be felt. The Capitol Police, the DC Police, the National Guard members, our other first responders, Capitol staff who were there that day are really heroes. And they deserve our thanks and our continued support. What we all witnessed that day was nothing less than a violent insurrection against the very seat of our democracy and our American form of government. It was sparked by a big lie, concocted by a political loser, and fueled by a network of his supporters. So let me take a moment to remind everyone that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election fair and square. In my home state of Michigan, in the middle of a pandemic, more people voted than ever before, 5.5 million people. And Michigan voters clearly and resoundingly chose Joe Biden to be our president and Kamala Harris to be our vice president. But instead of accepting defeat gracefully, like every other president in our history, Democrat or Republican, Donald Trump claimed that the election had been stolen from him. No one likes to lose an election. I've done both, winning and losing. It's not fun. But his election was not stolen from him. But this big lie has fueled an entire movement, people who will stop at nothing, including deadly violence, to undermine our Constitution and our country. They attacked our Capitol a year ago today on January 6th. They'll use and incite violence to disrupt future elections if they feel they need to. And now they're organizing on the state level to challenge the rules and take away people's freedom to vote. And tragically, our colleagues across the aisle are standing by and allowing this continuing attack on our democracy. We should be standing together, Democrats and Republicans, saying no to this assault on our Constitution and our country. Republicans said the right things that day. The senior senator from South Carolina said soon after the riot that he was humiliated and embarrassed for our country and that Trump should, quote, count him out. But a few short weeks later, Trump counted him in for 2 days of golf and dining at Mar-a-Lago. And then there's the Republican leader. He said that the January 6th riots were, quote, fed wild falsehoods by the most powerful man on earth because he was angry he'd lost an election. He added that Trump was practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day, and he was right. Then the Republican leader and the majority of Republicans voted no on impeachment. They opposed a bipartisan commission to investigate the events of January 6th. They blocked 3 bills to protect our freedom to vote. And they endorsed a Senate candidate who agrees with Trump that the 2020 election was stolen from him. In total, 147 Republican members of the House and Senate, 147, voted to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And a number of those 8 Republican senators still won't admit that Joe Biden is our duly elected president. Why am I focusing on this? Because our country has reached a critical crossroads. Either we are going to come together as Americans, defend our democracy, and look back on January 6th as a painful low point in our nation's history, or we can turn our power to a mob that is willing to do anything and say anything to dismantle our democracy and destroy this
Would my colleague yield
called
for a
America.
minute?
I would be happy to yield.
Okay, we're about to approach noon, where we'll have a moment of silence, not only in memory of those who were lost and those who were injured, but in all of the workforce here on Capitol Hill who worked through that day in a very, under dire circumstances. They did an amazing job, and in recognition of the great job they do for us every day. So we thank not only the floor staff, but all of those who work here. And with that, I think we'll commence the moment of silence, and after we finish, I'll call on Senator Klobuchar, Durbin, and then Senator Stabenow will resume, okay? So if we might now at 12 noon, well, it's a little before 12.
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes before.
Senator Schumer.
Senator Klobuchar, is your
Thank you
2
very
minutes?
much. I just
Senator
want
from Minnesota.
I want to recognize the heroic efforts of our staff, many of whom are here with us today, of our law enforcement, who in the face of overwhelming numbers and an unprecedented violent assault valiantly placed their lives on the line for this republic. It is also an opportunity to remember to recommit ourselves to making sure nothing like this ever happens again. As President Biden said today, our democracy held, we the people endured, we the people prevailed. And we devote this moment of silence to those who stood up, not only for this building, not only for the people that worked here, but for our very democracy itself.
A minute of silence, a moment of silence for all of those who have helped us then and help us now, the staffs and everybody else.
Under the previous order, the Senate will now observe a moment of silence in observance of the events of January 6th, 2021.
Senator Stabenow.
The senator from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just conclude by saying that either we are going to come together as Americans, which I hope and pray we do, to defend our democracy and look back on January 6th as a painful low point in our nation's history, or we can turn over power to a mob that is willing to do anything and say anything to dismantle our democracy and destroy this grand experiment called America. The January 6th insurrectionists tried to overthrow our Capitol, and their sidekicks in suits and ties are trying to overthrow our election.
Chamber right now, as you can see, solemn and hushed. Much different than the chaotic and violent afternoon 1 year ago today.
God,
let's listen in as the invocation starts.
Incline your ear to us and hear our prayers for our Congress, for our nation, for its people. As compatriots, we are too often separated by politics and perspectives, individual certainties and intractable opinions. On this anniversary of national discord and despair, send your healing spirit among us and tend to the dispiritedness and disagreement here within and around the people's house. This day, into your hands we commend our spirits of fear, anger, and uncertainty, and ask that you would revive in us our shared commitment to this country's highest ideals, its strength in its diversity, its power in its defense of the common good. On these virtues was our country founded, and for them countless heroes have sacrificed. Remind us, inspire us, the aggrieved, the skeptical, the disenfranchised, all of us, to hold true and remain worthy of this noble heritage. We offer the words of Abraham Lincoln, that once again we would emerge from our national turmoil with malice toward none and charity for all, with firmness in the right as you give us to see the right, to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves. Merciful God, restore to us this sacred obligation of unity and moral purpose. Inspire us to live lives which serve as a witness to your restoration and reconciliation. We pray your peace over your people. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Catherine. Pursuant to Section 11A of Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Section 4A of House Resolution 829, no organization or legislative business will be conducted on this day. The chair will address the chamber. Today, 1 year ago, the Capitol and those who work within it were targeted in a violent insurrection that sought to undermine democracy. As we acknowledge the horror of that day, we honor the heroism of so many, particularly U.S. Capitol Police, institutional staff, floor leadership, committee, and member staff. We had a session this morning where we could say thank you to many of them. Unfortunately, COVID did not enable us to have the full house. We will have another time when the attending physician allows. But as we acknowledge the horror of that day, in the face of extreme danger, they all risked their safety for our democracy by protecting the Capitol complex, members, staff, press, etc., press within, safeguarding the ballots in those mahogany boxes to validate the election, and ensuring that Congress could accomplish our purpose and honor our duty to the Constitution and to our country. That day and in the days after, they were the defenders of our democracy, and their courage and patriotism remain an inspiration. Because of them, Congress was able to defeat the insurrection, to return to the Capitol that same night to ensure that the peaceful transfer of power took place. Because of them and our members, the insurrection failed. 1 year later, this sacred space where members legislate, children learn, visitors are welcomed, was defiled and damaged. We know that. As we reflect on that darkest day, we remember that the insurrection sought not only to attack the building, but to undermine democracy itself. When the violent assault was made on the Capitol, its purpose was to thwart Congress's constitutional duty to validate the electoral count and to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. But the assault did not deter us from our duty, I say again. In this Capitol, a symbol of democracy to the world, that evening, the Congress, because of the courage of all of you, rose to honor our oath and protect our democracy. We did so honoring the words of President Lincoln during the Civil War. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare us one or another. We hold the power, therefore we bear the responsibility. Lincoln said. Today, we accept responsibility as daunting and demanding as any that previous generations of leadership have faced. Since the January 6th insurrection, there have been continued assaults on our democracy, undermining the sanctity of the vote and the integrity of our elections, which are the basis of our democracy. Let us be true to the vision of our founders, who brilliantly established our democracy and made it a model for the world. Let us honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who protect that freedom with their lives. And let us remember the words of another president, our patriarch, President George Washington. When he delivered the Constitution to the Congress, he said this. He said, "This Constitution represents the creation of a government which would allow for the continuation of rigorous debate, but relies upon the common sense and good faith of the American people to find the better angels of our nature." As we proceed, let us find our common ground, reach our nation's heights with liberty and justice for all, remembering the words of our great patriarch, and in the spirit that our chaplain referenced of President Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Let us acknowledge today, as I conclude, I want to acknowledge our fallen heroes of that day. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Livingood, Metropolitan Officer Jeffrey Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans of a later assault. Now I ask all members to rise for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 6:30 p.m. on Monday, January 10th, 2022.
We've just been listening to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi addressing a special session of the House 1 year to the date that rioters stormed the Capitol as they were trying to certify the electoral victory of President Joe Biden. Garrett Haake was there 1 year ago. He's our senior congressional correspondent. He was in the Russell Rotunda, where he is today, as he joins us live for this special coverage. And Garrett, I'm just wondering your thoughts. You know, the Capitol is not only the beacon of democracy for our country, it's also where you go to work every day. And I wonder if there's been a day you haven't thought about what happened on January 6th.
Not a single one. I mean, this is a community, and the difference between then and now is that a year ago, every member of this community experienced that attack in roughly the same way. We lived it. We were here. It happened to people we know. It happened to friends and family and loved ones, and it was a kind of uniting experience in those 24 hours. In the 365 days since, the attack has become a divisive experience. You look at the chamber floor just now, you saw 30 or 40 Democrats on one side of the chamber. The House is not in session today. This is the only business they were conducting. On the Republican side of the chamber, only Liz Cheney as an active member. She's also joined by her father, the former Vice President, Dick Cheney, who hasn't served in the House in more than 30 years. That speaks to just how divisive and divided the Congress has become over this issue. And it really boils down to this. Democrats are willing to place responsibility for this attack at the feet of the former president. Republicans are not. We heard that from President Biden today in his remarks this morning. Listen.
The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest.
Tom, just sampling of the president's speech here this morning, I think the bottom line for history is how will we view the January 6th? Will it be the same united way we looked at it in the immediate aftermath of that day a year ago, or will we remain as divided in the future as we are about it right now?
Yeah, it's the big question, and Speaker Pelosi asking that we all try to find common ground. And we can't forget what happened to Speaker Pelosi on that day. She had to be ushered to a secure location, her own staff hunkered down in a conference room, and of course, those rioters, once they stormed the Capitol, calling on her name, looking for her, even breaking into her office. This is the moment right here with their feet, at least one rioter with his feet up on their desk. We know that Speaker Pelosi still has a door that was broken into, a mirror that was broken on that day as well. As all of this was happening, one of NBC's reporters, Ellison Barber, and her team were on the Capitol Hill steps as all of this was playing out. She had a microphone in her hand, and she was live on both NBC News and MSNBC. Ellison, what do you remember about those moments?
Hey, Tom, you know, we'd come to the Capitol, this side of the Capitol, by about 8 a.m. that morning. We'd come for what we thought would be a small protest taking place in the day. I was standing almost in this exact spot in the afternoon as we saw those rioters come through and burst through bicycle racks just like these, almost in this exact same place, and then make their way up the Capitol steps. As you look around today, what we have noticed is a heavier presence, at least on foot, of Capitol police officers. We've seen more of them on bikes as well. Even before January 6th, the United States Capitol Police, they say they had staffing issues, but they have lost about 200 officers for various reasons since January 6th, and they say staffing remains an issue today. At the same time, some of what has been pointed out as the biggest failures of that day were tied to intelligence, and Capitol Police are adamant they've made dramatic changes in that regard. They say now leadership as well as officers are receiving intelligence briefings every single day, that they're working better with external law enforcement partners to share intelligence, and that they are in the final stages of getting a new intelligence director. Thousands of people flocked to the Capitol this day. Over 725 people have been arrested in the year since they arrived on this on the Capitol steps on that fateful day. More than 225 people have been charged with assaulting, resisting, or impeding officers or employees. 640 people charged with entering or remaining in a restricted federal building or grounds. 70 people have been sentenced so far. Again, all for activities related to what took place here on January 6th. The new Capitol Police Chief, the Speaker of the House, they have said that there is no doubt in their mind that the Capitol is safer today than it was a year ago. But from spending the entire day here a year ago, talking to the people in that crowd, the rage that we saw, the beliefs, the mindsets that they had, the arguments we heard about things that were simply not true. What happened on January 6th was more than just a failure of security or mistakes made by the United States Capitol Police. And we still hear today elected officials, the former president, pushing the very lies that led people up those Capitol steps on January 6th.
Yeah, Ellison, you know, as we see the video of when this riot took place, we are all reminded that the Capitol turned into a crime scene that day. You saw it, you heard it, you personally felt it. And on that last point you were mentioning, there are people out there who would like to sort of revisit this and add some revisionist history. There's no way to describe this. There was nothing peaceful about these moments right here.
Right. I mean, I've heard people, and people have said to me before, that it was outside agitators, left-wing groups like Antifa. I was here all day speaking with people starting at 8 a.m. I was here talking to people as they came down the steps and then told us that they had made their way inside and made it to Nancy Pelosi's office. The idea that this was agitators, left-wing plotters, none of that is true. The idea that this was a peaceful protest and just a few people got a little out of hand, that is not true. We watched as the Proud Boys extremist groups marched around, chanting around the United States Capitol. And then we saw some of the things left on the ground, Tom, of bear spray, debris that people had thrown and used to attack law enforcement to make their way up those stairs. What happened here, it was not peaceful. Tom?
Ellison, thank you. We're also joined by NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you know, the president earlier today had a line that sort of struck me. He said, today is not about being bogged down in the past. This is so the past isn't buried, right? He wants to make sure we don't forget. And as we remember, I want to ask you, what have we learned?
Well, what we've learned is I think our democracy is more fragile than we realize. What we learned is how broken our information ecosystem is. I mean, Tom, a year ago at this moment when this was happening and I was anchoring on the air at the time, I, along with many others, and I think inside the Republican Party as well, thought, all right, this is it. Trump's gone too far. This will break it. This is how the Republican Party finally is able to rid itself of this Trump virus that has sort of hijacked the party. Here we are a year later. It is just the opposite. Trump has more control. He is of this party. Those that want to speak out and have spoken out are very few. We've obviously Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger are among the most prominent. Those that know better but want to stay in their jobs have decided to appease this and go along with it. And I really think it comes back to this, Tom. We have a broken information ecosystem. There is a large, loud minority, but it's a large minority who believe the former president's series of lies here. And no amount of truth-telling is probably going to penetrate these minds. This is why the real lesson here is how weak the elected Republicans have turned out to be. Whether it's Mitch McConnell, who I think thought somehow he didn't need to impeach it. He didn't want. You have a lot of Republicans that want to get rid of Trump, but they don't want the fingerprints. Let somebody else do it. I think for me the lesson here, Trump is not going to be out of our politics unless members of the Republican Party kick him out, and they so far have chosen not to do that.
Chuck, on that point, and going back to the speaker's speech just moments ago about trying to find common ground, were you surprised by the tone that the president struck earlier today? Because it was no doubt a prosecution of the former president 1 year later.
I think it was something that he had been avoiding. What was remarkable to me about it is that it's gone. We went a year without him responding to this. You know, he wanted to stay above this. And a lot of people thought this. If you ignore some of the craziest rantings of the former president, maybe he'll fade away. Maybe this will wear itself out. 1 year later, that's not the case. That's why this president of the United States, Joe Biden, had to do what he did. He had to do it for history's sake, but he had to do it, I think, for those that are on the side of the democracy here and want to know, is he going to be a bulwark for it? And I think this is why a lot of people have described it. I think this was probably easily the most important speech he's given as president, and I think it's his best. And I'll tell you this, if you think that speech was partisan, then you believe the former president's lies. It's only a partisan speech if you think there's somehow a truthful dispute here. If you're pro-democracy and pro-America, it is hard to look at that speech and say, oh, it's politically skewed. And to see today some elected Republicans try to have it both ways, condemning what happened on January 6th, but then trying to memory hole how we got to January 6th, and instead try to play politics with it, I think it just shows you, unfortunately, how powerful the former president's hold is on approximately 30 to 40% of the American people.
1 year later, we are learning something, and we are still growing as a country. And that speech from the president and Speaker Pelosi also teaching us new things as well. Chuck Todd, Ellison Barber, Garrett Hake, we thank you for all of your reporting. That concludes our coverage of today's moment of silence on the House floor. Lester Holt will be back with you here again at 5:30 p.m. Eastern for the House and Senate prayer vigil set to be held on the Capitol steps. He'll also have a portion of his exclusive and very candid interview with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi today, discussing her memories of that day and its lasting impact on democracy. I'm Tom Yamas. For all of us here at NBC News, thank you for joining us.
Before us, with the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act ready for passage, we have the opportunity, and the time is now. And I continue to urge my colleagues, both Republicans and Democrats, to work together to swiftly pass these critical voting rights bills that are needed to protect our elections and our democracy. We must bolster the security, accessibility, and transparency of our elections in order to mend the wounds of January 6th and begin to heal as a nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. President, with that, I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today with my colleagues, and I'd like to particularly thank my colleague, the senior senator from Minnesota, for bringing us together today. I rise today with my colleagues to commemorate the first anniversary of January 6th, the attack on our Capitol and the attempted coup to overturn our democracy. You know, I've thought a lot about this day over the last year, and I speak today because I think it's important that we are clear about what happened on January 6th, how it connects to what's happened since, and what needs to happen next. So let me be direct. On January 6th, there was a violent attack on the United States Capitol, led by insurrectionists with the explicit goal to overturn our free and fair elections in the election of Joe Biden. The attack happened because the former president, Trump, and his allies encouraged his supporters to come to Washington. They told them falsely that the election had been stolen. He incited them to violence, and then he sat and watched while the Capitol was attacked. These are the facts, and there was no attempt to hide it. It's as plain as that wintry January day. Now, I am sure that all of us in this room have vivid memories of what happened on that day. Moments of crisis leave a deep impression. And for us, of course, this violence happened in our workplace while we were doing our jobs. The Capitol on January 6th was full of members of Congress, national political leaders of both parties, and a vice president that the former president had exhorted his angry mob to hunt down. It was also, though, full of journalists, custodians, and cafeteria workers. In this chamber were our clerks and colleagues and parliamentarians and the stenographers who are here hour after hour making this place work. You are public servants thrown into violent chaos and danger by the former president. And law enforcement and first responders. Let's remember that January 6th was one of the worst days for injuries to law enforcement since 9/11, as a violent mob bludgeoned and crushed and wounded and killed. That's what happened, and no amount of whitewashing is going to change it. It also happened, Mr. President, that when we came back into this chamber to finish our jobs and to certify the people's votes, that some Republicans spoke the truth about the terrible tragedy of that day. Senator McConnell said, and I quote, "The mob was fed lies. They were provoked by the president and other powerful people." Senator Lindsey Graham, sitting right over there, declared in reference to the disgraced former president, quote, "Count me out. Enough is enough." So for a moment, it seemed like we would unify in condemning the political violence incited by a president who had betrayed our fundamental democratic principles. But later that night, Senator Cruz, Senator Hawley, and 6 other senators voted to overturn our free and fair elections, continuing down this reckless path. Within days, Republican Party leaders and right-wing media outlets began turning away from the facts of January 6th. Former President Trump was impeached for his seditious actions, but his hold on the Republican Party is so strong that only 7 Republican senators voted to convict. Republicans to this day continue to promote the big lie that the election was stolen from Trump. They claim that the people who stormed the Capitol with zip ties and bludgeons were tourists. They've attempted to portray the violent insurgents as martyrs rather than domestic terrorists. And this is why today, 58% of Republicans believe falsely that the election was stolen from President Trump. Now, the insurrection and the coup attempt on January 6th was ultimately unsuccessful. But this fight continues in state legislatures across the country. And they are prevailing. According to the Brennan Center, in 2021, 19 states passed laws restricting Americans' voting rights and giving partisan officials, Republicans, unprecedented control over the certification of election results. Their plan is right out there in plain view. Step one is to make it harder for some people to vote. Step two is to give partisans at the local level the power to ignore and overturn the people's votes. This is a coordinated strategy connected directly to the events of January 6th, and it is the path to overturning our democracy if we allow it. We cannot allow it. Through the January 6th Commission and through the Department of Justice, we must hold accountable those responsible for the crimes of that infamous day, including those at the top. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, which provides for basic standards for free and fair elections and fulfills the promise of our nation that in this democratic republic, the people decide. Now, not a single Republican senator is willing to join us Democrats in this endeavor, and that is a tragedy. Colleagues, I implore you, we cannot let Republicans hide behind Senate rules and block us from taking this common sense step to protect our democracy. In a democracy, a majority of the people decide. That's how it works in township meetings and city halls and county board meetings and in state legislatures, and that's how it should work in the United States Senate. We senators have the power to protect our democracy, and we have no excuse not to use that power. Now, on January 6th, I woke up early and I wrote down a few thoughts as I was heading to the Capitol. I had been sworn into office the third time in 3 years, just a few days before. My husband, Archie, had been with me for the swearing in, and he'd headed home the day before. And as he left, he said, "Are you going to be okay?" And I said to him, "For sure. The United States Capitol is one of the safest places in the country. I'm going to be fine." Here's what I wrote this morning before I came to the Capitol. I wrote, "Today is a remarkable day. This morning I am filled with optimism. Georgians turned out in record numbers to elect Reverend Ralph Warnock to the United States Senate, pastor of Dr. King's home church. And it looks very likely that John Ossoff will be victorious, giving Democrats a majority in the Senate. And for me, this means that the work that Minnesotans sent me to do in Washington can actually get done. We will get through this day," I wrote that morning. "I truly believe our democracy is resilient and can withstand this desperate coup attempt. But it is a reminder of how hard we need to fight for our core principles, that no one is above the law, and that a democracy is when the people decide." Now, little did I know, Mr. President, but my optimism still holds, and my faith also still holds. My faith that we can be worthy of the promise laid out in our Constitution. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. That is our oath and our promise. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise, as so many of us on this day, to do a couple things. Number one, to reflect and remember. That's important for so many reasons, but we're also here, I think, to express gratitude and commendation for so many who work in this building, the staff, the Capitol Police, and so many others who kept us safe 1 year ago today on that awful day. And I'll get to some other issues in a moment, but I want to start with just some reflections of what I remember about that day, but also what I think the country experienced on a day of horror and terror and desecration, a day when a group of Americans came to this building to stop the counting of the electoral votes. And they were told to do that by the then President of the United States. We know all the death that ensued from that, especially of law enforcement officers, and something on the order of 140 injuries, some of them grievous, permanent injuries to law enforcement, all based upon the violence, based upon a big lie, a deliberate falsehood that started long before even Election Day, started during the course of the 2020 election. But despite that big lie, and I don't want to spend all of today talking about that, but despite that big lie and the violence that flowed from that big lie and the near collapse of our democracy, despite that, we know that something on the order of 60 judges throughout the country, federal judges, state judges, appointed by Democrats, Republicans, and even some appointed by the former president, called out that big lie by rejecting the arguments based upon that big lie in about 60 different matters before those judges. So we know what happened, and I think the January 6th Commission will continue to put the evidence on the record and hold people accountable. But I think on a day like today, I want to focus on two issues. One is to express that gratitude that I mentioned before. The thousands of Americans who work in this building, the thousands who are not members of Congress who helped us on that day, everything from getting us to safety to making sandwiches for us when we were in a safe, secure room. Something that basic. But of course, so many Americans now know, after all these months have unfolded, about the sacrifices made by so many on that day, especially law enforcement. But people in this building, who work in this building, have done so for years. They too were terrorized on that day. It wasn't just members of Congress and the nation more broadly. We even had the image, the horrible, disturbing, racist image on television of an American walking through the halls of this building with a Confederate flag. Never happened before. Not even during the American Civil War had that happened. So when we talk about those who have done so much, here's what we're talking about. We're talking about people who suffered devastating injuries, as I said before, some of them lifelong. The emotional toll that this violence imposed upon members of the staff here in the building, both during the siege and its aftermath, is almost incalculable. So we're grateful for their service on every day of their work, but especially on that terrible day. I also want to thank, and we can't do this enough, we could do it 1,000 times and it wouldn't be enough, to thank the United States Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department for all they did to protect us, to ultimately quell the violence, and to literally protect our democracy. These officers were bruised and beaten. They were attacked with bolts and bricks and bats and bear spray, as we saw so much. as well as stun guns. They had broken bones. They had concussions, chemical burns, scars, stitches, on and on. That's what violence does to a human being. They were also subjected to, those who happened to be black Americans in law enforcement or in communities of color, they were subjected to horrific racial epithets, the kind of language that should never be tolerated, not only here in the Capitol, but anywhere in our country. Some of them were even attacked by an American flag, by a flagpole with an American flag on it. So what this all adds up to is, unfortunately, not just a mob going into a building. This is about domestic terrorism. And I think it's an important day to be thankful that so many stood up to that domestic terrorism in law enforcement. So we offer both our gratitude and try, as inadequate as it is, mere words, try on a day like today to bestow some measure of both gratitude and commendation for what they did on that day. But finally, Mr. President, I think today is a day for resolve, to be determined to take action, legislative action. The best way we can do that is by passing the Freedom to Vote Act. That's the best thing we can do, not only for the next couple of weeks, but really it might be the most important thing that any of us work on. And I want to thank Senator Klobuchar and so many others who have worked on these issues, not just in the aftermath of January the 6th, but for thinking about the future of our democracy, literally the future of whether someone will have a clear pathway in the right to vote. The ability to vote in ways that so many Americans were able to vote in the midst of the pandemic. You know, there were a lot of people back in 2020 who said, oh, you know, in Pennsylvania you had a big turnout for president in 2016, but that turnout's going to go way down because it's a re-election and there's a pandemic and people won't vote and people will be afraid to vote. Guess what happened? We went from about 6 million votes in 2016 to almost 6.9 million votes. So almost 900,000 more people voted in Pennsylvania than did just 4 years earlier. Probably the highest turnout in more than 120 years in our state, just like it was for the nation. Now that didn't happen in our state just because people were more interested. It happened because we had pathways by way of a change in state law to allow them to vote. Very similar to what we're trying to do by enacting into law the Freedom to Vote Act. Being able to vote early, being able to vote by way of a mail-in ballot, having a drop box. What if you're 90 years old and you live in a rural area in Pennsylvania? We got 48 rural counties, by the way. What if you live in a rural area and you can't get to the county election bureau to drop off your mail-in ballot? Shouldn't you have a drop box if you're 90 years old and you want to vote? What if you live on a farm? What if you're running a farm and you've got a busy life or you're running a small business? Shouldn't you have the opportunity to vote? Or should you just be restricted to one day in the year? One day per year, every year for a general election. And if you can't get to vote that day, then you're not able to vote. Why would we go back to those days? But apparently a lot of people in this chamber are supporting efforts all across the country, hundreds of voter suppression bills. As Reverend Warnock said, seems like some people don't want some people to vote. I don't understand that. After we had record turnout in Pennsylvania from 2016 to 2020, because we had different pathways for people to vote. That's what we're trying to do with the Freedom to Vote Act. To have national standards so people will have a chance to vote in the way that they want, in a way that's helpful in terms of their family life or their work life. But we're at a point now where the big lie is perpetuating itself in more ways than one. Let me conclude with one thought. My hometown newspaper, the Scranton Times-Tribune, published an editorial today. And I would ask, Mr. President, for consent to submit as part of the record and part of my remarks an editorial entitled, "Long Year After 1/6/21, It Continues," which is dated today.
Without objection.
I won't read all of it, obviously, but the point that this editorial makes is the attack continues today. It's not over. It's not some event in the past that we are just reflecting upon. As important as it is to reflect and remember and offer gratitude and commendation. But here's what the editorial says, and I'll just read a short portion of it. It says, "The attack continues," and I'm quoting. "It carries on in state houses like Pennsylvania's, where lawmakers continue to question the outcome of the 2020 presidential election, the most transparent and heavily scrutinized vote in our nation's history. Craft bills to diminish the sort of heavy turnout that carried Joe Biden to victory, waste public money on fraudulent searches for fraud, gerrymander congressional districts in the cause of minority rule," and it goes on from there, saying that the attack continues by all of this work to lie about the election of 2020 and to pass voter suppression bills all across the country. The good news, Mr. President, is that's not going to happen. We are not going to allow a partisan minority to prevent us from passing legislation to keep that pathway to the right to vote clear in the ways that it was clear, so that so many Pennsylvanians and many Americans, as I said in my home state, hundreds of thousands more voting in a pandemic than voted just 4 years earlier. So, Mr. President, on this day, when we remember with horror that day just a year ago, and we say thank you to those law enforcement officials and others who work in this building and did so much for us and for the nation, we also are determined to move forward to protect our democracy and ensure that this great American experiment continues for generations. Thank you, Mr. President, and I would yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, we will be joined shortly from your colleague from the great state of Virginia, and I know I wanted to address some of the incredible work done by the Maryland and the Virginia National Guard, which was so important that day. That we have fixed a lot of the issues going forward about how they get called in, but that moment when they had to stand up, they did. And so we really, truly appreciate their help, as well as other National Guards as far away from New Jersey, as close as D.C., for helping them out that day. They made a critical difference. And I see the Senator from Michigan is here, and we thank him for his leadership of the Homeland Security Committee and the work that we did together in the aftermath of this insurrection to make sure something like this and to guarantee to the staff and the officers in this Capitol that something like this never happens again. The Senator from Michigan.
Well, thank you, Senator Klobuchar. And Mr. President, you know, one year ago today, a shocking, violent, and unthinkable attack on the U.S. Capitol shook the very foundations of our democracy. I was here in this chamber as we were conducting the ceremonial certification of our election. And I just remember so vividly as the proceedings were so abruptly paused and the Vice President was hurried off of the podium by the Secret Service, and the confusion as we evacuated this chamber. And in that moment, none of us were aware of the brutal altercations that were unfolding all around us as our heroic law enforcement officers and first responders fended off the violent mob of insurrectionists. The images from that day are absolutely horrifying. And they're images that I and this country will hopefully never forget. We are forever indebted to the brave U.S. Capitol police officers, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, the National Guard, and others whose valiant efforts defended the democracy that day and thwarted an attempted insurrection. Not only did this attack leave frontline officers with serious physical injuries, but it also took the lives of several. The attack has taken an unimaginable mental and emotional toll on first responders, the Capitol Hill community, and Americans all across our nation who witnessed this assault on the heart of our democracy with their own eyes, either here in person or watching it on television. Sadly, as we mark this solemn anniversary, the threat that we all watched become a violent act 1 year ago has only continued to grow. In my role as chairman of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, along with the Rules Committee Chairwoman Klobuchar, we were proud to lead the first bipartisan oversight hearings, investigation, and report on the immediate changes needed to secure the Capitol and to prevent a future attack. Since that report was released last June, nearly 16 of the 20 recommendations that we made have been implemented or are well underway. The Capitol is secure, and we are much better prepared for a future attack. But let us be very clear. We must do more to tackle the threat of domestic and violent extremism, especially as more and more people embrace conspiracy theories and outright lies and report that they believe that violence can be justified to get their desired political outcomes. Once relegated to the fringes of our society, these kinds of views are now creeping further into mainstream. And that presents a grave threat to the future of our democracy. There's no easy one solution to address this matter, but there are actions that we can take to protect our democracy and strengthen it for generations to come. Most significantly, our nation's political leaders, no matter their political affiliation, must condemn the violence that occurred on these grounds 1 year ago and speak out against the lies and conspiracies about the 2020 election that have compelled further threats and acts of violence. We must also address how this disinformation and other extremist content spreads online, reaches new audiences, and drives too many people down a rabbit hole of radicalization. We have seen all too clearly how the spread of such extreme content online can swiftly become real-world violence. More actions must be taken to limit the amplification of disinformation and extreme content online, and to prevent extremist views from reaching that tipping point into violent acts. And our counterterrorism agencies must ensure that they are effectively focusing on the threat at hand by ensuring that they have sufficient personnel and resources devoted to domestic terrorism and domestic violent extremism. And finally, today, and every day, all Americans must remain committed to protecting our democracy. We cannot take our democracy for granted. It is built on the promise that every American is committed to the same core values of free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power, and an accountable government for all of the people. If we lose this shared commitment to continue upholding our most cherished principles, we risk losing the very freedoms and the rights that have made our nation a beacon of light for the entire world. Every member of this body, every American, has a vital role in strengthening our democracy. Elected officials on both sides of the aisle and at every level of government should make clear that the lies and violent action that took place on January 6th have no place in our country, and commit themselves to restoring faith in our democratic institutions by ensuring that everyone can make their voices heard in our democracy through the ballot box. 1 year ago, we saw our democracy endure against a violent attempted insurrection. But we must be very clear-eyed moving forward. We cannot let efforts to weaken and erode confidence in the future of our democracy continue. Let's come together and take the very real challenges our nation faces head on. In times of adversity, our country persevered because we came together as one. We must channel that spirit and strive to create a more perfect union today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President. Senator from Virginia. Mr. President, thank you for that recognition, and it is great to see you safe and secure out of your vehicle presiding over the Senate. It's a great honor for me to follow my friend, the Senator from Michigan, on this important day, and I want to start by thanking my friend, the chairperson of the Rules Committee, the Senator from Minnesota, for organizing us to come together today to commemorate or acknowledge what was a dark, dark day in American history that happened a year ago. I want to thank, and I'll get into this in a more formal way in a moment, all the folks who helped protect us on January 6th of a year ago. And I want to commend an organization that I know the presiding officer is aware of, and Senator from Minnesota, Senator from Colorado, the World Central Kitchen, led by Jose Andres, who is right now downstairs. Jose is not, but the organization is, serving Capitol Police and other Capitol personnel free meals today. This is a wonderful organization that supports those in need all across the world, all across the country, and the fact that they are here today saying thank you to our Capitol Police and others is appropriate. Mr. President, I rise today to mark the anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, in which a mob broke into this Capitol, broke into this floor of the Senate in an effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This was an effort to undermine democracy, plain and simple. In the last year, I think most of us have reflected a lot on the effort by our United States Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police, the Virginia State Police, the Maryland State Police that day. They quite literally held the line to protect our democracy. I'm personally indebted to those individuals who saved so many lives, and some of whom lost their own. And while others have already come before me and talked about the incredible role of the Capitol Police, again, other allies, Metropolitan Police, and as the presiding officer knows, the first state police to arrive on the scene were Maryland and Virginia. And they actually got here quicker than the National Guard. But I would like to highlight in my comments today another group of people who helped quell the insurrection, and that was the Virginia National Guard. A group of men and women that I and the presiding officer have great pride in. We both have served as governors of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and one of the most important roles of being governor, beyond the fact of an incredibly important title you carry when you're governor, is the fact that we served during each of our 4 years, Senator, the presiding officer, and I as Commander-in-Chief of the Guard. And one of the most meaningful parts I recall was seeing off those Guard members, young and old, and these are folks who have day jobs and lives and studies and work, seeing them off and deploy to Iraq and Afghanistan to respond in the aftermath of hurricanes and floods, welcoming back these citizen soldiers in a way that oftentimes doesn't get the recognition that they deserve. But again, think back to January 6th. As the crowds grew here on Capitol grounds and steadily advanced their positions, eventually indicated into this building itself. And again, so many of us were here, and I think it was the senator from Oklahoma who was speaking as we heard the glass break and people shouting, "Quick, let's secure the doors." And as I think all of us who work here and our pages, the great members of the floor staff, particular recognition of the parliamentarian staff, we come racing in and we think about those doors upstairs, which are frankly pretty flimsy. We all remember that day and those moments. It was obvious pretty quickly that we were going to need additional force to augment the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police. Now, a year ago, it took much too long and then was needed to get the National Guard to provide that assistance. We had at that point a convoluted system in place that resulted in delays in getting the Guard to the Capitol. I'm proud to say that since then, Congress, again under the leadership of the chair of the Rules Committee, Senator Klobuchar, has passed on a bipartisan basis, and the President has signed into law the Capitol Police Emergency Assistance Act, which empowers the Capitol Police Chief to request the assistance of the D.C. Guard or other federal law enforcement agencies in emergencies without the prior approval process that was used in the past, the Capitol Police Board, and the kind of bureaucratic hurdles that, frankly, didn't allow the Guard to get called in a year ago. Because when the decision was finally made to utilize National Guard personnel, men and women from the D.C. National Guard, the Maryland National Guard, and the Virginia Guard were literally the first ones to be called up. Within hours of the riot and the Capitol being stormed, while personnel here on the ground were still working to secure and fully regain control of the Capitol complex, men and women in the Virginia National Guard were ready for deployment. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I think those of us, and I see now the presiding officer is the former governor of Maine, he had that same responsibility that I had and the prior officer had as governors to be commander-in-chief of our guards. But we know firsthand that the National Guard in each of our respective states is a civilian force. These men and women who were called up on January 6th and 7th were called from their jobs, their studies, and most importantly, their families. They were called from cities and towns and big cities and small farming communities all across the Commonwealth. Within hours, they mobilized for a domestic deployment to our national capital. I remember one Guard member I met who lived in Arlington. He was working, got the deployment call, rushed back home to pick up some clothes, take a shower, had to frankly drive all the way down. I think they were mustering in Newport News at that point, and then be redeployed up here at the Capitol the next morning. On January 7th, the morning following the riots, the 1st National Guard personnel arrived on scene to support the ongoing security effort and to protect against the possibility of future threats. Folks in this room remember how uncertain the immediate aftermath was. The men and women of the Guard arrived in D.C. fully armed and had been told to prepare for the possibility of confronting heavily armed rioters and protesters, not tourists, heavily armed rioters and protesters, and even the possibility that some of those rioters and protesters might bring bombs or IEDs that could have been placed in the vicinity of the Capitol. We still haven't found the source of those bombs that were placed at the Democratic and Republican National Committees. The weeks leading up to the inauguration, after the 7th, before the 21st, even more National Guard personnel pour into D.C. from across the country. The Virginia National Guard continued to perform a critical and outsized role in this response, with nearly 2,500 men and women, close to 10% of the total Guard presence in D.C., securing the Capitol grounds and Library of Congress, providing quick reaction capabilities to Capitol, Metropolitan, and Park Police, and adding critical communications, medical, logistical, and chaplain support. I want to specifically highlight the Virginia National Guard's 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, which played a leading role in protecting our Capitol in the weeks following January 6th. The IBCT, under the command of Colonel Chris Shimulski, led a task force of more than 7,400 airmen and soldiers from 12 different states and was responsible for maintaining the physical security of the Capitol grounds leading up to the inauguration. Twice during their mission here at the Capitol, I had the privilege of meeting with the Virginia Guard. What I heard time and again was the great mix of emotion that came with this deployment. These women and men had volunteered for duty to serve the United States and protect our Constitution. But what they normally expected that duty to ensue was protecting us against our foreign enemies. Again, I see my friend, my colleague from Virginia. I know he visited with the Guard as well. Many of these men and women had been deployed, in some cases multiple times, to Iraq and Afghanistan. Many of these soldiers and airmen had been deployed in the aftermath of hurricanes and storms and natural disasters. None of them, not only from Virginia, but for any other state that was mustered here, had ever been deployed when the front line against people who wanted to overthrow our government was not abroad, but right here in our nation's capital. They were as shocked as all of us that this very building where we work every day needed National Guard protection. The truth was, they would spend weeks on duty, camped out in our Capitol and around the congressional office buildings. And again, thank the Chairman of the Rules Committee, when sometimes they didn't get a fair shake or try to get pushed aside. Many of us, under her leadership, said no, these folks should not be pushed out in the cold because somebody wants their parking space back. And I remember their kind of uncertainty. They were kind of saying, well, Senator, we didn't think we'd ever be here. But I also remembered their pride in serving as part of this historic mission, and their direct role in safeguarding our democracy. Their presence during that time, all the way through the inauguration, when there were still concerns that the mobs might not be back, I think helped calm the Capitol, not just members, but those who were pages at that point and the many, many staff. They helped calm the Capitol and our country. And while we faced and still face unprecedented challenges as a nation, the work and dedication of the men and women of the Guard demonstrated that our democracy is stronger than the destructive behavior of any mob. This is important because the events of January 6th were not an isolated event. What happened that day was product of the big lie perpetrated by a former president and cultivated by those who wished to chip away at the sacred values upon which our nation was founded. Those same individuals, in many instances, continue to stoke that lie that our elections are not secure and that they're better off in the hands of partisan officials with the authority to overturn the results if somehow those partisan officials don't like the results of the people. Fueled by the big lie, a number of states across the country are changing laws to undermine the right to vote in free and fair elections. The rights of all Americans, but especially minority Americans, people of color, and young Americans, are being attacked, and the basic tenet of our democracy is under siege. These changes to voting laws are un-American. For example, what happened in one state where, as we heard yesterday, oftentimes in precincts that are precincts of color, particularly precincts with heavy concentration of African Americans, you wait not an hour or 10 minutes in line, you wait 2, 5, 8, 10 hours in line. So the idea that we can't give you any water or food while you're waiting that 10 hours in line, who's going to vote? Or in states like Texas, where they're saying a local government can overturn the results of a local election. That's not democracy. It is despicable that some people want to make it harder for eligible Americans to participate in our democracy. One of the things we saw, I'm very proud of, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we dramatically expanded our voting rights this year. We had an unprecedented turnout. It resulted in favor of one party. Our candidate of choice didn't win. The Republican candidate won because he helped turn out the early vote. And the notion, I don't understand with those who are trying to restrict, what are people afraid of when more people participate? Consequently, that is why we need to act now to protect our democracy by passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Since the Senate has shown it cannot do this basic duty and find 60 senators.
The president would say that after the Civil War. In this regard, he said, "Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. We hold the power and bear the responsibility. Now, indeed, we have a responsibility as daunting and demanding as any previous generations of leadership. We hold the power and bear the responsibility to save our democracy." In that regard, it is now my honor to yield to the distinguished majority leader of the Senate, and speaking on behalf of our colleagues in the House, we welcome you back to the House side. And I want to thank the leader because he was so instrumental the night of the assault in ensuring that we would return to the Capitol and the world would see that the insurrection was defeated and victory had prevailed. Mr. Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Well, thank you, everybody, and it is good to be back here in the Cannon Caucus Room. It's been redone. I hardly recognized it, but like everything else, much in the House, under the Speaker's leadership, much improved. And I want to thank her for bringing us here together for this event, and of course, our wonderful guest speakers in today's moderated discussion. Now, we all know today is an important but sad day for all of us here at the Capitol, and indeed for our entire country. A year ago, a mob of radicals carried out for the first time in over 200 years an armed attack on the U.S. Capitol in an effort to undermine our constitutional order. History is clear. When democracies are in danger, it often starts with a mob. And that's why it's so wonderful that we're having our historians here today. We all know the mob can start out as a small number. Not everyone has to join it, but it just needs a critical mass of people who stay out of the way, who ignore it, or even condone those actions. And if it's allowed to grow, and leaders, irresponsible leaders, egg on the mob and encourage it, it can become poison to our democracy. And then the unthinkable becomes real. Democracy erodes and could, horror of horrors, and God forbid, vanish. But thankfully, that did not happen 1 year ago. Today, we pay tribute to all those who stared into the abyss to protect this building, our Capitol Police, our DC Metro Police, our National Guard. And we also thank the unsung heroes who came into this building hours after the attack to heal, repair, and make whole what the rioters tried to tear down. Our maintenance staff, our technicians, all those who came in late at night without complaint and brought the Capitol back to life. Above all, as we remember this day, we must also speak the truth about what happened a year ago, about the root causes of January 6th, its legacy, and what it portends to the future of our democracy. That's why conversations like the one today matter. It's an honor to join the speaker with Doris Kearns Goodwin and John Meacham. Their works are some of the most authoritative accounts of American history in the public mind. And I also want to thank today's moderator, Dr. Carla Hayden, the president of the Library of Congress, who throughout her career has been one of the top library directors in the country. It's an honor. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues from both the House and Senate for sharing their stories. These stories are painful, but they radiate with the light of truth, and we must continue to shine that light upon them. So thank you for making that happen. And let's remember one more thing today. That powerful as the mob may seem at times, the counter is stronger. The wellspring of democracy runs deep. The strength of the American people is unshaken. And they've always stepped up in the end, Democrat, Republican, Independent, to preserve what has been handed down by the framers. I know we can do it again, and I want to thank you, each of us, in our small ways, for making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for your very profound words and for your speech on the floor of the Senate today as well, sharing your experiences of that day. That's so important, and that's why we're very excited to hear the testimonials of our members following this moderated conversation. To begin the conversation, we're privileged to have a contribution from one of the great creative talents of our time, Lin-Manuel Miranda. May his beautiful words be an inspiration to us. Among the words he said and in the music, we'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you and we'll give the world to you. Lin-Manuel and his father and the Hamilton singers whom we'll hear from said that they were all very honored to be asked to participate today. I call your attention to
a new year brings hope for the future, new energy to face the tasks ahead of us, and a renewed promise to strengthen the foundations of our democracy. We are all stewards of the American experiment, working to pass down to our children and our grandchildren a more perfect union that treats all its citizens with fairness and equity. We should never take our rights and liberties for granted, and we must remain committed to finding a way forward together. That's what I wrote about in the song Dear Theodosia from Hamilton. I believe no challenge is worth abandoning our efforts to unite as Americans. We will keep working, generation after generation, until we reach that someday.
Dear Theodosia, what to say to you? You have my eyes, you have your mother's name. When you came into the world, you cried, and it broke my heart. I'm dedicating every day to you. Domestic life was never quite my style. When you smile, you knock me out, I fall apart. And I thought I was so smart. You will come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you and you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Yeah, you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Oh, Philip, when you smile, I am undone. My son, look at my son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. There is so much more inside me now. Oh, Philip, you outshine the morning sun. My son, when you smile, I fall apart. And I thought I was so smart. My father wasn't around. My father wasn't around. I swear that I'll be around for you. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll make a million mistakes. I'll make the world safe and sound for you. We'll come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you and you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Yeah, you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday.
Somehow the arts have a way of saying things in a way that connects, that we cannot do any other way. And that's why I thought it was really important for us to have the arts lead us in this discussion. And the further discussion is with some of the most outstanding artists, writers of our time. It's essential that we establish and preserve the narrative of January 6th. To do so, we are privileged to have the guidance of leading historians in our nation. Our moderator, Dr. Carla Hayden, is referenced by our distinguished leader, who as Librarian of Congress helps preserve the treasures of American history. We are very, very proud of you, Madam Librarian. She will have the privilege of truly introducing our guest, but I do want to thank Doris Kearns Goodwin, a national treasure, who chronicled some of the most pivotal periods and personalities in American history. We're waiting for Team of Rivals to be made into a musical. Doris Kearns Goodwin, thank you for being with us. And John Meacham, whose brilliant writing has informed and inspired millions, and we're grateful to him for the beautiful book he wrote about our colleague, John Lewis. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for informally advising our President of the United States, Joe Biden. Thank you, John Meacham. Their wisdom will serve our Congress and the country, because as we know, as Lincoln told us, and as we just all know, the stories connect, and they will tell the story, the narrative of America and the place that January 6th fits into that. And we will work to preserve the full, true history of that day. With that, I'm very pleased now to invite our guest to the podium and first yield to the Distinguished Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden. Steny and I take special pride in Carla Hayden because she's the librarian from the Baltimore Enoch Pratt Free Library, Maryland, a leader in the Maryland community of thought. And I, again, was so thrilled when she was named by the President Obama to be the Librarian of Congress, because I know she was a leader in the library community, the head of the whole thing, springing from Baltimore, Maryland, and now the head of the Library of Congress, Carla Hayden. Thank you, Carla.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Senator Schumer, and all the members of Congress who are here in person and with us online. And as a librarian, a career librarian, who has spent her life working with bringing narratives to people, it is an honor for me to be with two of the leading and most distinguished historians.
Thank you.
I think we should all clap for that one.
Thank you.
This is a librarian's dream and everyone's dream, because you have both written and studied about the narrative of this country and some of the darkest times, some of the times that were triumphant. And as the Madam Speaker quoted from the song from Hamilton, if we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. So I thought, could we travel back in time to the founding of this country? And were they sure? Did they know? What was going on then?
You want me to go? Because being described as a distinguished historian, as Doris and I know, is like being the best restaurant in a hospital. You know, you want to win, but it's not that hard. But we're very grateful, and thank you to Madam Speaker and Senator Schumer. I think they would be surprised that we've come this far. They were incredibly aware of the fragility of democracy. They were aware of the fallibility of humankind. They had a keen awareness of sin and imperfection and appetite and ambition. They knew that the struggle in everyone's soul, which would find full expression in a popular government, was between generosity and greed and between kindness and cruelty. And the goal of the Constitution was, yes, there were checks and balances in a literal sense, but it was also about curbing our worst instincts to give, as the speaker quoted earlier, to give our better angels a chance to take flight. Now, Doris is a better person than I am, as is Dr. Hayden, and we won't even get into Pelosi because she's so much better. But if I get things right 51% of the time, that's a heck of a good day. Why would a popular government be any different? Because a democracy is the manifestation of all of us. So our habits of heart and mind matter enormously. And what you saw a year ago today was the worst instincts of both human nature and American politics, which was the will to power over the idea of equality and the rule of law taking precedence. And without a recognition that this experiment is worth defending, this experiment is in fact, Jefferson called it the world's best hope in his inaugural, President Lincoln called it the last best hope, President Reagan called it the last best hope of man on earth. Without a defense of that idea, and what that idea is that in fact we are all created equal. We are entitled to equal protection of the law, equal dignity, innate dignity. And without defending that idea, then we slip into a state of chaos. And what Doris and I are lucky enough to do is to find examples where those better angels have prevailed. And it's always a close-run thing, right? There's never a landslide for the good guys. There's just not. Moses said, remember the days of old, remember the years of many generations, ask thy fathers and they will tell thee, thy elders and they will show thee. Gospel of St. John said, ye shall know the truth and the truth shall make ye free. And what does truth mean in Greek? It means unconcealed. There is a fact, there is a truth, and that when the scales fall from our eyes, there is a reality. And the reality of American life is that we have to defend this experiment.
Doris, you have written about the moment that George Washington at the founding, and he had an opportunity to become a different figure than we know him.
You know, I mean, it's really interesting, I think, when you think about George Washington and what might have happened to this country. All he had to do after the revolution was won was to take power, which many people wanted him to do. There was, in fact, a mutiny before when the soldiers weren't being paid. Hold on a second. And they said to him, you got to take over. We need that. It would have been so easy for him to have a coup, but he didn't. And that's when old George III in Hamilton said, if he really went back to Mount Vernon and resigned his commissionership, which he did, he'll be the greatest man in the world. And that's what he was. And then he becomes president of the United States, and he clearly could have had 3 terms, 4 terms, 5 terms, but he voluntarily decided there was an importance for the peaceful transition of power. And then what does he do? When he leaves us with that farewell address, which gives us such warnings today, which I know they read in the Senate every year, and it just talked about the baneful effects of party strife, which was just beginning to show its head. And he understood that if that happened, and people in different parts of the country began to see each other, not through their mutual affections, but through almost their lust for power and their desire to somehow abuse it at times, then the whole experiment would fall apart. And then I just sometimes think about how you say how we didn't know what we were doing then. When I remember when I was first giving a lecture at Harvard on the presidency, and I found the wonderful quotes about what we might call the president. At one point it might have been his mightiness, or it could have been his excellency, the protector of their liberties. And then Jefferson, I think, is the one who said, no, it should be Mr. President. And then Adams was apoplectic. There are presidents of garden clubs. There are presidents of Rotary clubs. There'll be no dignity. Without thrones, without dignity, the whole thing will fall apart. But of course, Mr. President, it became. So I think we look back on these things and we know it worked out. I mean, I keep thinking that the interesting thing is that we know what the people living at the time did not know. We know the revolution was won. We know George Washington became a president, not a military leader. We know that the Civil War ended with emancipation secured and the Union restored. We know that the Allies won World War II, but the people living through that time did not know that. So they're living with the same anxiety we're living through today. How will this fragile democracy, which is under attack today, resolve itself? And I guess the hope that that brings is that we've come through these really tough times before. And the hope is also that we're going to get to write the chapter of our story, just like our ancestors wrote the chapters of those stories. And they did pretty well. They failed us at times, but as you say, even though there's these bad angels, we've had extraordinarily good angels. Even on January 6th, as the speaker said, look at those people, those first responders. Look at the Capitol Police. Look at the women's movement, the gay rights movement, the civil rights movement, the people in the Civil War. We've had lots of people who were willing to step up and put their public lives against their private lives, and that's what we've got to depend on today. That's what we need in these years and months ahead.
Now, both of you, though, have found some very chilling parallels between the 1850s, leading up to the Civil War, and our situation. So could we go back to that tumultuous decade and share what transpired and what was going on?
Well, the 1850s didn't end well, and so it is a chilling parallel. You had 2 competing visions of reality. You had 2 faiths. You had 2 interpretations of Scripture, both religious Scripture and secular Scripture, the Declaration of Independence. You had violence on the floor of the House. What you did not have was an insurrection, like the one you are commemorating today. On February 14th, 1861, when John Breckinridge, who had lost the presidency, along with Stephen Douglas, to Abraham Lincoln, was under pressure to decertify the electoral votes, he refused to do so. And Winfield Scott had fortified, and in fact, this experiment in liberty went on exactly 2 more months before Fort Sumter. 8 weeks before Fort Sumter, there was a plot to try to decertify the electoral count. Now, as Mark Twain once said, history may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. The issue, I think, about the 1850s heading into that is that you did not have a common story. There was not a sense that we were all devoted to what became the most important sentence ever originally rendered in English, which is that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. An amazing sentence that has changed more lives around the world than any other single sentence. And it was written not in a vacuum, but as part of this remarkable experiment that we were part of and are part of, which was an entire reorientation of reality when you think about it, from popes and princes and prelates and kings who were given authority over all of us. It was a vertical universe. Then what happened? We got Gutenberg. You got to love a conversation where Gutenberg comes up, just as a basic rule.
We nerds bring up
Yeah,
Gutenberg.
exactly. This is like dork porn right now. You've got Gutenberg, the Protestant Reformations, the spread of literacy, the scientific revolution, the Scottish moral enlightenment, the European Enlightenment, an entire shift in the world from being organized this way to being organized this way, where we, in fact, were given the power to determine our own destinies. And the American Revolution, for all of its flaws, was the fullest political manifestation of that shift in reality. That's the idea. That's why soldiers were hitting Omaha Beach. That's what drove the women of Seneca Falls. That's what drove John Lewis and Hosea Williams and so many other people across that bridge. It was that there is an idea worth defending. And if enough of us do not assent to that idea, then madness comes. And the task of any generation, as Doris was saying, the task of any citizenry, the task of any Congress, is to remind people that, in fact, in diversity, there's strength. And it's always a close-run thing. It's not going to be easy. But it has worked before, and it should be able to work now.
Well, I think the chilling thing about the 1850s is when I think of the attack on Senator Sumner, the anti-slavery senator from Massachusetts, by Preston Brooks, the South Carolinian congressman, it happened in the Senate, and because of that, it touched, as one historian said, the hearts and minds of the American people in a way lots of other anti-slavery people had been attacked before, but somehow it hit home. And there was a sense in which, for a while, more people joined the Republican Party. Abraham Lincoln joined it after that. The moderates and conservatives realized they had to leave the party structure behind. The Whig Party collapsed. And I thought that was going to happen, that a line had been drawn after January 6th in the same way. Because sometimes these events just touch you, and there's a fundamental sense on the part of the people that something had to change. And we got Abraham Lincoln out of that. The sad, scary part of the 1850s is that Preston Brooks became a hero in the South, that the governor presented him with a silver goblet. People are running around with canes wanting to get other members of the anti-slavery movement. They'll get Seward next, they said. And it was part of that partisanship of the 1850s where you had alternative realities. Indeed, one historian said when you saw that event and you saw two alternative narratives, that's when you knew that something was happening to the country. And there's a sense, of course, that there was a partisan press in the 1850s. You know, when Lincoln would be in his debates with Stephen Douglas, and the Republican paper would be reporting on the very same debate that the Democratic Party would be reporting on, when they report on the Lincoln part of it, they say he was so triumphant, he was carried out on the arms of his supporters. You read the Democratic paper, and it was so embarrassing that he had to be dragged out by his supporters. So we have some of those parallels from the 1850s, and the only hope will be that you're right, it ended badly. I mean, obviously it ended badly with the Civil War, but out of that came what had to be done, which was to undo that original sin of slavery. And those people fought for that. We had a leader in Abraham Lincoln who carried us through that. And I think when we look at what happened, that's what you have to remember, that somehow some of these fights have to be fought. but hopefully it doesn't have to end up that way, that we'll know the mistakes we made in the 1850s. You could see the country moving apart. Each one of those events, Kansas, Nebraska, Dred Scott decision, John Brown, it pulled us further and further apart so that there was no talking to one another on either side. We can't let that happen today.
If I may, and we have to incentivize this, right? We can't just preach at people. You have to find a way to make it in their interest to do the right thing. I wish that were different, but it's not. It hasn't been since Eden, not our fault. So how do you do that? And I'd argue that one idea is history itself. What do you want the world to say of you? Do you want to be Bull Connor? Or do you want to be John Robert Lewis? Do you want to be Jefferson Davis? Or do you want to be Abraham Lincoln? Use the power of memory as an incentive, not as a bludgeon, but remind people that when we're at our best, we don't build statues to people who tear down. We build statues to people who create. I sometimes use what I call the portrait test. And I sometimes say when I'm lucky enough to talk to people who hold office, what do you want us to think about when we look at your portrait? And it tends to work because y'all tend to think that people are going to be looking at your portrait, right?
Yeah, now, Doris.
And yours, ma'am. Doris.
Well, there was another time, in the turn of the 20th century, and Doris, about Teddy Roosevelt. And he was thrust into office after his assassination, President McKinley. And we don't often focus on that, but there were some similarities there.
Yeah, I think in many ways that the turn of the 20th century has more echoes for today than almost any other time. I mean, just think about it. The Industrial Revolution had shaken up the economy, much like globalization and the tech revolution have done today. It was the first time you really had a gap between the rich and the poor. You had people in the country feeling suspicious of all those people in the city. You had a sense of lots of immigrants coming in from abroad and an anti-immigrant philosophy that was developing. You had a whole bunch of new inventions, the telephone and the telegraph, that made some people feel life is moving too fast. We've got to go back to an earlier way of life. And Teddy Roosevelt warned at that time that the real problem for democracy, the threat, would be if people began regarding each other as the other, rather than as common American citizens, if people in different sections had a class hatred for one another. So that he saw, I think, what we're feeling today, but what did he do about it? He argued that there should be a fundamental fairness in the country, a square deal for the rich and the poor. I don't know where my voice has gone. I've been talking too much.
Never.
No.
A square deal for the rich and the poor, the capitalist and the wage worker. And then he went around the country in a train, 6 weeks every spring, 6 weeks every, can you still hear me even if I'm talking like this? I normally have a low voice, but now it's gotten really low. So anyway, 6 weeks in the spring, 6 weeks in the fall, and he gave the same message all across the country. And then as the train would go away, he would stand there waving for hours at people who had just come to see him on the railroad track because he was the president who was trying to get a common American spirit going. And at one point he was waving very frantically at a group, and he was getting a rather cold reception until he was finally told that because of his nearsightedness, he was waving frantically at a herd of cows. No wonder that he didn't get a response. But I think somewhere there's something that we can learn from that somehow recreating those feelings. He said that fellow feeling. What is fellow feeling that we have for our fellow American citizens? It's an empathy, it's an understanding, it's the human quality we need to listen to other people, to empathize with people for whom fate may have dealt an unkind hand like for us, and to be able to, in a certain sense, just understand their point of view. And that's what I think we need our leaders to do, to get out of Washington, to get back not only to their own districts, to go to other places. I dream about a public service program, a national service program, where kids from the country could go to kids in the city and spend a year in a common mission that they would be able to fulfill so that they're learning what it's like to live with other people. If there's any way I could feel that that could happen. I know we've got pieces of it in the Teacher Corps, and we've got pieces of it in what was the Peace Corps, but there's something about bringing people from different parts of the country together with a common mission for our country. The military does it. No wonder I remember reading that 75% of the military, of congressmen and senators in like the 50s and the 60s were members of the military. They knew what it was like to have a common military mission, so they knew what it was like to have a national mission, and little wonder we had bipartisanship in those days. So somehow we've got to figure out a way to listen, to empathize, and that's what old Teddy Roosevelt was able to do pretty well.
Can I say, I should also report, Twitter has had a lot of impact on our lives, as we know, but it is the author of one of the greatest things, I think, said in our time, which is that if Mr. Rogers and Doris Goodwin had had a one-night stand, I would have resulted. And so I want to insist on that and make sure.
He's my son, really, in fact.
I'm glad you said that.
Make sure Mom's okay. I left my sweater outside. But you know, the speaker talks a lot about narrative and fact, reality. And there's a tendency, a human tendency, to want the past to have been simpler. That's understandable, because our own ambient reality is difficult, because it's our reality. Our reality is the problems of our time. But there was never a once upon a time in American history, and there's not going to be a happily ever after. This is an unfolding job. I don't need to tell you all this. You signed up for it. You put yourselves forward. You put yourself in the arena. You are here to do this, to govern in an imperfect world. And you know that. This country, as we know it right now, is about 56 years old. Bear with me. The first actually integrated national election in American history was 1968. 52 years ago. The Immigration and Nationality Act, signed by President Johnson, and the Civil Rights Act in 64 and the Voting Rights Act in 65 transformed the country. So we are a pretty young nation when you think about the actual electorate. So when you go back there and you realize that in 1968, how did that year go? It began with Tet, which brought Gene McCarthy into the race. It forced Lyndon Johnson out of the race. He gave the speech saying he would not be a candidate on the last Sunday in March in 1968. That same Sunday morning, Martin Luther King preached at the Washington National Cathedral. He quoted Theodore Parker saying, "The arc of a moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice." 4 days later, he'd be shot to death outside room 306 of Lorraine Motel in Memphis, Tennessee. The country erupts in riots. 6 weeks after that, Senator Kennedy is killed in Los Angeles. 6 weeks after that, the Chicago Democratic National Convention descends into chaos and violence. And on Election Day, 1968, Richard Nixon wins narrowly over Hubert Humphrey, but George Corley Wallace of Alabama carried 13.5% of the popular vote and 5 states on an explicitly segregationist platform 50 years ago. So let's tap the brakes on nostalgia. 100 years ago, the woman who was second in line to the presidency of the United States could not vote until the 19th Amendment. The Ku Klux Klan was refounded on the Saturday after Thanksgiving in 1915 at Stone Mountain, Georgia, as an anti-immigrant, anti-Semitic, anti-black, anti-Catholic institution. 2 to 6 million Klansmen joined. There were 30 members of the House who were members of the Klan, about 10 senators. The governors of 5 states were members of the Klan 100 years ago, Georgia and Texas, also Indiana, Colorado, and Oregon, 100 years ago. The governor of Georgia said we need to build a wall of steel as high as heaven to keep immigrants out. And the 1924 Democratic National Convention went to 103 ballots because there were 347 Klan delegates at Madison Square Garden who would not vote for Al Smith to be the nominee because he was Irish Catholic.
I got to take you to a more hopeful moment.
But
wait. You're my son. You're supposed to be.
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Won't you be my mother?
Once you look at, just think, for example, you look at a decade like the 60s, it ended, as I said before, and you feel sad about that decade. Extraordinary things happened in that decade, right? In the middle of that decade, you take Lyndon Johnson comes into power, the man that I knew very well, and for whom I feel still an enormous respect. And I think historians will accord him the respect that he deserves, despite the war in Vietnam, which will always be a stain on his legacy. He comes into that presidency in the middle of that decade after John Kennedy is killed, and he makes civil rights, the passage of that bill, his first priority. And his advisors say, you can't do that. You can't do that. You only have a certain amount of currency as president, so you can't spend it on this. Then he famously said, and what the hell is the presidency for? And then he somehow, with the civil rights movement having given him the strength to do it, he gets that civil rights bill through the Congress. And that changes the face of America. Segregation is ended legally in the South. And then they think they have to have another year before they can get voting rights because they have to absorb the civil rights thing. And then the Selma demonstrations take place. This is how change takes place in this country. When an outside movement creates the social conscience and changes public sentiment, then the inside channels of power have to mobilize at that moment. That speech that he gave to the joint session of Congress, I was listening to that speech when I was a Harvard student, and there was Lyndon Johnson, who I was in the anti-war movement, who later I would think I could never have been for, and then eventually ended up working for him. There was Lyndon Johnson talking about the fact that he said, I speak tonight for the dignity of man and the destiny of democracy. You know, at times, history and fate meet at a certain time at a certain place. So it was in Lexington and Concord. So it was at Appomattox. So it was last week in Selma, Alabama. He understood that what John Lewis and the fellow foot soldiers had done in that bridge, by turning their backs against a brutal attack against them, that the consciences of the country had been changed, and it was time to move for that. And then he went on to say that this is not a Negro movement, not a white movement, not a Northern movement, not a Southern movement. It is not a moral challenge because it is simply wrong to deny your fellow Americans the right to vote. And then he went on famously to say, and even if we do that, there's still a long way to go, but if we work together, we shall overcome. The outside movement meets the inside power, and change took place. And at that same time, in those same months, you get Medicare, Medicaid, aid to education, NPR, PBS. So we have to remember that in those hard moments, that decade, we look at it and we think, oh my God, it ended the way you said. But in the middle, all of that happened. And I must say, just on a personal note, if I'd ever imagined, as I was listening to that speech with my friends, and we were all in tears by the end of that We Shall Overcome speech, that I'd end up 3 years later working for Lyndon Johnson, or more importantly, that 10 years later, I would meet the man, Richard Goodwin, who crafted those words, and that he would become my husband of 42 years before he died a couple years ago. So that moment means so much to our country. It was the crowning moment of Lyndon Johnson's life, of my husband's life, and I think even though you're absolutely right, my son, in understanding that these things have been really difficult, we have to remember those moments in time when things worked. Because otherwise, that's our responsibility as historians, to tell us where things were tough, but to always tell us how people stood up and we can do it again. Because otherwise, you got to believe we can. We have to believe we can't allow ourselves to not feel that sense of agency that we still have to make these things different, I think.
Absolutely. And the way the 20s ended, with terrible economic depression, but Franklin Roosevelt.
Right. FDR comes along.
Who says on the East Front, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
There's hope in history.
There is hope in history, absolutely. There's also fear, and that's what life is. And we have to remind ourselves, I believe, the story we have to tell ourselves is that we can overcome.
Right, exactly right.
And FDR, because when he came in, it was pretty shaky then, right?
Yeah, and just think about FDR and what he faced when he came in. I mean, he said he was possibly thought in February before March that the whole house of cards might collapse before he could even take the inaugural oath. And if your new program works, you will be the greatest president in history. If it doesn't work, you'll be the worst president in history. He said, no, if it doesn't work, I'll be the last president in history. That's how fragile things were. And then somehow he gets to that inaugural, and it's not just the fear, there's nothing to fear but fear itself. What he does is to tell the people, this is not your fault, what's happened. It's been a failure of leadership, and I'm here to provide that leadership. I will treat this as if we were at a war against a common enemy. This is what I wished had happened with COVID, that it was a common enemy that we should have been a war against as a whole people. And he said that I will do whatever is necessary to bring jobs to the American people. And that contagion of confidence that he had was so great that all of a sudden there's headlines, we have a leader, the government still lives. But my favorite story is there was hundreds of thousands of letters were written into Franklin Roosevelt after that. And my favorite came from a man who said, I've lost my job, my wife is mad at me, our roof fell off, my dog ran away, but everything's all right now because you are there. It's the mystery of leadership that somehow when people are ready for common action, he provided that common thing. And then what happens? The banking crisis gets solved. At that point, people couldn't get their money out of the banks. You had people who were hungry with no safety net. You had 1 out of 4 people out of work. You had millions having lost their homes and farms. And yet he started the New Deal going, and eventually things began to develop. And then that's the generation that becomes the greatest generation for World War II. So again, it's one of those moments in history that could have gone in a very different direction. We were lucky enough to have people that were strong enough and resilient enough, and a leader who was able to lead us through. And again, history will tell us we can do it again.
And so, this day, and at this point in time, and as historians, and you have spent your lives, basically, putting the narrative together, moving it along, what do you think about where we are now?
You go first.
We don't know. This is a chapter. It's not the end of the story. And if it is the end of the story, then we have failed in a way as a people that the world will forever condemn. To lose this, as the song says, to lose this gift through selfishness and a greed for power, for an autocratic impulse, would be beyond tragic. I don't believe that's going to happen, but I believe we're as close to that as we have been since Sumter. We have something like, I don't know what the number is, but almost half the country, let's be honest, right? This is about truth. Almost half the country disagrees with a very good bit of everything we've said the past few minutes, right? They think somehow or another this is a partisan undertaking. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican. I'm George Bush's biographer, and I try to help Joe Biden. You figure it out. What I believe in is the country, and I believe in this experiment. And I believe it's the best chance we have, as Lincoln said, that we can give everyone an open field and a fair chance for our industry, intelligence, and enterprise. January 6th it's not a wake-up call. That's not quite the right way to put it. It is, as the president says, it's an inflection point. And it's either a step on the way to the abyss, or it is a call to arms, figuratively, for citizens to engage and say, no, we are more important. The work we are about is more important than the will and the whim of a single man or a single party or a single interest.
And I think that's what the Select Committee is so important about right now. We have to tell the story of what happened on January 6th with all of the gaps filled in. And again, I just have a fundamental belief that if that story is told in its fullest, as I think it will be in these weeks and months ahead, as we get more information, as we get more testimony, as the public hearings are beginning to be held, that we can retell it in the way of what really happened. And I do believe that a line will be drawn, that maybe it's 50-50 now, maybe it gets to be 55-45, maybe it gets to be 57 more, that if more people can be persuaded that this cannot happen again, and that what happened, not only to prevent it from happening again, but to deal with what's going on in the country that made this possible to happen, we've got to somehow believe in the fundamental fairness of the country. They came through before. Look at where we stood in 1940. This is what really gives me hope in a certain sense. When you think about what Hitler was doing, marching through Western Europe in the space of a week, and then in a couple more weeks, France falls as well. America stood only 18th in military power at that time. We became 17th when Holland surrendered to Germany. And yet somehow there was isolationism in the country. There was a real worry. Would we be able to stand up to what fascism represented? Democracy was too slow. We were too soft. And yet once that challenge was really there, we met it. And I think about what happened is, Democrats came together with Republicans. Business came together with the government in a way that they'd been fighting during the end of the New Deal. We were able to produce a plane every 4 minutes, a tank every 7 minutes, a ship every single day. We did that, we can do that again. There just has to be that sense of what you're saying. There has to be a belief of where we're going right now. This is, in my lifetime, this is the hardest moment for democracy. It may not be in the country, it may not be as bad as it was in 33, it may not be as bad as it was in 1861, or in 1940, but it's the hardest thing in my long lifetime. So we have to recognize how deep that challenge is and not sugarcoat it. That's one of the things Lincoln would say. But on the other hand, recognizing it and knowing that we've got another chance now to retell this story of January 6th, and not just what happened, but what we need to have happen from now on. I think it's giving us a chance again that we had last year. We didn't take advantage of it because somehow the alternative narrative got developed, but I think it can come back again because it's there. It's the truth, as you're saying.
And I just want to say thank you to all of you, because you're standing in the breach at democracy's hour of maximum danger. And democracy is incredibly counterintuitive. Look, if this were easy, the whole world would be doing it, right? This is incredibly difficult. And yet, no more important words in American history than "and yet."
There is hope. I think there's hope in the young people. Just think about how many people voted in this last election. Think about how many more women have gotten into power before. And maybe that's what you as politicians who are here, believing in the vocation of politics, spreading that word among young people. We have to get young people to trust in government again. We've got to get people at local, state, and national level to begin to feel a sense that they can actively influence what's happening. And you guys are doing it already, you women and men. And somehow, I think if we can just make the young people feel again, which I think they're beginning to feel, they care about the environment at deep level, they've been active at local levels, and I think we've got to look to that younger generation, those of us who are older, to carry forth that belief that politics, I still think it's the greatest vocation. I think, I look back on the people who've chosen to make public life over their private lives in a certain sense. There's a great honor in that. You should be proud of it. I agree with what John's saying. And we just have to spread that word among other people and get more people involved in politics. At a very time when it may seem like the last thing they want to do, it's up to us to tell them, we as historians, you as the activists, how extraordinary a career it is. You know what it's like to feel this way, and I think we should honor that.
Churchill once said that the future's unknowable, but the past should give us hope. It's just the present we have to get through.
You're giving us hope. And he was sure how he would be remembered by history because he was going to write it.
That's right.
But I think if I could just add one more thing, I think when you were talking before about thinking about their own portraits, what you really hope for people in politics or people in any field is that the ambition for self becomes an ambition for something larger. And I don't know when that happens in a person. It sometimes happens young. It did with Abraham Lincoln.
Usually after the portrait is hung.
That's too late. But I think with Abraham Lincoln, it happened when he was 23, the first time he ran for office. And he was talking about the fact that he had a peculiar ambition to somehow be able to perform something that could be remembered by other people, that he could be valued for, having made a difference in people's lives. Sometimes for Lyndon Johnson, it happened later, when he had an almost fatal heart attack in the 1950s and was on his bed and was not sure about whether he was going to live, was so depressed they couldn't get him to mobilize. And all of a sudden, one day he woke up and he said, "I've got to get shaved, I'm back. And they said, "Well, what brought you back?" He said, "I was lying here thinking, suppose I died now, what would I be remembered for?" And then he went for civil rights in the Senate, and then he went for civil rights as a president. And I think that matters when that turn takes place. And we just got to hope in young people that they understand that it's not just the ambition for yourself, that it's an ambition for something larger, and then we can feel a part of a common good.
And he also worked with, and you mentioned it before, with the civil rights movement. I mean, and that can happen with the movements and working together.
Well, that's the way history happens when the voices of the many attract the attention of the powerful few. I mean, you all know that in your lives.
No, exactly right. I mean, that's, when Lincoln was called a liberator, he said, "Don't call me a liberator. It was the anti-slavery movement and the Union soldiers that did it all." All that change always comes from the ground up. I mean, the progressive movement was in the cities before Teddy Roosevelt comes into power. The Settlement House movement, the Civil Rights movement is there before Lyndon Johnson, and the women's movement and the gay rights movement, the environmental movement. So again, that's where we have to just hope that that arousal of citizen involvement can then begin to push us to do something at the federal level.
I think one of the key points in a democracy, and I think this is 250 years of our history and also in various other countries, you all tend to be far more mirrors of who the country is as much as makers, right? I mean, that's what a popular government is. This goes to Edmund Burke. You owe us not just a reflection of the will of the people, but your best judgment. But that's a very interesting and fluid dynamic. And that's why this is not just on you. It's on all of us. And to keep playing the pronoun out for a second, it's why it can't just be about him. This is about our future, and all of us have a responsibility to remember that a more perfect union is about we the people, not about a single person.
To the audience and everyone with us today, all three of us are wearing something. Doris and I were wearing pins, and John's case, cufflinks.
Right. I was going to wear a pin, but Doris wouldn't let me.
It's inscription that was in President Lincoln's, and I'm from Illinois, so that rings really something. In his custom-made top coat.
Brooks Brothers.
And he wore it a lot, as Doris says in Team of Rivals. And he was wearing it the night he was assassinated. And it said, "One country, one destiny." Encapsulates it all. Now, John, you also had something to say about your cufflinks.
Well, yeah, I'm not wearing the specific ones. I'm wearing these because they're George Herbert Walker Bush. And I thought, particularly since we're in the House side, the gentleman from the 7th District of Texas from 1966 to 1970, who is a great example, I think, of everything we're talking about here. Someone who opposed the Civil Rights Act in 1964 when he was running for the Senate in Texas, but in 1968, when he was here, voted for fair housing. And I think in an interesting way represents the best part of politics, which was that it mattered to him what he did with power once he had it. And he was an imperfect man who left us a more perfect union. And I don't want to drag you all into my imperfection, but we are an imperfect citizenry, and our task has to be that more perfect union.
One country, one destiny. So we will end on a note of hope. Is the foundation holding?
If you stand watch, we'll be good. It's because of all you all. I mean, you're standing in the breach. This is incredibly difficult. This is a battle, not the war. It's a chapter, not the story. So, God bless you.
Thank all of you.
That the election was fair. What happened to him? Threats and intimidations, people calling his home, literally threatening to murder his 3 children. You think this is about one day in time? A survey from the Brennan Center for Justice in April of 2021 found that 1 in 3 U.S. American election officials feel unsafe because of their job. And about 20% listed threats to their lives as a job-related concern. This is not a foreign country. This is the United States of America, and our election officials, nonpartisan individuals, Republican, Democrat, fellow Americans, are afraid to do their job because they tell the truth. This is not about one day. This is a story from the founding of our country, as our founders tried to break with the course of human events and establish here the greatest experiment of humanity. There were people who wanted authoritarianism. There were people that wanted bigotry. There were people that wanted to protect with violence the kind of despotism that we broke away from. We make a big mistake if on this day we just talk about what happened here. We have protection. We have security. But all across this country right now, there are believers in this democracy that have the same fear that my grandparents did. The same fear that my father did. The same fear that blacks and whites who joined arms to march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge for voting rights did. This is a cancer. It has always been here. And we make a tragic mistake just by talking about this day. Because when I survey the United States of America, I am so worried. There has never been a time in my life where I've been more worried about this democracy. I grew up with stories of family members who talked about the preciousness of what it is to vote. They loved the heroes of John F. Kennedy and Medgar Evers and these people who fought for them from all backgrounds. My parents taught me to love people, Jewish people who, like Abraham Joshua Heschel and Joachim Prince, people who knew that in America, if you just fight for your own rights, who are you? This is a nation where we know we're all in this. But I stand here today to tell you, why aren't we talking about the fact that in states right now, laws are being passed specifically designed to disenfranchise people? Don't take my word for it. The year I came to this body, in 2013, a federal judge in North Carolina looked at that voting law and said it was designed with surgical-like precision to disenfranchise black Americans. But I don't need to go back to 2013 to see reason for us all to be concerned. When early voting started in the fall of 2020 in Georgia, some voters had to wait up to 10 hours to vote in 6 metro areas in Georgia County, 6 metro areas, at polling places where minorities constituted more than 90% of active registered voters. The average wait time in the evening for those black communities was 51 minutes. When whites comprised 90%, in those communities, the average wait time was 6 minutes. Think about this for a second. Are we satisfied with a democracy that in some communities says the black communities will have to wait 8 times longer to vote? Is that what we mean? Equal justice under the law? Is that what we mean when we look at our flag and say liberty and justice for all? There are states right now passing voting laws to make it harder to vote. And what happens when a working mom with 3 kids shows up and the line is an hour late or 2 hours late? What does she do? Is it fair to her? And then they go as far in Georgia to say that person that does want to wait, that brings a folding chair and sits there for 2 and 3 and 4 hours, they make it illegal for that person who might have diabetes, illegal for that person that might have a medical condition, for someone to bring them water? I'm sorry, I grew up, and I confess it on the Senate floor, with the naive belief that the stories of my father, the stories of my grandparents were history. That we wouldn't live in a country where black people are waiting 8, 9 times the weight of white people. That in some communities the wait would be 5, 6, 7 hours, a day's work in families that can't afford to give up a day's work. You think this was about a day? I tell you it's about the cancer in our democracy that has been here from its start. This country's very survival has to be faced every generation. Democracy is not certain, it is not automatic. Democracy is hard. Democracy takes work. Democracy takes sacrifice. But as we sit here now, in dozens of states, laws are being passed that disproportionately impact the disabled, that disproportionately impact Native Americans, that disproportionately impact people of color. And so when I go back to the Confederate flag I saw waving just feet from where we stand right now, a flag that got so much currency during the black backlash after Reconstruction, that got so much currency during the backlash after Brown v. Board of Education. I know it is part of a larger problem that none of us who love our nation and love this democracy can ever rest. There's 2 people I want to mention before I conclude. Both men I've come to admire. Both men risked their lives for this country. They weren't like our great, great veterans who fought nobly, and many of them died. But I hope we don't cheapen the truth of their story, because they did the work here at home, evidencing our highest values. When our founders wrote in the Declaration of Independence, we must mutually pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. Both of these men happen to be black, but it's a value that's evident in all backgrounds, in all people. I'm here because of that truth. Both of them were riddled with hateful words, called the N-word over and over and over again. One of those men I had the privilege of serving with, both of these men were violently attacked. Well, John Lewis was violently attacked as he tried to advance this democracy. He was beaten, had his head cracked open on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, spit in at sit-ins, and he won battles with others, and he came to Congress, and he worked and fought and defended, and Republicans and Democrats supported the voting rights bill. But then it was gutted by the Supreme Court. And may you all have the experience I have, where your heroes become your friends. And I would ask him, how did it feel to watch part of his life work be torn apart and have these new voting laws that disproportionately impact African Americans? How did it feel? And John Lewis, this man of peace and this man of grace, just says to me, you cannot stop the work of this democracy. One generation's gains don't pass on like an inheritance to the next. They have to earn them. Well, the other person is a guy named Harry Dunn. Like John Lewis, he put his life on the line defending this Capitol. He's a Capitol police officer. And when I read and saw his interviews, after battling to save our lives against a mob incited by a demagogic president, he is sitting under the rotunda and turns to another person after being called the N-word over and over again and says simply, "Is this America?" I hope all of us see that we have a responsibility to answer that question. The John Lewis Voting Act, the Freedom to Vote Act, will be part of the answer to that question. Whether a little black boy and a little black girl and a little white girl and a little white boy who go to vote with their parents can see an equal voting opportunity, that is going to be an answer to that question. Every generation has got to make this country live up to its promise. We are losing ground, and it didn't start on January 6th of last year. I end with an answer, an inadequate answer, to Officer Dunn. In a poem I learned from my parents, in a poem I shared an affection for with John Lewis, that calls upon every American not to point fingers of blame to others, but accept a responsibility, not just to be satisfied in your contempt for some, but rise up as a force of light and love for all. I end with Langston Hughes' poem, "Oh, let America be America again, the land that never has been yet, but yet must be, the land where everyone is free, the poor man, the Indian, the Negro, me. Who made America? Whose faith and pain, whose hand at the foundry, whose plow in the rain, must make this mighty dream live again. Oh, yes, I say it plain. America never was America to me, and yet I swear this oath, America will be." I yield the floor.
6 for me will forever be a day to remember how the light of acts of courage, small and large, defeated darkness. Heroes, staffers, custodians, police. I will remember those who quite literally gave their lives, a day of reflection. I reflect on that day being trapped in the gallery, ultimately praying for all of our safety and peace in our nation. I also reflect on just how close we were to losing it, to losing our democracy. Those of us trapped in the gallery, we lived it, ducking, crawling under, over railings, hands, knees, the sounds, the smells. We had a front row seat to what lies, hate, or plain old misinformation conjures. We went from victims to witnesses, and today we are messengers. We reflect on the fact that January 6th was about so much more than an effort to break into a building. It was an effort to break down our institutions. And I must admit to you, my colleagues, that over this past year, there have been times when I felt that justice was not swift enough. I felt sad, I felt mad, I felt bewildered that some minimize the day and continue to minimize it. But we don't give up. Because in the words of poet William Cullen Bryant, and quoted by Martin Luther King, truth crushed to earth shall rise. Truth crushed to earth shall rise. So, on this day, let us recommit to our democracy and to each other. On the day that I was sworn into Congress, as many of my colleagues know, I was the first African American and the first woman from the state of Delaware elected to Congress, and I carried this scarf with me. It marked an X that my great-great-great-grandfather used to sign this Returns of Qualified Voter Registration of 1867 in Georgia. I also carried it on the day of the insurrection because it is my proof of what we have overcome. And it is my inspiration for what is yet to be done as we work towards a more perfect union. I continue to have hope even when I feel hopeless because my ancestors would have it no other way. And because Scripture tells us that weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. And while I remember a great deal that day, what I remember most is walking back onto the House floor, into the chamber that morning to complete our work, the morning when democracy prevailed. Remember, reflect, recommit.
Thank you, Lisa. Now I recognize Dan Kildee from the state of Michigan.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I first want to express my gratitude to the Capitol Police. As one of the members trapped in the House gallery on January 6th, you saved our lives. And by defending the Capitol, you literally saved our nation from a deadly mob determined to stop democracy. The law enforcement officers are the true heroes of January 6th, and every single American owes them a great debt of gratitude. As I lay on the floor of the House gallery, and as I called my family to tell them I was safe, even though I was not sure that I was, it occurred to me that I was in the same spot where I sat 44 years earlier, as I watched my Uncle Dale being first sworn in to Congress, a beautiful memory. And now that memory is replaced by one of me sheltering myself from a violent mob, a mob whipped up by a former president pushing a cynical and dangerous lie, determined to overturn an election to keep us, Congress, from our constitutional duty to certify the election and ensure the peaceful transfer of power. As many of you know, for me personally, the path forward after January 6th has not been an easy one. It's been made more painful, however, by the fact that most of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to accommodate that big lie that was the predicate for the attack on our country. As the speaker said, however, thankfully, gratefully, democracy won on that day. The insurrectionists lost. But January 6th is not over. January 6th is not behind us. The threat and the lie that fuels that threat continues to rear its head in other forms. That threat exists today in further threats of violence against elected and appointed officials meant to intimidate. That threat exists today in state legislatures and local clerks' offices across the country, where one party continues to try to undo the democratic process and make it harder for Americans to have their voices heard at the ballot box. If we, as members of Congress, all act with the same patriotism and courage that those brave law enforcement officers exemplified on January 6th, I know we can stop this ongoing effort to bend our democracy. But to truly protect our democracy, we need truth. Truth is clear as this shard of broken glass that I have carried with me for the last 365 days. Glass that I picked up from a broken window in the Capitol in the aftermath of January 6th as a reminder, constant reminder in my pocket of the brutality of that day. We must have truth. We must have accountability. Only truth and accountability will give us the opportunity to find a path toward reconciliation. Only truth will begin to thaw the bitterness that characterizes our current divisions. We live in an amazing place, the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. But our democracy is only what we make it. Our democracy does not run on autopilot. 1 year ago, we came dangerously close to an attack to stop our democracy from succeeding in our country and for our country to heal and to move forward. What we need in this country now more than ever, most of all, is truth and leaders who are willing to stand up for truth, even when it's hard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Before I go to our next speaker, I was just informed that the parents of Officer Brian Sicknick, Charles and Gladys Sicknick, have joined us today. Would you please stand, Charles and Gladys, and be recognized? For those of you joining us at home, Brian Sicknick was an officer who gave his life on January 6, 2021, in defense of this Capitol, in defense of many of us. And we sitting here owe your family a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. We will be there for you and your family going forward, and you are now a part of our family as well. It's now my honor to recognize my friend Annie Custer from the state of New Hampshire.
Madam Speaker, to my colleagues and friends, to the Sicknick family, and to America, 1,000 acts of courage saved my life and our democracy 1 year ago today in the January 6th attack on our Capitol. I am here today as both a survivor and a witness to the brutal and violent attack that threatened my life and continues to threaten the future of our democracy. America does not yet know just how close we, the members here in this room today, our nation, and our democracy, came to our demise that terrifying day. 1,000 acts of courage by the Capitol Police, by the DC Metro Police, by House staff, saved our lives and saved the future of our democracy. I was in the House gallery with my colleagues to witness the certification of the election of Joe Biden as our president and Kamala Harris as our historic vice president. We could hear the shouting and commotion in the hallway outside the gallery, and then the pounding on the door to the chamber as the members on the House floor were evacuated. Terror and adrenaline coursed through our bodies as we lay on the floor, hidden behind the gallery rail. I grabbed the hand of my colleague, Sarah Jacobs, just 31 years old on her 4th day of Congress. "Sarah," I whispered, "we have to crawl around this corner to get out of the line of fire." We were all terrified, and we thought that we would die. Suddenly, a Capitol Police officer shouted, "Run! Run, 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 run!" We scrambled across the entire length of the gallery, crouching down, ducking down, under the railings, terrified by the pounding on the door and the shouting outside the chamber. A tall, brave officer grabbed 4 of us and said, "I will get you to the elevator. I will get you to safety." As we ducked into the elevator, just as the raging rioters came charging down that 3rd-floor hallway, 1,000 acts of courage saved my life and saved our democracy by moments, not minutes. Every struggle slowed the monstrous mob, saving our lives. What would they have done to us, 40 or 50 feet, seconds away from us? Bear spray, tear us limb from limb, kidnap or kill 4 members of Congress, or many, many more. Seconds later, our colleague Jason Crow, a former Army Ranger, heard the commotion in the hall and commanded the police to lock that last gallery door. 24 members of Congress and a dozen or more journalists were pinned down for the next 8.5 minutes while the riot police finally subdued the terrorist mob. When my colleagues finally evacuated the gallery, the rioters were sprawled on the floor with guns to their heads, a combat scene that no one could begin to imagine in the halls of Congress. We survived that day. We are here today as survivors and witnesses. We returned to the chamber that night. At 3:30 a.m., we certified the election of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. But let us never forget how close we came. Let us carry 1,000 acts of courage in our hearts and act to save our democracy today and every day. God bless America.
Thank you, Annie Custer. Now I recognize my friend Adam Schiff from California.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Speaker, my colleagues. 1 year ago, I was on the House floor when the mob attacked our Capitol. As one of a few members the Speaker had asked to manage the opposition to efforts to decertify the results of the presidential election, I had 6 arguments and 6 rebuttals to make on the challenges to the electors from 6 different states. And so I wasn't really paying attention to what was happening outside the building, to the growing mass of rioters, to efforts to break into the building. It was not until our leadership was swiftly removed from the chamber and police announced that we needed to take out our gas masks that I understood the full extent of the danger. When the order came to evacuate, I stayed behind for a while until two Republicans came up to me. One of them said, "You can't let them see you. I know these people. I can talk to these people. I can talk my way through these people. You're in a whole different category." Thanks to the courage of the police officers that day, we were safe, and we returned to the chamber that night to finish the work and certify the results. And our democracy moved forward, weakened, yes, defiled even by the shameful action of the insurrectionists, but as ever, resilient. I pray that this solemn anniversary be a reawakening of our devotion to our democracy, that it serve as the most potent reminder that the freedoms we enjoy are not an inevitable birthright bequeathed by our founders, but a treasure to be jealously guarded. As Americans, we have a very proud legacy to cherish. It's time we remembered that. It's time we defended our democracy like our lives, our liberties, and our very happiness depended upon it. Because they do. Because they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam Schiff. I now recognize Val Demings from Florida.
Madam Speaker, Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick, to my colleagues and other special guests, I stand before you today as a 27-year law enforcement officer. A police officer's oath of office says that I do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, and that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution, and that I will faithfully perform all of the duties under the Constitution, so help me God. When the police officers reported for duty 1 year ago today, they came as they always do, ready, faithfully perform all of the duties. But they had no idea what they would face. It seems a lot of people at all levels knew or should have known just how far this violent mob and their enablers would go, but the officers were ambushed by this violent mob who had total disregard for the officers' oath, their records of service, their families, and their safety. As a former police chief, I shall never forget what I witnessed 1 year ago today. And America should never forget either. I know the Capitol Police officers and others took their oath seriously because I saw them fighting with every ounce of strength, courage, commitment, and energy that they could muster up. But you know what? As members of Congress, Both in the upper chamber and the lower chamber, we have taken an oath too. But some have forgotten that oath. Some oath is overshadowed by their quest for power and their pathetic fear of election officials counting every vote. I want to thank the police officers for defending and protecting us that day, but they did so much more. They also protected our democracy. Many people call themselves patriots, but true patriots don't lie, they don't steal, they don't cheat, they aren't cowards. They don't push lies for political or financial gain. But out of the ashes, good things can rise. The bright spots 1 year ago today, the police officers who defended us, and the certification of the electoral ballots. Our democracy stood, and the enemies of our democracy lost. I will support, protect, and defend because America is worth it. God bless you all.
Thank you, Val Demings. And now I recognize my friend Colin Allred from the state of Texas.
Madam Speaker, my colleagues, the Sicknick family, I have to tell you a little bit how I came to be in the Congress. I took the normal route. I was raised by a single mother, played in the NFL, went to law school, and became a civil rights lawyer. I thought when I left the NFL as a linebacker, where my job was to put people on the ground, that those abilities and the need to do that were over. On January 6th, along with my friends and colleagues, Hakeem Jeffries and Ruben Gallego and Eric Swalwell and others, Pete Aguilar, we took off our suit jacket coats on the House floor, the first time I've ever done that. And we were ready to try and defend our colleagues from whatever was going to come through those doors. And we saw the mob at the doors. As we were exiting the House floor, I saw the glass breaking. I saw the officers staying behind with their guns drawn. And I thought about the opportunity they'd given me. Because, as I said, I was raised by a single mother, but I'm a father now. I had a 23-month-old son at home, and I had a baby on the way in 2 more months. Had those officers not held that line, I would not have met my son, Cameron. So for me, January 6th, I don't see it as a member of Congress so much. I see it as a father, as somebody who, because I didn't know mine, I've always been committed to making sure that my boys knew me. And so to the Sicknick family, I'll say to you, your son's sacrifice allowed me to meet mine. The overwhelming feeling I felt on January 6th was one of sadness. Sadness for our country. Sadness for the country that I thought I might have to leave to my boys. But in the time since then, and I really mean this, my sadness has become a resolve. I'm determined to do whatever I can to save our democracy, because it's worth saving. For my boys and the country they'll inherit, for their children and their children's children, we cannot let the mob, the authoritarians, people who, in President Bush's words, reject pluralism, reject modernity, reject our way of life, win. And that brings me to my final point, which is that, as so many of us have said, however long our republic stands, I don't think people will remember that we had to evacuate the House floor. I hope they won't. Or not only that, maybe. I hope they'll remember that we came back. While there was still blood on the walls, still broken glass on the floor, while we ourselves were shaken, we came back. And we voted to certify an American presidential election. It's my honor to serve with every single one of you. I'm sorry that we've gone through this together. But I tell you, our country's worth it. Our democracy is worth it. And the people in this room, to Mr. Meacham's words, are the ones who are standing in the breach. And I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin Allred. And now I'm proud to recognize Rosa DeLauro from Connecticut.
Madam Speaker, Mr. and Mrs. Sitnik, thank you. A thank you to Congressman Crow for presiding over this somber day of reflection and remembrance as we commemorate the one-year anniversary of the January 6th assault on this institution and the assault on our democracy. Just a year ago, Congressman Crow, you fought to keep the protesters out of the House chamber, and you gave the rest of us in the gallery direction and strength and helped us to protect ourselves. And for that, we are grateful. Keep your head down. Take your pin off. You are a remarkable leader, and we thank you. On January 6th, 2021, our nation gazed into the abyss and understood more fully than ever that our democracy is fragile. A year later, it is difficult to comprehend the gravity of this attack on our democracy. But I will never forget that amid this insurrection, the Capitol Police who told us to, quote, hit the floor, grab the gas masks under our seats. I had no idea there were gas masks under our seats. As the mob headed for the House chamber, and when they said the Capitol had been breached, there was tear gas in Statuary Hall, and they were on their way to the chamber doors, and that's a very short walk to the chamber doors. Trapped in the gallery with my colleagues, so many of you here today, we held on to one another. We watched out for one another. We made sure that we could get over the railings or under the railings, and I'll never forget Marcy Kaptur, who said, this is a little bit like the limbo, over and under. And you had a little bit of levity. But we did. We looked back to say, are you with us? Let's go, as we made our way around the perimeter of the Capitol. And I will never forget lying on the floor behind those seats. And when the officer said, hit the floor, there are gunshots. We saw the chamber doors smashed. We saw the police with guns drawn, and we heard the shots from the Speaker's lobby. And I remember I was laying on the floor, and I had just a very little bit of juice left in my cell phone. And I wanted to call my husband. I wanted to call Stan. I was afraid to say, I love you, because it harkened back to September 11th and those last calls. So I just said, I'm all right. Tell the kids I am all right. They are going to get us out of here. And I hung up the phone. And then when they did get us out through those ceremonial doors, we saw the rioters spread-eagled on the floor with the Capitol Police with guns standing over them. And they got us to safety. As my colleagues have said, they saved our lives at risk of their own. But we mark this day by also recognizing the resilience of our democracy. On that day, our institutions withstood the threat. We overcame the chaos. And let it be a reminder of just how remarkable America is. Together, we stood up for the Union, and we protected the basic functions of our democracy. We continued the quest to build a more perfect union. And the principles of our Constitution not only survived this crisis, but proved once again that our democratic system works and remains a beacon of hope for the world. And that is why it is so important that we continue to have a full investigation of those events 1 year ago, so that they never happen again. We seek the truth, recognize what happened so that we can move forward. It is why we must safeguard our elections by passing voter rights legislation that will protect that right to vote. The right to vote is the ultimate defense against insurrection. It is why we must continue the work of the January 6th committee led by Congressman Benny Thompson and Congresswoman Liz Cheney. And that is why those of us who have the capacity, whatever committees we serve on, that where we passed into law almost $1 billion to fund the Capitol Police and to secure the U.S. Capitol, the citadel of democracy. 1 year ago, our democracy was tested, but we prevailed. Our institutions and the rule of law triumphed on January 6th. And despite rioters and protests, we performed our constitutional duty. Yes, we were delayed, but our efforts were undeterred. We pray for the officers and their families who made the ultimate sacrifice. We honor their sacrifices by taking a hard look at just what happened on that dark day and what we need to do to ensure such an alarming breach in our Capitol security never happens again. We must never forget January 6th. We must never lose sight of what happened, and we must never stop fighting for our democracy. In the immortal words of Alexis de Tocqueville, and I quote, "The greatness of America lies not in being more enlightened than any other nation, but rather in her ability to repair her faults." Let that be the enduring lesson of January 6th. Thank you, my colleagues, and God bless this institution and all of you.
Thank you, Rosa DeLauro. And next, I recognize my friend Sarah Jacobs from California.
Well, thank you, Jason, for putting this on and for the glass of whiskey you poured me after we finally got back to our offices on January 6th. And Madam Speaker, thank you for your leadership during this time. January 6th was my 4th day in office. January 6th was my first time ever to the House Gallery. My team had to walk me there because I didn't know how to get through the Capitol yet. I'll never forget the buzzing of the escape hoods, the fear when I couldn't open the packaging, the sound of the doors closing and being locked, introducing myself to my colleagues as we were hiding under the chairs, Any custer grabbing my hand, fashioning weapons out of stanchions and pens and my high heels, ready to take on the rioters who were banging on the doors behind us, climbing over chairs and under rails, not sure where the rioters were and if we were going fast enough to escape them, wondering if the bruises I found later that night were from dropping to the floor so many times or from our rushed escape, waiting for the elevator door to open, sure we were going to see a machine gun and for it all to be over. The Capitol police officer who put his body in the way in case that happened. Looking to my right and seeing the mob as we rushed to get out, seconds away from getting us. I'll never forget just how close we came to losing our democracy that day. But I'll also never forget the feeling as I was sitting there under my chair that I knew what we needed to do, that I was here for a reason. Because I'd spent my career working on conflict and political violence at the UN and the State Department. I'd worked on post-coup transitions and responses to violent extremism and electoral violence in places around the world. I'd been in scary situations before, and I'd advised many other countries about what they should do. I just never thought I'd need to use that experience here. I never thought that the most dangerous place I could be was the United States Capitol. But on January 6th, the United States Capitol became a conflict setting. And although we eventually secured the building and returned to work that night, the conflict isn't over. January 6th was not the end, it was the beginning. And I know that many people are afraid about what this means for the future of our country, as we see the threat morph from a violent mob to a more insidious effort to use the institutions themselves to overturn the will of the people. And those threats to our democracy are real. But I'm optimistic, because I've seen countries torn apart even more than ours are find a way to put themselves back together. I know that it's possible. All it takes is each of us, regardless of party, coming together to decide that our democracy is worth defending. And I know that all of us here today are ready to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Jacobs. And next, I recognize my friend Tom Malinowski from New Jersey.
Thank you, Jason, Madam Speaker, Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick, my colleagues. As many of you know, I was born in a communist country, came to America as a child, and when I grew up, I spent most of my career before coming to Congress as a human rights advocate and as an American diplomat, trying to champion to dictatorships around the world the idea of American democracy. So I have my own particular perspective on what makes America special and on why so many people around the world to this day dream of becoming American. It's not just words like democracy and liberty. More than that, it is because of an idea that is embedded in the Constitution of the United States, the idea that everyone in America, no matter how powerful, is supposed to play by the same rules. And every American election is an opportunity to show that, to show what it means. Unlike in many other countries, our winners don't assume absolute power to do whatever they may want. Our losers understand that their rights are preserved, and they accept defeat. We've all been there and lived to fight another day. So on January 6th, a year ago, I was desperate to be in the House gallery. I wanted to be there to see the ceremony that would mark the continuation of this sacred tradition. I was optimistic. At 11:21, I pulled out my little Twitter machine and I wrote, "Today is a celebration of democracy. The people have voted. The only power we have as representatives and senators under the Constitution we swore to defend is to count the ballots, and we will." 2 hours later, we all know what happened. We lived it together. We saw from the gallery the speaker being evacuated. We heard the hiss of the gas masks. We heard the voice of the chaplain praying. Some of us tried to lock those doors. We failed. We didn't see what we saw in the video. We didn't see the battle outside, so maybe I wasn't as afraid as I should have been. But here's what I was thinking. I was thinking about moments in my life where I had been in dangerous situations outside the United States. There was a time when I found myself being chased in the middle of the night by riot police in a Middle Eastern city. It's a long story. I thought about a time when I visited Syria and Libya during their civil wars, and I thought how absolutely absurd it was that here I was standing in the inner sanctum of American democracy in Washington, D.C., feeling the same rush of adrenaline, the same sense of danger as in those places. How could it be happening here? I was furious. And all I could say to everybody as we fled and as we came to that place of safety in the House office building was the moment we got the all clear, we had to go back in there and finish the job of certifying the election, and thank goodness we did. Ever since, those who want us to move on from January 6th have tried to get away with blaming the rioters alone for the attack. It's like saying that the hijackers alone were responsible for 9/11. The real question is what could have motivated those thousands of otherwise ordinary Americans to commit such a deviant act? Social media created the echo chamber in which the lie spread, but the root cause was the lie itself. Today, more Americans believe the election was stolen than a year ago. More Americans believe that violence against their government is justified than a year ago. On January 6, 2021, we thwarted the attack on the Capitol. On January 6, 2022, the attack on our democracy continues. And as we defend that democracy, let us remember there is no constitutional police in America. There is no constitutional jail in America. The rules underpinning our system of government and the peace it preserves have always been based only on our consent. We either agree voluntarily to abide by those rules, even when we lose an election or we lose our country. I do not want to lose the country that my family chose. I do not want to lose the glorious example that America sets, that our democracy sets for the rest of the world. Those are the stakes. We cannot, we will not fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Malinowski. Now I recognize my friend Pramila Jayapal from Washington.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Speaker, thank you for your strength and for your leadership. My colleagues, this is a somber day for our democracy as we mark 1 year from the deadliest and most destructive attack on our capital since the War of 1812. Like many of you trapped in the House gallery, I remember every moment vividly. I viscerally feel the pounding on the gallery doors. I hear the shot ringing out. I replay how I made plans to use my gas mask and my cane, newly at my side from a 5-week-old knee replacement surgery, to fight back if attacked. And I remember not knowing if I would make it out of our seat of democracy alive or if our democracy itself would survive. But January 6th was also the day that we saved our democracy. And the we I am referring to is broad and deep. All the voters that came out in the most important election in our lifetimes that delivered us a new president who is not corrupted by his love of power and lack of regard for our Constitution. The many Capitol Police officers who put so much on the line to stop the insurrectionists, the Capitol staff, the journalists, our own staff, and so many more who were both witnesses and victims. And yes, all of us as members of Congress who went back that night to certify that election because it was our job, the very thing we came to this place to do. The challenge with today for me is that we are not marking something that is over and done with. The danger is still clear and it is still present. Our democracy is very fragile, and the cult of the big lie is still very much in action with the help of the vast majority of our colleagues on the other side who continue to try to rewrite or ignore history, its own form of violence on all those who saw and experienced that day. And that is why the work of the Select Committee and the Department of Justice to bring accountability is so critically important, because there is no healing without truth and justice. So, today is also about the work ahead. It is about the resolve that we must have to not stop until every single person who was involved in the insurrection is held fully accountable. It is about bringing to justice a president who was dead set on overturning an election. And it is about understanding that January 6th is not divorced from the 400-plus pieces of voter suppression legislation introduced in the past 365 days. To take on this concerted effort to undermine democracy, our work ahead must include signing into law strong voting rights legislation. Let us not gloss over the fact that in the years since this deadly attack, we have all had to do our jobs and be human. We have done that in the face of denials of truth and rewriting of history from the very colleagues who were running for their own lives that day. So I am once again reminded that being human is a courageous act. It means you are willing to fight for the things that are the hardest, to even be disappointed or hurt or angered, but to still do what is right and what is just, because that is the only way that change happens. Our courage and our resolve only grow from this crisis, and the responsibility that is upon us to protect our democracy for years to come.
Thank you, Pramila Jayapal. I now recognize my friend and fellow veteran, Mikey Sherrill from New Jersey.
Well, thank you, Jason. It's truly an honor to be here with everyone today, my gallery group friends, the Sicknick family. There were so many acts of courage that day, and I'm standing here and I want to share with you that I have a deep and abiding faith in the people of this country. I have so much hope for our children and so much love and faith in our country, and I want to share a couple stories from that day so you know why. I'll tell you two stories of people I was with that day and one story of someone I wasn't with. First of all, Dan Kildee. I heard you make that call to your family. I don't think you thought you were going to leave the floor safely that day. And yet you used that trauma. You had the courage to share it with people across this country, as so many people have been suffering their own mental health problems. And I think because of your courage in doing that, people across this country have sought out the mental health treatment they need. When I think about that day, I think of Pramila Jayapal, who you just heard from. Pramila, I can't imagine being on the floor, having the house attacked, and not even being sure that as we needed to flee that room, if you could walk. And as we went down stairway after stairway after stairway, when I could feel your knee buckling, your calm, dignity, and courage in leading people to safety will stay with me. And finally, I have to share my feelings about someone who was not with me in the gallery group, who was there that day. You know, when you serve in the military, you see acts of physical courage quite often. But when you get out of the military and you start serving your country in different ways, you realize that often what is called upon is for moral courage. And you see acts of moral courage far more infrequently. And so I think it's appropriate to point out one person who I think has shown a great deal of moral courage, someone who stood up for her country at great personal cost, and that's Liz Cheney, a person who truly has done her duty to our country. And so as I stand here, I simply want to say to all of you, God bless all of you and your families. God bless the Capitol Police officers like Officer Sicknick, who enabled us all to go home to our families. God bless the Congress of the United States of America, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Mikey Sherrill. Now I recognize my friend Mike Quigley from Illinois.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Speaker, my friends, the Sicknick family, we all remember the images. There's a photo I saw the other day I had completely forgot about. We've seen the images, we know what to expect: the broken glass, the guns drawn, the makeshift barricades, members sheltering in place, but I saw something I had forgotten. It was a reporter in the midst of all this, bent over her keyboard, still working, right? John, you're right, we're in the breach. We were in the breach that day, but there were others there. Jefferson said, if he had to choose between a country that had a government with no newspapers and a country that had newspapers with no government, he would choose the latter. We're all talking about protecting our democracies, and that's the altogether fitting and proper thing to do. But who else was a target but those whose job it is to try to bring the truth, the best they can, to the American people? And those that stormed the Capitol today believe that the truth is the enemy. So I want to thank those members of the press who may not always agree with us, but we recognize you, that we are partners in keeping this great experiment going. Second image I want to remind myself of all the time is when I think of the officers, about a half an hour before we began the debate, I looked out over the East Capitol steps, and I saw there was a huge mob there, too, itching for a fight. I saw 3 Capitol Police in ball caps, no riot gear, no proper equipment, standing virtually alone against extraordinary odds. And as has been said, I know I wouldn't be here without them, and I question whether our country would be. A final thought, we just heard our friend Ms. Jayapal talk about the fact that she was walking with a cane that day, and I say this with the greatest love because it is the quintessential heartfelt moment that I was involved with personally. As we were walking along the tracks away toward our meeting room to get away, and I want to paraphrase it, what I think I heard you say was something that she was upset that she was walking so slowly with her cane that she was afraid that that would allow the insurrectionists to catch up to us. And Brad Schneider was just ahead of us, and you heard her say this, and he came back and walked on her left side, and he said, well, then we'll just all walk together. I was never more proud at that moment to walk alongside all of you. It reminds me that we have to walk alongside and help guide our country away from darkness as we walk together into that bright light of our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Quigley. And next, I recognize my friend Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas.
My former professor, Maya Angelou, said, if they show you who they are, that is who they are. The patriots in this room, on the floor, the American people, have shown the world who we are. There was a scripture this morning that said, let the light shine, arise and shine. And I thought, although a lot of trepidation this morning, even to the extent of a restless night, thinking of that day, I got inspiration from letting the light shine. To Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick, I thought very extensively about coming back to Washington simply to honor your son and those who lost their lives. We thank you. We say thank you to our law enforcement officers, frontliners of all kinds, our essential workers. And yes, although they tried to get here early, thwarted by the lack of responsibility of the then Commander-in-Chief, we thank the National Guard and all others. But I'm reminded of that day in the gallery. And as I watched a lot of scurrying of my friends on the other side of the aisle, we were still sort of in the mood of counting this celebratory moment. I heard Joyce, our faithful Sergeant of Arms staff person, shouting, close the doors. We were still in a daze. And then I saw the Capitol Police rushing to close doors and then explaining to us, get out, get down. I'm always with a scarf and books and papers, and there was a time when I had to drop them all. And I watched our members cowering and going. Each one in their own way was brave. And I know they want no accounting for that. But we were scurrying with the thought that we might not live. I was here for 9/11. I was in the building, in a meeting, refused to acknowledge the noise that was outside until someone busted in and said, you have to run for your life. On that day, we were running together. We're running as Republicans, Democrats, Americans. We were fearful together. We were hopeful together. When I went down those steps of the carriage entrance, and they said, we don't know what's happening, run for your life. But the rumors in those failed Blackberries, we were hearing rumors. It's the Capitol, it's the White House, it's the State Department, but we could see the black smoke in the Pentagon. But yet we had each other. As we were scurrying here, the big lie was looming, and you wondered, why were you against what was so good about America, the peaceful transfer of power? Why were you not willing to listen, as the Vice President read today, about a more perfect union, or understand that we cannot bury history, as the President said, we must remember it. And we must remember that day, January 6, 2021. In my social media, I was called the B word. It said, if you are a thug, you know a thug. You are a thug. So many people had those kinds of attacks because we were calling for healing. But yet I can tell you that even as the phones were ringing and you had to say to friends, family, we're under siege, but we're going to make it. Those moments of camaraderie of our fellow sisters and brothers, of helping each other, the idea that we cowered for a period of time, and maybe that's not a word, we bent down, we were told what to do. The fact that we could see those barricading the doors, but hearing the noise and hoping that those doors would not yield, because we felt any minute they would be on the floor of the House. Remember, we could not see any video and did not know what we were surrounded by. But the one noise that I will never forget is a shot. You kept thinking, the television, is that a gunshot? Then that means they're here, and their aims are good. And for those in the cloakroom or in the speaker's lobby, those trying to get off the floor, those in the gallery, they must have good aims, or they must be coming in all directions. The thing that troubles me the most, but I believe in the beloved community taught by the words of Martin King and John Lewis, who I remind you of today. He kept telling us about the beloved community. In all of his fights, his marches against gun violence, he was always saying the beloved community. But it's shameful when we have members of Congress in May of 2021 saying, without the video, they just thought it was a group of tourists denying truth. But I am here today to be able to, again, simply place honor where honor is due. Thank you, Jason, for your service in this nation's military and all of our colleagues and all others. But you put on the uniform unselfishly because you believed in democracy. So I'm here now to ensure that this little book that Barbara Jordan told me to call as an important document to carry around, to be able to say that that day was a frightening day and I didn't know, as on 9/11, whether I would live or die. But I was certainly in the breach with patriots who will continue to do that. And so all that members who are still accepting the big lie, the tourist day, attacking presidents and other members of Congress, I can still feel that we as patriots are part of this beloved community. And then when I was privileged to gavel that last moment at 3:49 a.m., that we had overcome. We had overcome. And that we'd never look back to say that we could not stand together united. We would not fail. We would be those who stood in the gap. We'd be the ones who'd be the holders of the breach and stand against evilness. And yes, we would say that we have worked and will work to create a more perfect union. And as well, we'll coddle democracy, hold it, nurture it, view it as a baby, needing our arms and never letting it go. I'm glad to stand before all of you as patriots, and I'm glad to not forget the history of this nation. May God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Sheila Jackson Lee. And next, my friend, Don Norcross from New Jersey.
Good afternoon. Speaker, thank you for your constant reminder of us, what we're doing here, and what this is about. And to those who kept us safe on that day. I came to these great halls from a slightly different angle, but we all represent our districts around this great country. I serve with some of the smartest people I've ever met in my life, but I went to a different school. I went to an apprenticeship. I was an electrician. So when we talk about what happens that day, I like to think about the people I represent back in New Jersey. I was really excited. We're going to certify an election. I'm going to have the opportunity to be there. Wow. The peaceful transfer of power, stuff what you learned about back in civics class. Really excited there. My chief had talked to me the day before saying the staff is really nervous about what's going on and they'd like to stay home for the day. I will admit I'm there. Really? Okay, sure, no problem. We've been briefed several times on the security measures that were going to take place. We're going to be all right. They got this covered. They got this covered. Well, looking back on the 6th, for many of us, that faith in democracy was challenged. Certainly was shaken. I started reading the text messages from my chief that the mob was coming. Okay, they're moving up the mall. Police will handle this. They got this covered. I'm a labor guy from Jersey. I participated in a few picket lines in my life. But I will tell you, they're loud, they're rambunctious, they get moving. But January 6th was no protest. It wasn't even a riot. It would be cheapening the events that day to call it a partisan red-blue issue. It was an insurrection. Its goal was to stop the steal, stop the peaceful transfer of power. A simple concept. So the memories on the floor that day, that we could feel things changing as the speaker was up explaining the procedures and what we were going to do that day. And some of the statements that will resonate for many in this room and movements were when Speaker was rushed off the rostrum. Okay, she's left that before. I was always hoping that it wasn't what it could or what it turned out to be. The Capitol Police, as they came up and started speaking, you'll recall that the Capitol had been breached. Tear gas was dispensed in the rotunda. Furniture being stacked up against the doors. And then those words, "Let's move it." As many of us tried to make it off the floor, and if you were in the gallery, much tougher. But then one that I'll never forget. They're in the chamber. They're in the chamber. And each of these was a step of that increasing tension. They're right behind us. Let's move it. Then we heard the breaking glass. And then that sound, as many described, that we found out later on, it was a gunfire. Terrible day. Which made things that happened that day so much more substantial. It was Americans attacking Americans. Neighbor against neighbor. Citizens against ourselves. Urged on from misinformation from powerful individuals, misled citizens to violence. The People's House was defiled that day, and something we will never forget. So as we have discussions, December 7th, Pearl Harbor, 9/11, the Trade Center here in Washington also, January 6th, and what needs to happen there is the same thing that happened after those two previous events. We come together as one nation, as Americans. And that, my friends, is an opportunity moving forward. But what we need now is accountability. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Norcross. And now I recognize my friend Madeline Dean from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for ensuring the dignity and the guaranteed recording of history this day. Thank you to my colleagues, to the staff, to the custodians, to the police. Thank you, Madam Librarian. Thank you to our historians, John and Doris. And thank you and my sympathies to Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick for your extraordinary sacrifice. I'm pleased to be with all of you today. I would not be anywhere else. Because, as Lisa Blunt Rochester said, this is a day to remember, to reflect, and very importantly, to recommit ourselves to our precious democracy. I don't know about you, but I'm emotional. I'm emotional because my memories are very similar to many of yours. I was 3 days into my second term in Congress, excited to participate in the certification of an election, knowing it was ministerial, not to be terribly eventful, but surely I was excited to be there.
I too was up in the gallery. I wanted to observe, as I was preparing my own arguments for the Pennsylvania challenge to come, I wanted to observe the arguments of the early states that were challenged. And so I stood there, shoulder to shoulder with Dean Phillips, hearing those challenges, mouthing the words, shame, shame for these arguments. And then I remember trying to go back to my office to finish my arguments. And a very large police officer stopped me and said, there's a bomb threat in Cannon. Please go back to wherever you were. So I went back to the gallery and stood there again and heard those series of commands from the floor from I didn't know who at the time. Please sit down. Please prepare to kneel or lie down. Please get your gas masks out from under your seats. Like so many of you, like Rosa, I had no idea. And as we fumbled with the gas masks, I headed to the rail, to the wall at the rail. I remember calling Lucille over to me. I remember seeing Veronica in a gorgeous white jacket, standing, readying her gas mask and screaming, get down, get down. And then the pounding on the doors. That haunting sound I will never forget. Put on your gas mask. And out we went. Paul Tonko behind me, up and over railings, till we got to some safe place, and the constant whirring of the gas masks. The lies that stormed the Capitol 1 year ago these hours remain a threat to our democracy, to you and to me, to our children's future today. That's why I'm particularly proud of our president for his powerful, historic speech today. Agreed. He quoted the Bible, and I think, John, you did too. He said, we shall know the truth, and the truth shall set us free. I am a woman of faith. I do believe. You know, in my 6 decades on this planet, I had no idea the precious nature of our democracy. No idea. Justice William Brennan once said, the Constitution will endure if we have the courage to defend it, the vision to interpret it, and the fidelity to live by it. You know, in the end, with apologies to our librarian and to Doris and John, the words that keep coming to me are from a president in a movie. Michael Douglas. Forgive me, please, John. Doris, you're going to be all right? When in that beautiful speech, he said, America isn't easy. America is advanced citizenship. You gotta want it badly. Thank you all for wanting it badly, because it will take every one of us nationwide to eagerly, faithfully, thankfully participate in this historic course in advanced citizenship for ourselves and for our children. Lucky me to pass this way with you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madeline Dean. Next is my friend Robin Kelly from Illinois.
Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick, it's an honor to have you here and that you are gracing us with your presence, so thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for being the legendary leader that you are. And thank you, Jason, for your leadership and the comfort you gave me and others that day. I will never, ever forget that. Colleagues, when I walked into the Capitol 1 year ago today, I never imagined I would be on my hands and knees with staffers, colleagues, reporters, and cameramen, all hoping we got out safely. Thank God we did. As someone who has worked so hard on gun violence prevention, I remember thinking to myself, is this the way it's going to be? Meaning, is this the end for me? Thank you to the hundreds and hundreds of people who checked on me that day. Thank you to the Capitol Police and staffers who did their job to protect us and our democracy. There are still so many hurting mentally and physically, as we have heard. I learned that day just how fragile democracy really is, and that we have to work at it each and every day and not take it for granted. I also realized, as a Black woman, some of this was about us and other people of color. It was about loss of power, fear of not being in control, and the browning of America. Our beloved colleague John Lewis said that the vote is the most powerful nonviolent agent of change you have in a democratic society. You must use it because it is not guaranteed. You can lose it. My colleagues, our guests, and all those listening, this is a day in my life I will never forget. We must not forget those who lost their lives. We must make sure that those responsible are held accountable, no matter who they are. We must make sure the right to vote is preserved, and we must do everything we can to protect our democracy. And last but not least, I just want to say to the gallery group, thank you, love you, and we go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin Kelly. And next is my friend Stacey Plaskett from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Jason. Madam Speaker, colleagues, and members of the Capitol Hill family, including Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick. You are members of our family now as well. Last year, our country demonstrated to the world the best and the worst of our country, our democracy. In Georgia, grassroots organizations, having worked for months to get people registered and to come out and vote, saw the fruit of their efforts as Americans of all walks of life, young and old, Black and white, poor and rich, voted and elected 2 new senators from Georgia, showing that your vote can make a difference, can change history, can make representation matter. At the same time, a president, a man and his cronies, drunk with power and intent on keeping the spigot of that power open, plotted and used the frustrations, ignorance, fear, anger, bigotry of many as a fire hose to push away the election results and destroy our democracy. The efforts of that day, January 6th, were crushed by the brave men and women of the Metropolitan and Capitol Police who defended the citadel of democracy, who put their lives as barriers to the hordes of hell unleashed by Donald Trump to stop the peaceful transfer of power. Now, on that day, I was in my office, and I was putting on my jacket because I wanted to come to the floor and stand behind my law professor, Jamie Raskin, as he was speaking. I wanted to be there, to stand next to him, behind him, and show support. I was frustrated because as I was leaving my office, my staff told me, you can't leave the office, you have to stay exactly where you are. And I got so frustrated, I was so angry, knowing that I could not be with you all. In the Virgin Islands, they say, I like to be in things. And I wanted to be in things with you all right there. And if you can believe, I actually pounded my fist on the desk. Can you believe that? That I couldn't be with you all. But God is good. Madam Speaker, God is good. Because a couple of months ago, maybe 2 months ago, I was walking to the Capitol and Jamie Raskin, in his usual rambling way, was talking to me about his book and wanted to show me the picture that he was using of me in his book. And because, Madam Speaker, you had allowed me to stand next to him in the impeachment, the picture that he had of me was me standing behind him with my hands crossed, being there with him by his side. I got my ability to be in things with you all. The good staff and workers in the Capitol cleaned and prepared these hallowed halls to continue the work of certifying our election. They all demonstrated what is good and right about this country. And the men and women of Congress, my colleagues, determined that they could not be stopped from upholding their oath and their constitutional duty to come back and certify the election. January 6th was and should be called Democracy Day. What of our democracy now? Where are all the patriots who value their democracy, this democracy over power? Not only have so many of my colleagues, so frustrating to me, perpetrated a lie because it is in their personal interest to do so, they have worked so hard to continue to thwart the organization and push for the expansion of American democracy by hindering voting rights and make it harder for people to participate in this democracy. However, like the grassroots men and women who are working to hold the line, pushing for voting rights to keep fair and safe elections, we all here are doing our part for the people on this Democracy Day. Thank you all.
Thank you, Stacey Plaskett. Now I recognize my friend Lizzie Fletcher from Texas.
Thank you so much, Jason, for bringing us together. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for making this possible, for Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick, for my colleagues and friends who are here today. I'm so glad to be with you on this day to add to this collective remembrance of the events 1 year ago today. So many of the stories we've already heard are my own stories too, because this is an experience that we shared together, and your memories are my memories. I've gotten used to going last because of my wonderful committee assignments, so anticipating that some of my stories may already have been heard, I thought I would share with you all of the many memories of the many acts of bravery and heroism and compassion during this unprecedented and really unimaginable before that time attack on our democracy 1 year ago today. I thought about a moment that for me was perhaps the most terrifying of that day. It was the moments just before those of us who were trapped in the gallery were able to get out. It was when we were waiting for someone to open the door. We had heard the mobs outside, we'd heard the banging on the doors that we've heard about, we heard the rattling, we heard the gunshot. We didn't know all that was happening around us then, but we watched and waited as the brave Capitol Police officers who were with us in the House gallery were trying to determine who was on the other side of the door and whether it was safe for us to get out. And at that moment, we couldn't know. But when they opened the doors, I was so relieved to see Capitol Police officers there. They had secured a path for us out of the gallery to get us to safety, to get us out of the chamber. To get us, we thought, out of danger. I felt a wave of relief as I walked out of the gallery. I saw immediately to my right what others have described, just beyond the stair, part of our escape route, men lying spread eagle on the floor with the Capitol Police officers' guns trained on them so that we could pass, so that we could escape. And Capitol Police officers stationed themselves along our path, guiding us to safety at every turn through the stairs and the tunnels. And I felt a sense of relief, but also a sense of uncertainty. And I found myself trying to say cheerful, reassuring things to people around me, and one in particular. As we approached an elevator near what I learned would be our destination, one of the Capitol Police officers looked at me and very calmly, but very clearly said, "Hurry." It was clear to me in that moment that we were not, in fact, out of danger. And every day of this year, I have remained so grateful to the many Capitol Police officers and police officers from the Metropolitan Police Department and others who faced those dangers that day, who saved our lives that day, who saved our Capitol that day, and who saved our democracy that day. And I share this story now because as I thought about all of the things from that day, it is clear to me that in this moment, we are not out of danger. Our democracy is still under attack, and all of us, every single American, has a role to play in preserving, protecting, and defending it. And as we just heard from our distinguished historians, our history is still being written. And we, all of us, as Americans, we get to write it. That is the beauty of our democracy. That is what we are celebrating and remembering and honoring and recommitting ourselves and vowing to protect today.
Thank you, Lizzie Fletcher. And now I recognize my friend Stephanie Murphy from Florida.
Asked about the future of American democracy, former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright called herself an optimist who worries a lot. I can relate. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family fled communism and was given sanctuary here in America. I became the first Vietnamese American woman ever elected to Congress, and I love America. And I deplore those who threaten her security or who violate her values. And it doesn't matter if that threat is external or internal or comes from the extreme right or the extreme left. And I think such patriotism is fairly common among refugees. Having received America's grace and generosity, we feel duty-bound to defend the nation that came to our rescue. We understand America may fall short of its ideals at times, but we never take America as an idea for granted. We believe democracy and democratic capitalism are the best ways to promote security, justice, and prosperity. We know what the alternatives look like because our own families endured them until they were able to escape them. As immigrants, we've seen our native countries disfigured by dictatorships. We also recognize there is nothing inevitable about the survival or success of American democracy. It must be preserved by patriots of all political stripes, generation after generation. And in recent years, Secretary Albright has warned our democracy is endangered from within. January 6th proved her right. 4 decades after my family fled violence in Vietnam, I was in the heart of the U.S. Capitol, fleeing from my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob were lied to by powerful people willing to discard all of the things that actually make America great in their ruthless effort to retain power. And many of those same people are now trying to dismiss or downplay January 6th. One goal of our bipartisan committee investigating the attack is to hold those who incited it accountable to the American public and in the judgment of history. Today is a time for national reflection. We remember a harrowing day when we witnessed the worst of America, but also the best of America. We honor the officers who kept us safe and enabled the election to be certified. This is also a moment for national resolve. We, the American people, should resolve never to take American democracy for granted, to cherish it and to defend it. If we do not, we will lose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie Murphy. And now I recognize my friend and fellow combat veteran, Ruben Gallego from Arizona.
Thank you for this opportunity to
to at least give some reflection. The one thing that always strikes me, especially hearing my colleague Stephanie Murphy, and also as the son of immigrants, is how much we love this country. Whether you are an immigrant or the son of immigrants, you recognize that this country is great, this country is beautiful, this country is the best country in the world. It's for those reasons, as a young man, that I decided to join the Marine Corps, because I felt that I needed to repay this country for everything it had done for me and for my family. And many times, unfortunately, I had to deal with the idea of dying for my country. And I remember as a young man thinking, would I be happy knowing that I'd done everything I can for this country? And at that point, at that young age, I said yes. Yes, I was willing to do it. I never thought that I had to think about it in that way again, until, like many of you, including luckily a former linebacker standing next to me, we had to contemplate actually defending the floor of the House of Representatives. And at that point, I thought about what it meant. Was I willing to die for my country? Was I willing to die to make sure democracy continues? And at that time, around this time last year, I said yes. Yes, I would. And I'm proud to say that I know I'm not the only person in that room that was willing to do everything they could, to the full extent, as good Americans, to save democracy. There was a room full of Democrats and some Republicans that said we were not going to let democracy die that night. And we didn't. We didn't. We came back to the floor after seeing the horrific battles outside, knowing that there was still danger, knowing that there potentially were still bombs and IEDs and pipe bombs everywhere. We knew we had to go down to that floor and save democracy. I am proud of what we did that night. I am proud of what we're doing now. And I'm proud of what we need to do going into the future to save this country and save democracy. My family doesn't really come from means whatsoever. We're a very proud family, though. The one thing that I hope to give to my son, and I think every American should be able to give to their kids, is the one inheritance, and that's the inheritance of democracy. Let's make sure we continue to give that inheritance forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben Gallego. And now I recognize my friend Mary Gay Scanlon from Pennsylvania.
One year ago, when we returned to the House floor to certify the 2020 election, I was driven by two emotions, anger and determination. 1 year later, I'm just as angry and even more determined. As the chaos unfolded around us on January 6, 2021, I was locked in my office alone, fielding concerned calls and texts from family and friends and staff, while getting tips from a friend who's a high school teacher on how to barricade my office door. She had done that before, I hadn't. I was most concerned, as others have said, that my children not be worried. So I sent them a picture of me with a bottle of Jameson's I had found in one of my staffers' cupboard. When we returned to the House floor late that evening to fulfill our constitutional duty and finish the job at hand, we were only beginning to understand how close we'd come to losing our precious democracy and how bad things had been at the Capitol. It's hard to watch. America survived a coup last January, but just barely, and only because of the strength of the members of this body and the bravery of the law enforcement officers who threw themselves into the breach that day. For a moment when we returned, there was an all too rare sense of unity and camaraderie because we'd all just been through something, but it was a very brief moment. While nearly every member of the House and Senate condemned the attack on the Capitol, 147 of our colleagues returned to give credence to the rioters in their vile mission by voting to overturn the election results. And as a member from Pennsylvania, most disturbing to me were the members of the Pennsylvania delegation who voted to reject the self-same ballots that had led to their own induction just 3 days earlier. There can be no unity without a shared truth. The former president, members of this chamber, right-wing media personalities, and social media accounts have spent the past year doubling down on the big lie. They still insist, without evidence, that the 2020 election was rigged. Worse now, they want us to believe that the attack they once condemned never happened, and that it was not a violent, anti-democratic attempt to overturn an election. The people who came and attacked the Capitol and our Constitution on January 6th last year came at the invitation of the former president and were motivated by the lies he told and the failure of others who knew better to contradict those lies. It is my honor to serve in this Congress with the brave and principled and patriotic men and women who bravely serve this country here every day. And I don't just mean the members, but I also mean the staff and the law enforcement officers who protect us here. I pray that in the coming year, we will see the heroic fruits of the labors of the January 6th Committee lay the groundwork for truth and reconciliation for our entire country. And in closing, just God bless this House. God bless all who serve here, and God bless America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Gay Scanlon. And now I recognize my dear friend, Susan Wild from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Jason. I am incredibly honored and grateful to be here today with all of you, with Mr. and Mrs. Sicknick. As a mother, my heart goes out to them. And with my son, Clay, who, with his sister, serves as the inspiration for my life. You might think my son is here to watch his mother give a testimonial, but in reality, Doris, my son is here because you are here, and because he would not miss the opportunity to be in the same room with you. You too, John. But I still remember the day of President Obama's first inauguration when my then 16-year-old son met you on the mall in that frigid weather and was more delighted to see Doris Kearns Goodwin than the many celebrities who were moving about. So that's really why he is here. He's going to kill me after this for that. I am the woman in the red jacket lying on the house floor, the gallery floor, on my back with my hands to my chest. That's my 15 minutes of fame, not the one I would have chosen for myself. I would have preferred to be Andy Kim, heroically picking up debris from Sanctuary Hall after the insurrection in the wee hours of the morning, but so be it. It was almost the worst moment of my life. Those of you who have lost loved ones know that there are even worse moments of your life. But I do have some fragments of memories that I want to share, and I'll try not to be repetitive of the wonderful memories that my colleagues have shared. But some are worth remembering again. I do remember our good friend and hero, Jason Crow, telling us to remove our pins, our congressional pins, and realizing that it was so that people wouldn't necessarily be able to identify us as members of Congress, so that the insurrectionists wouldn't be able to, thinking to myself, but we're the only ones wearing suits and ties, and surely they're going to know who the members of Congress are, but nonetheless taking my pin off. And later that day, when we were in the safe room, and I ran into one of my new freshman colleagues, a black man, and he still had his pin on, and I said, we should take our pins off. You need to take your pin off. And he looked right at me and he said, I want them to know I'm a member of Congress. And he declined to remove his. I remember being up in that house gallery, and like everybody else, being amazed to find out that we had gas masks under our seats. I remember Jimmy Gomez having to help me open the black box and figure out how to use this gas mask, which was this incredibly unwieldy thing, and we were all wearing masks because it was still relatively early in COVID, and we trying to figure out how to put a gas mask on over the mask that we were wearing on our face. I remember being incredibly concerned for Pramila, who had just had this knee surgery and was on a brace. I remember as we crawled around to the other side of the gallery, losing my shoe and being torn between trying to find it and just getting out of there. And then at some point I remember dumping my backpack because it was getting in the way. It was just too much. And don't you know, later in the day, both my backpack and my shoe were returned to me by none other than Jason Crow. And I remember as we crawled around and got close to the end, and realized that we were still going to be locked in there because of a new disturbance out in the hallway. I remember hearing people around me starting to call their loved ones. I specifically remember Terry Sewell in front of me and hearing her say, "Mama." And I actually remember struggling with whether to call my adult children or not, because I didn't want to alarm them, and because I didn't realize at that moment in time that they were watching it all in real time on cable TV. And then calling them, FaceTiming them, and seeing their faces and the worry on their faces, and feeling this concern about whether I was causing them more harm than good by calling them. Would they be more worried by seeing me and hearing, or would they be more reassured to hear from me? And I tried, as a mother does, to reassure them and tell them that I was okay, to which my son said, "Mom, we know what's going on. We can hear breaking glass. How can you say you're okay?" And that was just like a dagger through my heart, because we all know as parents that the last thing in the world we want to do is cause our children any kind of worry or concern. But I then remember getting off the phone with them and just feeling this sense, I thought I was having a heart attack. I felt my heart pounding through my chest. I was certain I was having a heart attack. I think it was in that moment that picture, which was taken, although I don't remember ever being in that position. So yes, it was just about the worst moment of my life, but from that moment has come so much good. We've all thanked the US Capitol Police, and I have to tell you that I haven't watched much footage from that day deliberately, but when the Capitol Police chose to testify before the January 6th committee, I watched every minute of it. And that day, it dawned on me for the first time how close we had been to real, genuine threats, danger, and that those men and women of the US Capitol Police stood between us and the insurrectionists. That was the day that it really, really struck me. And getting back to that photograph, the memory that I have that is the strongest, as I lay there feeling like I might be having a heart attack, feeling Jason Crow take my hand and say in this very calm and soothing voice, "You're going to be okay. You're going to be okay." And it was about the best thing that anybody could have possibly said to me at that moment. He was so calming and so soothing. And from that day, I have developed this amazing friendship and bond with my colleagues throughout the caucus, but especially my gallery group colleagues who were there with me in those final moments when we thought we were trapped. I remember us helping each other, picking things up after each other. And we have since just become a real connected and bonded group of people, the dearest friends I will ever have, I think. So let me just say this. I think of all these people who have given me support from that day forward, and I say, let us all be the support that everyone needs. We have to find our commonality. Engage those who don't agree with you. Talk to them. That neighbor who flies a political flag that you don't agree with, find something to talk to that neighbor about that you can agree on. The flowers and their beauty, the dog, the frolicking children in the neighborhood, the weather. Find something that you share with that person with whom you disagree on political matters. And most of all, don't take the bait from those who attack. Think of your portrait. I'll always remember that, John, and I thank you for saying that. You said it so well, a democracy is a manifestation of all of us. And that's what's so important for us to remember. That's really what a democracy is. It's not a group of people who all agree with one another. It's a whole bunch of us. It's a manifestation of all of us. So, as was said in a piece that Jason and I published this morning in the Washington Post, our democracy is not inevitable, but it is a true gift that we must always honor by putting democratic principles over our differences. It doesn't necessarily come easily, but it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan Wild. And next, I'd like to recognize my friend Joyce Beatty from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members, Capitol Police staff, and thank you, Congressman Crow, for presiding and your courageous leadership. Just a year ago, we watched in horror as armed insurrectionists laid siege to the seat of our democracy. We feared for our lives and the lives of our staff. We bunkered down and sent prayers up while we watched domestic terrorists hoping to dismantle our democracy. January 6th was the first meeting of the Congressional Black Caucus in our 50th anniversary year, and my first as chairwoman. As I reflect on that day, I remember our U.S. Capitol came dangerously close to being destroyed. Although that infamous day is a painful stain on our democracy that will resonate for years to come, I am reminded that the week of January the 6th also marked the swearing in of the largest number of Black Congress members in our nation's history. Yet I listened as my young staffers called their parents in a state of terror, asking me, are we going to die? Will we make it out of this alive? And why is there only one survival kit for a member? I remembered the banging on the door as Congressman Stephen Horsford, almost carrying a staffer, banged on the door for a place of refuge. Despite the Capitol Police ushering me to shelter with many of my colleagues, where I watched the courageous Lisa Blunt Rochester fight for our health safety, I knew I had to be with my young staff, despite being told no. But I will forever remember Congresswoman Val Demings, who fiercely evoked her years of policing and personally guided me back to the office where those young staffers were crying. For hours we waited, we prayed for safety. The week of January 6th was indeed a watershed moment in our nation's history. Reflecting on the moments of terror and tragedy, a Confederate flag being flown in the United States Capitol, and Capitol Police officers putting their lives at risk for us, to protect us. I am reminded of the advancements that we've made as a nation. Today, we stand strong, renewing our commitment to democracy and promoting racial equality in the face of opposition. My dear friend and late colleague, Congressman John Lewis, said, "Our struggle is not a struggle of a day, a week, a month, a year. It is a struggle of a lifetime." So January 6th reminds us that even in the face of a struggle and insurmountable barriers, our democracy will stand. Our democracy will stand. God bless us. God bless America.
Next, I'd like to recognize my friend, Veronica Escobar from Texas.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you for bringing us together, Jason. I'm so grateful. Madam Speaker, I'm so grateful for this opportunity, the opportunity you've given us to be able to address one another and our country. I'm so honored to be in the presence of the Sicknick family as well. Thank you, my colleagues, but thank you especially my beloved gallery group. 1 year ago today, I was trapped in the gallery with about 24 of my Democratic colleagues and members of the press. In fact, I was in the final group of members and journalists who made it out of the House chamber that day. The Capitol had long been breached, and we had already been surrounded for some time by insurrectionists intent on overturning our election and trampling over our democracy. I'm standing here before you today because Capitol Police saved my life. They saved our lives. They saved our democracy. I want to say thank you to each and every one of them, each member of the DC Metro Police, each member of the Guard, for their courage, their selflessness, and their bravery. I know many of them are still hurting, especially today, and we hurt with you. I want them to know, and I'm going to speak directly to them, I want you to know how grateful many of us are. My children still have their mother because of you. My husband still has his wife because of you. My mother still has her daughter because of you. Thank you. As terrifying as the attack on our Capitol was 1 year ago today, what should be even more terrifying to each of us is just how fragile our democracy is. While media executives and social media CEOs drown in profits, their platforms continue to spread the wild and toxic misinformation that has seduced and radicalized millions of our fellow Americans. A former president continues his dangerous efforts to take our country down a road that leads to authoritarianism. And too many people in power either look the other way or are only too happy to fan these deadly flames. The country that I grew up in is one where we came together during times of strife and great challenge, where we looked out for each other and we rooted each other on. I grew up in an America where we worked together to strengthen our democracy here and abroad. That is the country I am determined to give to my children, and to their children, and to their children's children. It's the country I remain committed to. And I plead I plead with my fellow Americans to join us in our effort to preserve our democracy for future generations to enjoy. Let January 6th be a reminder that we still have something precious within our grasp. Let us commit today to keeping, guarding, and revering it every single day of our lives, or we lose it forever. May God bless all of us, and may God bless the United States of America.
Thank you, Veronica Escobar. I am truly inspired by the leadership and the courage of the colleagues and the friends that we heard from today, and of course, most notably, the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police who stood in the breach, literally, to save so many of us and to save the election process. I grew up thinking that American democracy was inevitable, that it would just self-perpetuate generation after generation. And of course, we have all now learned that that is not true. There's no document, there's no tradition, there's no institution that accomplishes that. It's just men and women who stand up generation after generation to defend it. We now face unprecedented challenges. Disinformation, the spread of lies, the growth of conspiracy theories, the rise of domestic extremism and hate groups, attacks on our voting system, attempts to rig the election system so that only politicians can decide who wins and who loses. In the face of all of that, it's easy to get hopeless, to feel paralyzed by the sheer volume and unrelenting nature of those challenges. But that's not what we do. We don't get paralyzed. We don't stop. I believe this is an opportunity for us. This is an opportunity for a new type of American patriotism. And it will look different. It's a type of American patriotism that's rooted in humility and understanding that, yes, we've had problems and we still do. That there is strength in recognizing our challenges. And understanding that we can only move forward and achieve that promise of perfection if we come to grasp with the realities that we face. A patriotism rooted in an unrelenting defense of the truth. And what that looks like is men and women standing up in town halls and parent-teacher conferences, at Rotary clubs, at backyard barbecues across the country, in defending the truth and pushing back. And yes, that is uncomfortable. A patriotism based in courageous, selfless service. We need men and women to stand up and serve our country, serve their communities, engage, and join. We could have lost our democracy in 2021, but we have the opportunity in 2022 to save it. So let's make it a year of democracy in action. Volunteer, advocate, and engage. We can come through this better and stronger than we went into it, but only if Americans stand up, unite, and defend it. Now is the time for all good men and women across our nation to come to the aid of their country. Thank you for joining us today, and may God bless the United States of America.
justice. Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind and it was stayed on justice. Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind and it was stayed on justice. Let me see you wave your hand. I woke up this morning with my mind and it was stayed on justice. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. We give you glory, God. Hallelujah. Yeah. Let's sing it again. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind, it was stayed on freedom. I believe you say there. Hallelujah. It'll stay right there. Hallelujah. Forever and evermore. Hallelujah. Yeah. Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Stayed on freedom. Yeah, I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed. I believe it, y'all. Yeah, I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on free. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. To the Most High God. Hallelujah. 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 Oh, I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Hallelujah. 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 Can we go one more time? I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. I woke up this morning with my mind, and it was stayed on freedom. Hallelujah. 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 Say hallelujah. 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 It's the highest praise. Hallelujah. Say hallelujah. 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 One day, when the glory comes, it will be ours. It will be ours. Oh, one day, when the war is won, we will be sure. We will be sure. Oh, glory. Glory. Somebody shout glory. Glory. Oh, glory. Somebody declare glory. Glory. Oh, glory. Yeah. Glory. Somebody scream glory. Glory. Hey, glory. Glory. Oh, glory. Glory. Hey, glory. Glory. Oh, one day the glory will be yours. Oh, one day the glory will be yours. Oh, glory. Glory. Hey, yeah, yeah. Glory. Glory. Yeah. Glory. Oh, one day. Baltimore Choir, huh? Hi, I'm Ben Jealous, president of People for the American Way. Thank you all for being here in the cold and in the COVID. On January 6, 2021, armed far right-wing militants, incited by former President Trump and a faction of his allies, including government officials elected to serve the public and defend our Constitution. These militants attacked our Capitol and our democracy, then tried to deny the reality of their insurrection and cover up their role in this deadly attack. January 6 was a violent attack against all Americans and everything we stand for as a country. It was an attack against our democracy. It was an attack against our freedom. The big truth is that the big problem is the big lie. Trump's big lie drove people to participate in this violent attack and has fueled effort in states across this country to pass the biggest wave of voter suppression laws that we have seen since the rise of Jim Crow. Let's be clear. Donald Trump lost the election by an overwhelming vote, more than 7 million votes. The people of America have spoken. And the people who came here to attack the Capitol attacked our nation, our democracy, and everything it stands for. But no matter our color, our ethnic background, our religious background, or our party, most Americans understand the truth and believe that protecting the freedom to vote is essential to protecting our democracy. And we also believe that people who betray our nation, people who endanger the lives of public servants, not only have no business governing in our name, but need to be punished as the criminals they are. We are here today to reflect on the one-year anniversary of this terrible assault, which continues to threaten our democracy. We are also here to lift up a call to action, to support everyone involved in these attacks being held accountable for the crimes they have committed. I want to thank you again for standing up for the best of this country. You know, I was just with my grandma. She's 105. She descends from Thomas Jefferson's grandma by her other grandchildren that were the family's slaves. Her grandfather was born into slavery and served as one of the last black statesmen in Virginia before state-level voter suppression laws made it impossible for men like him to serve. Let us never go back. Let us always go forward. Let us remember that it is the courage and the commitment of people like ourselves to defend the great American dream that has only ever allowed evil to be vanquished and good to triumph and our democracy to prosper. It is my great honor to introduce the Executive Vice President of Public Citizen, Lisa Gilbert, my co-MC for this evening.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Gilbert, Executive Vice President with Public Citizen, and I'm excited to be co-MCing with Ben Jealous tonight. I am honored to welcome everyone to this vigil. We are here to solemnly reflect on what happened to our democracy exactly 1 year ago. We need to discuss how to move forward together as a country. January 6th was a dark day for our nation, for our democracy, for our right to vote, and to have that vote counted. It was a day where a violent insurrection based on a big lie almost stopped the peaceful transfer of our power. So this January 6th, exactly 1 year later, Americans are standing together at over 350 vigils around the country to make sure that in America, the voters decide the outcomes of our elections. We get to choose the leaders that represent us so that we have a government of, by, and for the people. We are also gathering to remember those that were lost on January 6th, to honor their memories, and to recognize the trauma of those who are here at this very day, at this moment, at this spot, who experienced it. We must recognize that we have to prevent this attack from ever happening again. So we are looking to our elected officials to continue to investigate the insurrection, but also to pass urgently needed voting rights legislation and democracy reform legislation that will protect this country from the anti-democratic forces who are continuing their efforts to destroy it. So again, I am so honored to be with all of you tonight. We are going to begin our Vigils program by hearing from those among us who experienced the trauma firsthand in an up-close and personal way. So I am thrilled that we are kicking off our program with Representative Jamie Raskin. Representative Raskin is a true democracy champion. He is the representative of Maryland's 8th District, and he is a member of the 1-6 Select Committee. Rep. Raskin, I'll bring you up.
Nice to see you. Well, hello, public citizens. And hello, natural persons. And hello, democratic patriots here in Washington and all across the country. Hello to everybody who's standing up for democracy. Someone asked me what I'm going to do to observe and commemorate the insurrection. And you know, we don't have a lot of experience with commemorating insurrections in American life, but I decided I'm going to observe the first anniversary of January 6th by celebrating the people who defended our lives and our democracy on January 6th. So could we hear it to begin with for Officer Gunnell, and Officer Dunn, and Officer Fanone? Can we hear it for Officer Hodges, who was stuck in that doorway for 10 or 15 minutes and then went back out to fight the hordes of fascist mobs that were raining down blows on our officers? Can we hear it for the cops who defended our democracy on January 6th? And where are all those phony defenders of law enforcement who only rear their ugly heads when some racist cop beats up an African-American citizen? We don't hear from them about January 6th, do we? We stand with the cops like we stand with the firefighters, like we stand with the teachers, like we stand with all public employees, the servants of the people. My friends, I greet the American majority this evening on January 6, 2022. Never forget that Hillary Clinton beat him by 3 million votes and Joe Biden beat him by 7.5 million votes. We're winning our congressional elections by millions and millions of votes. The young people are on our side. The new Americans are on our side. They are a shrinking minority party standing with the most authoritarian, fascistic elements of the whole country. And can we hear it for constitutional patriots like Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger, who are standing up for our democracy? If you go back and you look at the history of coups and fascism on earth, progressives and liberals can never defeat fascism on their own. It is always progressives and liberals in the center-right that come together to defend democracy, and we're going to do it again here in the United States of America. We are the majority. We are the majority. And I admit that they've got control over a lot of the levers of anti-democratic power in America, like the gerrymandering of our congressional districts, and like the filibuster, and like all of their voter suppression tactics, and like the court packing and right-wing judicial activism, but none of them can beat the power of the organized people of the United States of America. In every state, in every county, and in the Congress. So, we're in the fight of our lives, aren't we? And that's why I'm glad you're out here tonight. And I know there are people fighting for every democracy cause we've got. Do we have any people here who are residents of the Washington, D.C. itself here tonight? Well, I want to say, my friends, we have passed in the House of Representatives statehood for Washington, not once, but twice. And we know that you are the only residents of a capital city on the planet Earth who are not represented in your own parliament. We are going to get statehood for the people of Washington, D.C. We're going to make that happen. And I want to thank the people of Washington because you have a real political grievance. There's a real injustice here. And you know what? You didn't come and beat the daylights out of our officers, and you didn't storm the Capitol, and you didn't shut down the peaceful transfer of power in America. You're doing it the right way. You're building nonviolent popular power, movements for change, the only thing that's ever worked for real in American history. We are the heirs to the civil rights movement. We are the heirs to the women's movement. We are the heirs to the LGBTQ movement. We are the heirs to the environmental movement, the human rights movement, the peace movement. We are the democracy movement, and we're going to save American democracy. So, we got some tough days ahead of us, there's no doubt. But I know that the people here and the people at vigils across the country are standing up for strong democracy in America. We know what our parents fought for. We know what our grandparents fought for. We know what our great-grandparents fought for. We know what prior generations of Americans fought for. And we are a movement that is the heir to the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Social Security and Medicare and the Affordable Care Act. We are the heir to the civilizing movements of American history. And if Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and Michael Flynn think that they are going to steal away from us the products and the progress of American democracy, they don't know who we are. They don't know who we are. Thank you, public citizen. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Let's hear it for Congressman Raskin. And let's hear it once again for all of the officers who stood up to defend our democracy that day. More than 800 from D.C. responded. And now it's my great honor to bring up my fellow organizer, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the great congresswoman from Washington State, Ms. Pramila Jayapal.
Public citizen, people for the American way, Americans who are not going to take any of this lying down but are going to fight for what we deserve and what is right, our democracy. Hello, and we are just beginning. Is that right? Now, this is a somber day for us, and we just came, members of Congress, many of us came from a really beautiful, cathartic experience of giving testimonials about our experience on January 6th, a year ago. And I can tell you I was trapped in the gallery along with some of my colleagues that you'll hear from. And I remember every moment of it vividly. I remember the pounding on the doors of the insurrectionists. I remember crawling on my knees under banisters with a cane in one hand because I had just had a knee replacement surgery 5 weeks before. I remember lying on the floor with a gas mask in one hand and the cane in the other, thinking about how if I couldn't get up and leave, which I didn't think I would be able to, that I would attack the knees of whoever came to attack me, because I wasn't going to take it lying down, not without a fight. And I remember thinking that I may not make it out of there alive, and that we may not have seen our democracy survive. But the thing that I keep with me to this day, a year later, is that we saved democracy. And when I say we, I am not talking about we members of Congress. I'm talking about we the people. All the people who voted that day or that election to get rid of a corrupt president who was trying to steal an election. All the people who ensured that no matter what happened, we were not going to succumb to the insurrectionists, the Capitol Police officers that Jamie talked about. And God bless Jamie Raskin for everything that he has gone through and all the leadership that he has shown as we impeached, as he led the impeachment trial in the Senate, where, don't forget, we got more votes, more bipartisan votes to impeach that president than ever before. It just wasn't quite enough because there wasn't enough courage. There wasn't enough courage and commitment to our democracy at that time. But as we made it out of that gallery, and as we think about it today, I think the thing that is hardest is that this is not something that is a marker of something past. It is actually still clear in present danger. And it is why it is so important that you are here, because everything we believe in is on the line right now. And there is nothing that anyone can do that is more powerful than the collective coming together and insisting we are going to organize and we are never going to give in and we are going to make sure we stand up and we protect this democracy as has been done before so many times at so much sacrifice and so much cost. And at the end of the day, being human is a courageous act. And particularly being an activist is a courageous act. Because it's pretty easy to go back and say, you know what, we didn't get what we wanted, I'm done, I'm frustrated, I can't do this anymore, I'm tired. But you're out here on January 6th in the cold because you know that any change we have ever had in this country has come about because people like you got together with other people like you, and it spread. The power of a collective movement for a collective democracy has always been the greatest strength of our democracy. That is what Public Citizen does. That is what People for the American Way does. That is what you do every day when you stand up and you say, I'm going to fight to pass Build Back Better. I'm going to fight to make sure that we have voting rights. I'm going to fight for DC statehood. I'm going to fight for Medicare for all. I'm going to fight for our democracy to deliver the kind of justice that we know is possible. So thank you all so much for that belief, for that faith, for that commitment, for never giving up, because we are far stronger than any of those cowardly people that stormed the Capitol on January 6th. Far stronger. Thank you, everybody.
Let's hear it from Ms. Jayapal. Great Congressman, great chair of the Progressive Caucus. And now it's my great honor to bring out the good friend of my godfather, Bill Chappelle, our Congresswoman from Washington, D.C., our great patriot and fearless leader, Congresswoman Norton, Eleanor Holmes Norton.
Yes, thank you for bringing us out on this cold winter night in the face of the Capitol of the United States to commemorate January 6th. Thank you for coming to your capital and to my district, the District of Columbia. Yes, it was 1 year ago today, a day we will never let the country or the world forget, when we witnessed an outrageous assault on this U.S. Capitol as Congress was meeting to count the electoral votes for the last election. The attack was not only an attack on democracy, it was an attack on the District of Columbia where we are now standing. The D.C. Police Department, which is paid for by D.C. residents who are denied representation in the House and the Senate and full self-government, moved voluntarily to save the lives of members of Congress, congressional staff, the Capitol, and democracy itself. Yet, House Republicans thanked D.C. by voting against the D.C. statehood bill only a few months after the attack. The Capitol attack focused the world on the lack of local autonomy for the residents of the capital of the United States. The president controls the D.C. National Guard, yet the governors of the states and the territories control their National Guards. During the January 6th attack, the former president delayed sending the D.C. National Guard to the Capitol for hours, likely costing lives. Only statehood would give D.C. the full and equal control of its local affairs. January 6th showed it needs and deserves. We have made historic progress on our D.C. statehood bill in the last few years. Last April, the House passed the D.C. statehood bill for the second year in a row. In the Senate, there are a record 45 co-sponsors of the bill with our extraordinary Senate sponsor of the bill, Tom Copper of Delaware, making it 46 supporters. And remember, there are only 50 members. And last year, the Senate held the second ever hearing on our D.C. statehood bill. Most important of all, and hear this now, according to a very detailed poll, 54% of the American people now support statehood for the residents of your nation's capital. Remember that number. That's more than a majority of the American people. The monument is clearly on our side. As we press for protection for our democracy on this January 6th commemoration, D.C. statehood is more important and timely than ever. D.C. residents pay the highest per capita federal taxes in the country and pay more in total federal taxes than 21 states. Our residents have served and died in every American war since the Revolution, which was fought over taxation without representation. On this first anniversary of the unprecedented attack on our democracy, Let us make this an occasion to remember the nearly 700,000 residents of our nation's capital lack the same democratic representation other Americans have long enjoyed. Let us remember them by recommitting the nation to making the District of Columbia the 51st state of the United States of America. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Representative Norton. So we're now going to turn to Representative Veronica Escobar from Texas, 16. She's one of the plaintiffs in the first civil case against Trump, Giuliani, the Proud Boys, and the Oath Keepers following January 6th.
Hello, fellow lovers of democracy. Buenas noches. How are you? You all, thank you so much for being here on this cold January day, the anniversary of a horrific attack against our country and against our democracy. I was one of the nearly 24 members of Congress, all Democrats, who were trapped in the gallery after we had already been surrounded by the insurrectionists, after the bear spray and attacks against our Capitol police officers had begun, after the windows had been broken, and after we witnessed what would be unspeakable horrors against our country. It is a day I will never forget, and I want to express my gratitude to all of you for being here to make sure that our country never forgets. My friends, we are on a precipice right now, and we have a choice to make as Americans. January 6th can either mark the end of our democracy or the beginning of our march towards expansion of rights and justice and equity and fairness for all. And I choose the latter. I choose the latter. And I know that you all have made that choice as well. And so we have to do what generations have done before us. You know, all of us, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, people like my beloved colleague, the late John Lewis. People who marched and were bloodied and were beaten. People willing to put up the ultimate, their lives in defense of the right to vote for themselves and for others. People who were willing to not rest until they achieved justice. Those are the giants of democracy who led the way for all of us. We have to pick up the torch. We have to continue that march. We have to continue that fight because of that precipice that we're on, because of what happened a year ago, because of the threats to our country that exist today. And there's only one way that we will finally achieve that justice, and that is to demand it and to fight and make sure that the Senate hears our voice, make sure that in every community across this country, we are gathering together and saying, ya basta, it is time to defend the vote. It's time to fight for every American's access to the ballot box. We need to make sure that we do this every single day until we achieve that goal, my friends. And your presence here today gives me tremendous hope, because I know that the fight for good will triumph over evil. I know it. I see it in your eyes, I see it in your faces, and I know it in my heart. God bless you, and God bless America and our democracy. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Representative Escobar, for those really inspiring words. So now I am thrilled to bring up Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland. Democracy champion, fighting in the trenches with Public Citizen and all of you for years. Come on up.
Thank you. Hey, man, thank you. It's great to see all of you. Thank you for being here to fight for our democracy, to secure our democracy. All of us know what is at stake, and we've got to act. We saw what happened just 1 year ago today. It was not an attack by a foreign power like we witnessed at Pearl Harbor. It was not an attack from a foreign terrorist group like we experienced on 9/11. It was an attack from within, and it was orchestrated and instigated by the former President of the United States, Donald Trump. And as a result of his actions, you saw thousands of people moving up that hill toward the citadel of democracy. You saw them take bear spray, you saw them take flagpoles and make them into weapons to beat police officers. You saw them take down an American flag and put up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. I want to thank the Capitol Hill Police. I want to thank the DC Metro Police and the National Guard for taking action that day that allowed us to come back and finish the job of certifying the election. They put their lives on the line, and some of them made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our democracy. And we have a duty to make sure we uphold their memory, and we have a duty to the American people. Because all of us know that while the violent mob failed to overturn the results of the election 1 year ago, that the big lie did not end there. In fact, the big lie has metastasized and spread throughout the country. So today, instead of seeing the violent mobs attacking the Capitol, you see that big lie materializing in a different form. You see it materializing in the form of legislatures, Trump Republican-controlled legislators, taking action in state after state to put up barriers to the ballot box. And they're not just trying to stop everybody from voting. They are targeting voters of color. They are targeting younger voters. They're targeting voters with disabilities. As the court said about an earlier effort in North Carolina, they are targeting voters of color with surgical precision. So what we saw here a year ago in the form of a violent coup attempt, we are now seeing in a slow motion coup attempt across this country. And we cannot let that stand. And that is why we have to take national action. We have to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. We have to establish uniform national standards to protect the right to vote of every American in every single state. I had hoped, many of us hoped a year ago, that the gravity of the moment would be fully felt by every member of the United States Congress, every member of the Senate and every member of the House, both parties. And for a few hours that night, I think many of us had some hope that at least some of our Republican colleagues would recognize the moment in history that we faced. But today, in the Senate, we don't have a single Republican member willing to stand up and protect our democracy. That is not a political statement. That is a statement of reality. It's a statement of fact today. And so while we would like to see a bipartisan coalition stand up for the Freedom to Vote Act and for the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, we cannot wait to have that support, which is never coming. And that is why we have to reform the rules of the Senate. We have to reform the filibuster. You know, the original rules of the Senate were not designed to allow a minority of senators to block the will of the majority. It was designed to be a place of vigorous debate. It was designed to be a place of prolonged debate if senators felt strongly about an issue. But at the end of the day, it was designed to allow the majority to work its will and work the will of the American people. Today in the United States Senate, we have just the opposite. You have very little real debate in the United States Senate. A lot of statements, but no real vigorous debate. And you have a filibuster rule in its current form that allows the minority party not even to show up to block a measure and to ultimately be able to allow the minority party or the minority on an issue to block a vote. We cannot allow a minority of senators to override the will of the American people. And that's what this is all about. This is about protecting our democracy, and we can't allow an antiquated, undemocratic rule to stop us from protecting our democracy and making sure we implement the will of the American people. Every American has the right to vote. No state should be trying in this day and age, and never, to block anybody's right to vote. States have tried that in the past. We've had a long struggle in our country to overcome that. We're not going back. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, and we need to reform the filibuster to get it there. And we need every one of you to be right here pressing to make that happen, because we are going to have a vote in the United States Senate. We're going to have it before Martin Luther King Day. We're going to have it before January 17th. Everybody needs to be stand up, and everybody needs to be counted in the light of day. And with your help, we will muster the votes necessary to pass the Freedom to Vote Act and to protect our democracy. Thank you all very much for being on the front lines of our democracy.
Let's hear it for Senator Chris Van Hollen. And you know, the Senator and Jamie Raskin reminded us the courage of the officers who defended the Capitol. But let us not forget that inside the Capitol aren't just police officers and politicians. No, there's janitors. There's staffers, there's secretaries, there's legislative assistants. There's patriots every day who come to work in that Capitol, as I did when I was a young page for Leon Panetta. I would sit on a bench outside the cloakroom, my head balanced on a filled-in bullet hole from when the Capitol had been shot up in the 50s. And they come to work every day knowing that that building's been attacked before, that at 9/11 there was a plan to destroy it, that there were anthrax attacks after that it was shot up in the 1950s, that it was burned down and attacked by British soldiers. Maybe it was the White House, but they know the risk that they take in coming there, and yet they come there every day because they are Americans who believe in our democracy and are honored to serve it. And we take them for granted as our neighbors. They're on the buses, they're on the metro. They're like my cousin who was in the last office at the Pentagon to survive on her wing when the planes hit it, who just came there every day as a secretary, not really thinking about the risk until, bam, it happened. And so to me, among the real heroes are the ones who have kept coming back even after they have been attacked. And so let us hear it for Harper White, a young man from Kentucky working for Rosa DeLauro from Connecticut, who survived that day and has come back every day to serve his country as the great patriot that he is. Harper, come on up.
Thank you, Ben, for that warm introduction, and thank you to all that helped organize this vigil. Thank you to the members of Congress who I have the honor of sharing the stage with today, and thank you all for being here. My name is Harper White, and I serve in the office of Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. And on January 6th, I went to work. My boss and mentor had a new office just steps away from the House floor. She was to watch the joint session of Congress and debate from the gallery while I waited in the office. She planned to stay for just 45 minutes and then return to the office where we would vote where we would work until all votes were complete. Our plans for the day were about to change in ways in which we never thought imaginable. Shortly after she arrived in the gallery and I arrived in my office, an angry, unhinged mob stormed the Capitol. The Congresswoman and her colleagues were told to get on the ground and grab the gas masks under their chairs while an armed standoff took place outside of the chamber. In these chaotic moments, members were rushed to a secure location away from immediate threat. When the House recessed for the first time around 2:15, I knew something was wrong. I called the Congresswoman to see if she knew what was going on. She did not, but she assured me that we would both be okay. I stepped outside of the office, which is located directly outside of the Speaker's lobby, to see if I could find out any other information. After taking just a few short steps outside, someone rushed towards me, asked if I was staff, and then told me to go back into my office, lock the door, and not come out until Capitol Police said it was okay. For over 3 hours, I barricaded myself in the small office alone. I heard gunshots and the police yell shots fired. I heard insurrectionists tugging on my door. I peeked through the blinds and saw the growing crowd heading for the inaugural platform from outside of my window. I did not know what was going to happen, and I was scared. I was in that office until around 5:30 when I was met at the door by 8 Capitol Police officers and escorted to safety. But even during those lonely and frightening hours, I was also reminded of the community that is Capitol Hill. Many staff members who I had never met made calls to the Capitol Police. My boss told those on the other end of the phone, "We do not leave without Harper." Although I was by myself, I was not alone. I had the support of so many, and I will never forget that. Days after the insurrection, Congressman Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, who was in the Speaker's chair when the Capitol was breached, talked about the reverence he had for the Capitol on the House floor. He described his first internship on Capitol Hill.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Most Reverend Michael B. Curry, presiding bishop and primate, the Episcopal Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, of whom the Bible speaks and says that you are love, you are the source of all that is good and just and true and compassionate. We come before you, the fountain of all wisdom and the light of all truth. We come before you not in pride or arrogance, but we come before you in true humility. We come before you because we need your help. We need your help in these troubled times. We need your help for this beloved nation. We need your help for those who have been traumatized and troubled by the painful events of 1 year ago and all that has continued since. We need your help, Lord, now to be the democracy you would have us to be the nation you would have us to be. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we ask you now to help us. Help all those who are traumatized. Help all of those who have lost loved ones. Help those who are struggling. Help us to be instruments of your peace, instruments of your love, and instruments of your healing for this land, for this Congress, for this government, for we the people, for this country and this world. Precious Lord, we come not in arrogance or pride, but humbly. Precious Lord, please take our hand. Lead us on. Let us stand. Some of us are tired. Some of us are weak, and some are worn. But through the storm, through the night, lead us on to the light. Take our hands, precious Lord, and lead us home. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Sarah Sheffield of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
We thank Ms. Shepherd for leading us in song, Bishop Curry for leading us in prayer. On behalf of the distinguished Democratic leader of the Senate, all of our colleagues from the House and Senate, we prayerfully mark 1 year since the insurrection and patriotically honor the heroes who defended the Capitol and our democracy that day. Let us all here join in a moment of silence in memory of those who lost their lives and sacrificed so much for our democracy that day.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the prayer vigil. Have a good rest of your evening.
And so concludes a vigil on this one-year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol, a moment there that will certainly remind many of the gathering on the Capitol steps after 9/11. Members of Congress singing, and once again here singing, God Bless America. I want to go to NBC senior Capitol correspondent Garrett Hay. Garrett, we note that Congress is not in session, and so this was not as many people as we might expect.
That's right, Lester. Congress out today, perhaps fewer than 100 members in town, especially for this ceremony today. That was a somber conclusion to what had been a long and at times a very emotional day, starting with that speech from President Biden, working through remembrances from lawmakers, discussions with historians. A lot of it focused on accountability, finding political accountability for those involved in this, finding criminal accountability, including the more than 700 people charged with crimes for the attack, and by the way, trying to find that person who left behind that pipe bomb outside the DNC on January 6th. We learned late tonight that the then Senator, now Vice President Kamala Harris, was in that building when the pipe bomb was discovered. A sign, Lester, of how much more we still have to learn about this attack a year on.
Garrett, thank you. Earlier today, I sat down for a candid interview with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, talking about the day of the Capitol riot, its impact on our democracy, and the uncertain moments when security personnel had to pull her to safety. We all remember the image, and frankly, an unsettling image of you being quickly escorted off the podium. I've heard you talk about it before. You didn't want to go.
No.
Do you think now, though, knowing what you know, do you think about what would have happened had you stayed?
Well, the security was very definite. And when they pulled me down from the podium, I said, don't worry about it. They said, no, you must go. You must go. And they have, as far as the speaker is concerned, there's a good deal of security, not just because I'm Speaker of the House, but because of succession.
Of course.
And so you don't even have a conversation. You want to do your job, they have to do their job. So out we went. The visuals of what was happening outside the Capitol, now inside the Capitol, it breaks your heart. It breaks your heart. It's as if somebody in the White House dropped a bomb on the Congress of the United States. That these people, and you know, they believe the President of the United States. I have great respect for that office, more respect than the previous holder of that office has for that office.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in our conversation earlier, we'll have more of that on NBC Nightly News. Meantime, NBC News political director and moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, joins us. Chuck, describe your take on the tone of this day.
Well, it's a bit disjointed because it is only essentially one side of the aisle that seems to be wanting to mark what happened. And I think the silence, you know, there's sort of three categories of Republicans when it comes to January 6th. There's a very small group of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, who view January 6th the way Nancy Pelosi views it. There's a small group who, like your Matt Gaetz and some of these other Trumpists, who believe what was happening there was the right thing to do. And then there's this messy middle who wants to pretend it wasn't a big deal, it was a protest that got out of hand, but they're afraid of coming out against Donald Trump and this big lies. And I'll tell you this, that's the thing that just keeps, 1 year later, Lester, look, you and I talked that night, I don't think any of us believed the Republican Party would be more deeply invested in Donald Trump after what happened on January 6th a year later. And yet here they are. And I think that's what makes today, I think, like I said, it's been very solemn, very poignant, but it's oddly disjointed. And when you look at it, the perspective that we're sharing here as a country, it's quite scary when you have one political party essentially not accepting what happened on January 6th.
All right, Chuck, thank you. That concludes our coverage of the January 6th prayer vigil. I'll have a full recap of today's events on Nightly News, including more of my interview with Speaker Pelosi. I'm Lester Holt reporting from Washington. Thank you for watching, everyone. Good day.
You, of course, have been watching those extraordinary images coming in from the steps of the United States Capitol, and that special report with Lester Holt, a prayer vigil led by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi 365 days after.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jana Morgan, and I am the director of the Declaration for American Democracy, and we are a coalition of over 240 organizations working together to realize the promise of our democracy by passing critical voting rights legislation. Thanks so much to Ben and Lisa for leading us today, and thanks to all of you for joining us. 1 year ago, this country withstood a violent and deadly attack against all Americans and our freedom as voters to choose the leaders who represent us so that we have a government that is of, by, and for the people. The attacks we saw 1 year ago continue. And we stand here today, the same faction of extremists who attacked our country on January 6, 2021, are hard at work attempting to silence our voices by restricting our freedom to vote, attacking fair districts, and quietly preparing future attempts to sabotage our elections. In the past year alone, Republican lawmakers in 40 states have introduced more than 440 bills with provisions that would restrict voting access. And they continue to be manipulated and motivated by former President Trump's big lie. And that is not how democracy works. Politicians don't get to rig the game in their favor because they lost. In America, voters decide. And the promise of democracy is not a partisan issue, but a calling that unites us all as Americans. And to prevent this kind of attack from happening again, our elected leaders must act now to pass urgent legislation that will protect this country from anti-democratic forces. As Senator Schumer said this week, the Senate must advance systemic democracy reforms to repair our republic, or else the events of that day will not only be an aberration, they will be the new norm. We cannot let that happen. And so we need the Senate and President Biden to join together now and do what it takes to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, which will protect the freedom to vote for all Americans. It will stop partisan gerrymandering. It'll limit the influence of dark money in our elections so that billionaires don't have more of a say than you and I do. And it will prevent partisan politicians from sabotaging future elections. And we must also pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore the full power of the Voting Rights Act and D.C. statehood. And by doing so, we can realize the promise of democracy for all of us so that we all have an equal say in the decisions that shape our lives and our futures. And we can end the attacks that continue to undermine the foundations of free and fair elections. The future of our democracy is on the line. And as we remember the victims of last year's attack, we also vow to never back down in the face of those who attempt to silence the will of the American people. Failure is not an option. Thank you.
Thanks, Jana. And to get that done, we need to organize. So I am thrilled to bring up the consummate organizer, my friend and colleague, Executive Director of Move On, Rana Epting.
How are we doing? Folks hanging in there? It's cold out here.